Arif Dirlik. Anarchism in the Chinese Revolution. Back matter. Arif Dirlik's latest offering is a revisionist perspective on Chinese radicalism in the 20th century. He argues that the history of anarchism is indispensable to understanding crucial themes in Chinese radicalism. And anarchism is particularly significant now as a source of democratic ideals within the history of the socialist movement in China. Dirlik draws on the most recent scholarship and on materials available only in the last decade to compile the first comprehensive history of his subject available in a Western language. He emphasizes the anarchist contribution to revolutionary discourse and elucidates this theme through detailed analysis of both anarchist polemics and social practice. The changing circumstances of the Chinese Revolution provide the immediate context, but throughout his writing the author views Chinese anarchism in relation to anarchism worldwide. Arif Dirlik is professor of history at Duke University. He is the author of Revolution and History, Origins of Marxist Historiography in China, 1919–1937, California, 1978, and The Origins of Chinese Communism, 1989. Dedication. For Roxanne. Acknowledgements. This work is a preliminary one, an attempt to lay the groundwork for further study of anarchism in China. The substance of the study is based on articles on Chinese anarchism that I have published over the last decade. I have added several new chapters and revised already published ones extensively, both to incorporate new materials and to rework them into a historical narrative. In the process, I have also brought to the foreground an interpretation of the place of anarchism in Chinese radicalism that was present only implicitly in my previous work. Several people have contributed to this work significantly, both with their own work and with the materials they have uncovered. I should like to mention 5 scholars in particular who, in the best spirit of scholarship and anarchy, have shared with me their work and research: Professor Liu Zhe of Nanjing University, an old comrade, whose own manuscript on Chinese anarchism has just been published; Diane Squerer, who generously kept me informed of her findings over the course of a long trek of research into Chinese anarchism that took her around the world; Edward Krebs, who was my co-author in the writing of the original article that was the basis for Chapter 5, Marilyn Levine and Peter Zero, who shared with me their dissertations. Zero's Anarchism and Chinese Political Culture, New York, Columbia University Press, 1989, and Liu Zhe's Zhonghua Wuhanfu Zuyishi, History of Chinese Anarchism, Fujian, Renmin Chubanshi, 1990, have already added much to our understanding of anarchism in China. I look forward to the publication of the studies by Krebs, Levine, and Squerer. Unfailingly stimulating conversations with Harry Haratunian, friend, colleague, and former professor, helped me think out the ideas that have gone into the theoretical underpinnings of this study. The study also benefited from careful readings by Erwin Scheiner, Larry Schneider, and Peter Zero. I acknowledge their contributions while relieving them of any responsibility for what appears here. I should like also to acknowledge a long-standing debt to a former teacher, Dr. Ercüment Atabey of Bosphorus University, Istanbul, formerly Robert College, who had much to do with my interest in history while I was still an engineering student. Dorothy Sapp, of the Department of History at Duke University, as usual gave her all to seeing this manuscript through to its completion, and to catching the errors that rarely escape her sharp eyes. I first seriously got into the collection of materials for this study in 197,879, with a generous grant from the National Endowment for the Humanities for the study of Chinese political thought. Over the years I have received support from the Duke University Research Council, as well as a summer grant from the Hoover Institution and the Stanford Center for East Asian Studies, which have enabled me to keep up with new materials pouring out of the People's Republic of China. A grant from the American Council of Learned Societies in 198,586 for writing up the study ended with a diversion to a study of the origins of Chinese communism. This study shows, I hope, that the diversion was not whimsical. Finally, I should like to thank the staff of the Hoover Institution's East Asian Collection, where I have spent a good deal of research time over the years, in particular its curator, Ramon Myers, for their gracious hospitality over the years. I dedicate the study with love to my spouse, colleague, and comrade, Roxanne Prajniak. Roxanne's animism has influenced the way I look at anarchism. I leave it to her, however, to delve into the question of the relationship between anarchism, Buddhism, and Saint Francis. Chapter 1. Introduction. Anarchism and Revolutionary Discourse. Anarchism is not the easiest subject to think, speak, or write about within a cultural context that takes hegemony for granted as a principle of social and political integration. The most consistent and thoroughgoing of all modern radical social philosophies in its repudiation of this principle, anarchism has also for that reason suffered the greatest marginalization. Other radicalisms, too, have invoked fear and ridicule, but they have acquired respectability to the extent that they have come to share in the premises of organized power. The fear of anarchism, in contrast, is built into the word itself, whose meaning, no rule, has been suppressed in everyday language by its identification with disorder. To take a pertinent recent example, in the television coverage of the tragic events in China in 1989, what Chinese leaders spoke of as great disorder, Delyuan, was consistently rendered in the reporting as anarchy. This is not to suggest that Chinese leaders themselves are incapable of the identification. But fear may not be as effective as ridicule in the marginalization and distortion of anarchism. To dismiss anarchism as irrelevant works better, since it is thus removed from the domain of serious political dialogue and historical attention. This study deals with a historical occasion when anarchism fared better, indeed was central to speculation on politics, China in the early part of the century, when anarchism held a place in the center of revolutionary thought. I argue not only that the revolutionary situation created by China's confrontation with the modern world gave birth to a radical culture that provided fecund grounds for anarchism, but also that anarchists played an important part in the fashioning of this radical culture. The significance of anarchism, however, went beyond the roughly 2 decades, 1905–1930, when anarchism was a highly visible current in the revolutionary movement. At a time when a revolutionary discourse was taking shape, anarchist ideas played a crucial part in injecting into it concerns that would leave a lasting imprint on the Chinese Revolution, reaching beyond the relatively small group of anarchists into the ideologies of other revolutionaries. For the same reason, the history of anarchism offers a perspective from which to view the subsequent unfolding of the revolution and the ways in which the revolution, in order to achieve success, was to suppress the very social ideals that initially gave it meaning. With the success of the October Revolution in Russia and the consequent diffusion of Leninist Marxism worldwide, Eric Hobsbawm has written, "It became hard to recall that in 1905–14, the Marxist left had in most countries been on the fringe of the revolutionary movement. The main body of Marxists had been identified with a de facto non-revolutionary social democracy, while the bulk of the revolutionary left was anarcho-syndicalist, or at least much closer to the ideas and the mood of anarcho-syndicalism than to that of classical Marxism. Marxism was henceforth identified with actively revolutionary movements. Anarchism and anarcho-syndicalism entered upon a dramatic and uninterrupted decline." 1. This could serve equally well as a description of the situation of Chinese radicalism in the early part of the century, with 2 qualifications. There was no Marxist left to speak of in China until 192,021. Non-Marxist social democratic currents that appeared in Chinese radical thought early on were not necessarily inimical to anarchism but, on the contrary, willing to recognize it as a common, if remote, ideal. While in China, too, anarchism fell into decline with the appearance of Leninist Marxism in 192,021, and was repudiated by the revolutionary left, which thereafter identified with Marxism. The relationship of Marxism to anarchism retained some ambiguity. I have argued elsewhere that most of those who were to emerge as leaders of the communist movement in China went through an anarchist phase before they became Marxists. 2. I will endeavor to show here that these anarchist origins may be important to an understanding of how they became Marxists, and also of some features of Chinese Marxism, especially in its Maoist version, that diverged from the Leninist interpretation of Marxism that they espoused formally. That anarchist ideas may have survived the decline of anarchism suggests, in turn, that anarchism had a different relationship to revolutionary discourse in China than in Europe. The fortunes of anarchism in China paralleled, indeed, were part of, the situation that Hobsbawm describes. But Chinese anarchism was bound up from the beginning with an incipient revolutionary discourse that was ultimately the product of China's confrontation with the modern world, and anarchists were to play some part in the formulation of that discourse. While anarchism in China was also the ideology of the revolutionary left, which identified itself with what it took to be the most advanced radical ideology of the contemporary world, it was phrased, especially initially, within the language of this discourse. For the same reason, anarchist ideas entered this discourse as its constituent elements. I will argue that anarchism derives its significance in Chinese radicalism, at least in part, from the diffusion of anarchist ideas across the ideological boundaries that divided radicals. Nevertheless, the anarchist origin of these ideas was forgotten as anarchism gradually retreated before Leninist Marxism in the 1920s. It is important to recall these origins, the subject of this study, for both historical and political reasons. Anarchism was important historically in a contextual sense, as the ideology of the radical left in China for more than 2 decades at the beginning of the century. Because this was also the period when a revolutionary discourse emerged that was to shape Chinese radicalism in ensuing years, the anarchist contribution to the formulation of this discourse must be part of any account that seeks a comprehensive grasp of Chinese radicalism. The recalling of anarchism also has obvious political implications for our understanding of the past and present of socialism in China. The repudiation of anarchism with the ascendancy of Leninist Marxism also meant the suppression of certain questions crucial to socialism as a political ideology, in particular the question of democracy. The communist regime in China is in a crisis today, which not only has thrown into question the continued viability of socialism, but has shaken the credibility of the socialist revolution. Although the crisis is ideological, part of it lies unquestionably in the failure of the regime to deliver the democratic promise of socialism, a failure that has caused a new generation of radicals to look outside of socialism for alternatives in the creation of a democratic society. I would suggest here that to recall anarchism, which Leninist Marxism suppressed, is to recall the democratic ideals for which anarchism, among all the competing socialisms in China's revolutionary history, served as the repository. It is a reminder that the socialist tradition in China, released from the ideological boundaries within which it has been confined, may serve as a source of democratic inspiration and social imagination. Whether the kind of democracy anarchists envisioned is feasible is beside the point. What is important is that it affords a critical perspective upon the claims to democracy of competing socialist and bourgeois alternatives of the present and makes it possible to imagine the future in new ways. The challenge of the anarchist notion of democracy has been swept under the rug both by capitalism and by socialism as it exists. How to be both ethical, and therefore deeply mindful of social relationships, and rational, and therefore able to overcome the hierarchical bind of conventional social relationships. This was ultimately the challenge that anarchists introduced into revolutionary discourse in China, even if none stated it with the directness with which I have expressed it here. At a time of social breakdown and individual alienation, anarchists imagined a society where individual freedom could be fulfilled only through social responsibility, but without being sacrificed to it, which is the essence of socialist democracy and may be central to any conception of democracy. The challenge was to resonate with key questions of Chinese politics, which may account for the refusal of anarchism to disappear, even when it has had little to say about practical politics. Over the past decade there has been a surge of interest in China in the history of Chinese anarchism. Scholarly journals regularly publish discussions of the place of anarchism in the Chinese Revolution. 2 major, and thorough, compilations of anarchist writings from the first 3 decades of the century were published in 1984, which have made available to contemporary readers scattered, and rare, documentation on Chinese anarchist thinking and provided direct encounter with a long-forgotten phase in a, still, unfolding revolutionary discourse. Even a biography of M. Bakunin and a translation of P. Kropotkin's Conquest of Bread appeared at about the same time. As if in answer, a voluminous collection appeared and made available extensive Marxist criticisms of anarchism. A history published in 1989 has provided a detailed coverage of the unfolding of anarchism, and other works are in preparation. 3. What this activity adds up to is difficult to say. Especially problematic is the question of whether interest in the history of anarchism in China is a sign of interest in anarchism itself. We can only safely deduce that interest in the history of anarchism is part of a surge of interest in the history of socialism in China. Anarchism is not the only socialism to enjoy renewed attention in contemporary China among historians, political ideologues, and the general reading public alike, but it does appear as one prominent crest in a broad wave of interest in the past of Chinese socialism, which includes, among other things, an interest in long-forgotten aspects of the history of the Communist Party itself. Anarchism has a contemporary relevance to the extent that it is implicated in the current crisis of Chinese socialism and of the historical consciousness of socialism. I refer here to the crisis created by the repudiation of Mao Zedong and of Maoist communism, which has created a profound uncertainty in Chinese consciousness concerning not only the future but the past of socialism in China. For the past 4 decades, the history of socialism in China has been thought and written around the paradigm of Mao's personal biography in China and abroad. The Cultural Revolution in particular was responsible for elevating Mao's biography to paradigmatic status in the conceptualization of Chinese socialism, although the process was already underway in the 1940s, even before the victory of the Communist Party in 1949. The repudiation of the Cultural Revolution following Mao's death in 1976 was rapidly to call into question Maoist historiography of the Socialist Revolution as well. The crisis in the historical consciousness of socialism that has ensued presents a predicament as well as novel opportunities. Predicament because the history of socialism has been deprived of its reference in Mao's biography and needs to be relocated in time. The Communist Party does not provide a ready substitute, because in repudiating Mao it has also deprived itself of the claim to historical infallibility. Opportunity because the repudiation of Mao has burst open the ideological closure in which socialism had long been restricted, which has made possible new ways of seeing its history. Anarchism has had a significant part to play in this crisis. In the immediate if brief atmosphere of ideological freedom that followed upon the official repudiation of the Cultural Revolution, critics of Maoism from the left in the ill-fated democracy movement of 1978-1980 called for a more democratic socialism, on the model of the Paris Commune of 1871. For the Paris Commune is not to be claimed for anarchism, of course, because it holds an equally venerable place in both anarchist and Marxist revolutionary traditions. But I suggest that as an instance of a democratic and self-governing social organization, the Commune stands at the intersection of anarchist and Marxist revolutionary ideals, where the historical opposition between anarchism and Marxism is blurred into an authentic social revolution in which the opposition is dissolved in the common vision of which they are alternative products. Although, as far as I am aware, the leftist socialists of the democracy movement did not use the word anarchism in their discourse, the use of the Commune as a model recalled anarchism, or if not anarchism, then that area of Marxism which overlaps with anarchism and is especially problematic from the perspective of Leninist Marxism. To make matters worse, the Paris Commune had also provided a model for the Cultural Revolution at its more radical moments. 5. It is not surprising, therefore, that when the first writings on anarchism began to appear in Chinese publications in the early 1980s, they cast anarchism in a negative, pejorative mold to attack bourgeois individualism, often confounding the anti-cultural revolution demands of the democracy movement with the Cultural Revolution perversion of correct Marxism. It was ostensibly the urge to find the key to this perversion, ultimately, that was to sustain the surge of interest in anarchism. Some have argued that the Cultural Revolution was a product of the persistence of anarchist influences that had entered the Communist Party at its very origins through the founding fathers of the party, many of whom had gone through an anarchist phase before they became Marxists, and stubbornly survived the party's repeated efforts to purge itself of its anarchist beginnings. 6. While the use of anarchism in such writings is often vulgarly simplistic, equated with a petit bourgeois propensity to mindless individualism and disorder, it has nevertheless provoked a search for anarchism at the origins of Chinese communism and, by extension, in the early part of the century. The result has been the rediscovery of the crucial part anarchism played in the Chinese revolutionary movement in the first 3 decades of the century. On the surface, this rediscovery has merely confirmed the superiority of Marxian communism, or Bolshevism, to anarchism. As the editors of the compilation of anarchist writings conclude from the decline of anarchism in the late 20s, no bourgeois or petit bourgeois thinking or theory can carry the Chinese revolution to victory, only Marxism-Leninism can save China. Marxism-Leninism has uninterruptedly gained in power in its struggles with bourgeois and petit bourgeois thinking. 7. There is in this statement, however, a sense of unease, as if it were addressing unnamed antagonists who might think that a petit bourgeois ideology such as anarchism might provide an alternative to Marxism-Leninism. And while it would be an exaggeration to suggest that there are those in China today who promote anarchism as an integral social philosophy, it is possible to read in the advocacy for a democratic socialism, such as during the democracy movement, the persistence of anarchist influences. It is also difficult to avoid the impression that the interest in anarchism, even in this particular compilation, has gone beyond the urge to discover the sources of Marxism's perversion during the Cultural Revolution, in order to find out more about this early alternative to Marxism. The intellectual context for the surge of interest in the history of anarchism is, ultimately, not just the repudiation of the Cultural Revolution but the disillusionment with Marxism-Leninism that it has brought in its wake. In this sense, the revival of interest in anarchism may be compared to a similar revival in Europe following the events of May 1968 in France and the consequent repudiation of Stalinist communism. There may also be a comparison in the ideological content of the interest, which rests on anarchism, not so much as a self-contained substitute for Marxism, but as a source of inspiration for a democratic socialism and of insights with which to complement a Marxism that has become insufficient to explain the world and to correct for its ills. Anarchism, in other words, must be reintroduced into revolutionary discourse if it is to be released from the ideological closure imposed by Marxism, especially Marxism-Leninism, and redirected toward a democratic socialism better able to account for the problems of the contemporary world. 8. The contemporary Chinese interest in anarchism points, therefore, in 2 directions. In a negative sense, it points to anarchism as an explanation of the perversion of Marxism whose ultimate manifestation was the Cultural Revolution, and it seeks in recalling anarchism a means to put Marxism back on the right track. In a positive sense, it points to anarchism as a means of breaking out of the ideological closure imposed by a Marxist-Leninist past, which views anarchism not as a source of perversion of Marxism-Leninism but as a corrective to the anti-democratic tendencies that are implicit in the latter. The one sense is reconstructive, the other deconstructive. The one seeks to restore authoritarian politics, the other points toward a more democratic socialism. It is the deconstructive sense that guides the perspective I bring to this discussion of the history of anarchism. My evaluation here is the opposite of those Chinese writers on anarchism who present a negative portrayal of the part anarchism played in revolutionary discourse. No matter what we may think of individual anarchists, anarchism was a source of democratic ideals in the socialist revolutionary discourse, and if anarchist influences did indeed survive to lead to negative consequences during an event such as the Cultural Revolution, it may be because they were put to uses unintended by the anarchists and within a political context of the kind that anarchists rejected. Whatever may be the shortcomings of anarchism as a social philosophy, the unconditional repudiation of anarchism by a Marxist-Leninist Communist Party was to deprive it of an important source of democratic ideals. Recognition of the significance of anarchism in the Chinese revolutionary movement has 2 broad consequences, at least so long as we recognize a positive function to anarchism in the socialist movement. First, we are compelled to rewrite the history of socialism in China, which may no longer be conceived simply as a progressive evolution of a correct socialism under the guidance of Mao Zedong or the Communist Party, as Chinese historians would have it. It must be seen also as a series of suppressions, not simply as the evolution of a strategy and a set of policies that brought socialism to power, but also in the course of those very formulations a suppression of the ideals and the democratic vision that had initially motivated the revolution. Political victory may be important, but it is not proof of the correctness of the strategy that made victory possible, not in terms of the ideological premises of the revolution. There was also a price to be paid for victory in the attenuation of the revolutionary vision in whose name the revolution was conducted. Recognition of a historical presence to anarchism brings into full relief what the price would be. Second, the history of anarchism in China, no less than elsewhere, draws our attention to the problematic relationship between Marxism and anarchism. An important anarchist criticism of Marxism in the 1920s was that in its urge to establish a center to history, either in the proletariat or in its representative, the Communist Party, Marxism reproduced the very power structures that in theory it rejected. As I view it, this urge to decentrate power does not necessarily call for a repudiation of Marxism but is, rather, a reminder to Marxists of their own revolutionary premises. It certainly is a crucial issue of the day not just in China but worldwide, where voices other than that of the proletariat are calling upon Marxism to recognize forms of oppression that are not restricted to the oppression of the working class by the bourgeoisie, oppression by the bureaucratic state, and gender, racial, and national oppression immediately come to mind. A single-minded preoccupation with class and capitalism inevitably results in total or partial blindness to these other forms of oppression. Similarly, an unwavering commitment to modernism, a unilinear view of history and its material basis in industrial and technological progress, which is characteristic of mainstream Marxism and most certainly of existing socialist states, makes for a blindness to contemporary questions related to ecology, community, and alienation, which may no longer be blamed simply on capitalism, but are products of a modern culture of which Marxism partakes. Anarchism, in surprising ways, may have a decentralizing effect on Marxist modernism, which does take capitalism as the central datum of modern history, and thus may enable us to think about socialism in new ways without necessarily abandoning Marxism, which stands to this day as the most thorough critique of capitalism while sharing its modernist premises. As recognition of the history of anarchism in China may have a deconstructive consequence in our appreciation of Chinese socialism by decentralizing Marxism-Leninism and releasing us from the ideological closure imposed upon history by the communist victory in China, so may the anarchist critique of Marxist-Leninist efforts to establish a new center to history, as one episode in the global history of socialism, bring that history closer to the present in the contemporary effort to release socialism from the ideological closure that its history has imposed on it globally. I will now elaborate on the significance of anarchism to an understanding of the revolutionary discourse in 20th century China and draw out further its historiographical as well as its political implications. The anarchist presence in the Chinese revolutionary movement. The heyday of anarchism in China were the years between 1905 and 1930. Expressions of interest in anarchism were heard first in Indiana, 19034. And anarchists would remain active after 1930. But it was in 1906 that the first anarchist association came into existence, and concentrated anarchist activity for all practical purposes would cease after 1930. During these 2.5 decades, however, anarchism was to play a central part in articulating an emerging social radicalism in the Chinese Revolution. What Hobsbawm has observed of anarchism worldwide is also applicable, I think, to the case of anarchism in China. Hobsbawm suggests that anarchism has enjoyed the greatest popularity at moments of spontaneous revolutionary mobilization when revolutionaries, rather than making revolution or preparing the conditions for it, have been able to share in the possibilities offered by a revolutionary situation. He distinguishes between revolution as a happening and revolution as a product of revolutionary activity. The test of greatness in revolutionaries has always been their capacity to discover the new and unexpected characteristics of revolutionary situations and to adapt their tactics to them. Like the surfer, the revolutionary does not create the waves on which he rides, but balances on them. Unlike the surfer, and here serious revolutionary theory diverges from anarchist practice, sooner or later he stops riding the wave and must control its direction and movement. 9. The distinguishing feature of the Chinese revolutionary movement during these years, especially during 1915–1925, was a mass mobilization to which political, if not social, organization was largely irrelevant and which brought into the radical movement entire social groups, students, women, laborers, in pursuit of a new place for themselves in the revolutionary reorganization of Chinese society. In contrast, when the Kuomintang restored political order after 1927, however superficially, and turned its back on its own revolutionary legacy in its suppression of mass movements, revolutionaries would depend for their success, and survival, on their ability to organize a social basis for revolution. The difference was between revolution as a happening and revolution as made by revolutionaries. Anarchists, we shall see, benefited from the former situation, but were unable because of their own self-limitation to cope with the latter. This distinction is necessary, I think, to draw attention to the changing problematic of the revolutionary movement in China, but it needs some qualification if we are to overcome stereotyped notions of anarchism. Ultimately, the distinction is not between spontaneity and organization, but between different kinds of organization. What anarchists rejected was not organization per se but political organization, and if they appear to have insisted on a spontaneous social revolution, they conceived of spontaneity as social self-activity that would produce a new social organization in the course of revolutionary activity. The revolutionary movement during the earlier period was not spontaneous, it was also made though in a radically different sense than after 1927, and anarchists played an important part in making it. The qualification enables us to see anarchist activity as something other than the haphazard activity of individuals, or as a diffuse radicalism without coherence. Is it possible to speak of an anarchist movement in China? I think so, so long as the word movement is not understood just as activities whose motions are determined from an identifiable center, a restrictive stipulation that was the object of the anarchist challenge to the other social revolutionary movements of the time. In the ideological topography of Chinese radicalism in the first 3 decades of the century, anarchism was a pervasive presence without a center, concentrated around nodes of ideological dissemination and social activity whose location changed with changes in the fortunes of the revolutionary movement. Although it was a liability from the perspective of political effectiveness, this diffuseness of anarchism was an advantage in the dissemination of anarchist ideas. A revolutionary discourse on society that explicitly rejected politics, anarchism did not call for allegiance to an ideology or an organization as a condition of allegiance to its principles. Receptivity to anarchist ideas was most conspicuously a feature of Chinese radicalism when questions of social and cultural revolution were its foremost concerns, but anarchism could also infuse the thinking of those whose ideological convictions lay elsewhere, because it did not challenge them at the level of ideology. It was in this sense a revolutionary discourse that cut across ideological divides in the revolutionary movement. The ideological diffuseness and organizational disinterestedness of anarchism, the two were different sides of the same coin, make it difficult to identify anarchists or to define the contours of anarchism as a movement. The appeals of anarchism in China were varied. While all anarchists shared a common social idealism that expressed itself in the repudiation of authority, especially of the state and the family, what they found in anarchism is another matter. For different anarchists, anarchism expressed everything from trivial acts of anti-authoritarianism to rebellion against the suffocating authority of the family, of the oppression of women by men and of youth by their elders, to an aesthetic promise of individual liberation, all the way to the pursuit of a social and economic equality that was barely distinguishable from that of the communists. Even among the social anarchists, the main concern here, anarchism provided a refuge for modernists who identified it with the truth of modern science and uncompromisingly rejected a prescientific past, as well as for anti-modernists who, in their frustration with modern society, sought in the past the promise of a good society. In the early 20s, anarchist ideals were diffused broadly in radical thinking. Even those who in 1921 would establish the Communist Party of China shared the outlook of anarchism before that time, if they did not actually identify themselves as anarchists, and would retain anarchist affinities after their conversion to Bolshevism. Some of the most distinguished anarchists were also members of the Kuomintang, even though in theory they rejected politics, and would play an important part in the Kuomintang suppression of communists, and of anarchists, in the late 20s. Anarchist commitments had such an evanescent quality that even anarchists were on occasion unsure of the seriousness of commitment, not just of rank and file, fly-by-night anarchists, but of those with leadership roles in the movement. Anarchist attitudes toward organization compounded, we might even say were responsible for, the problem. Strict organizational affiliation, which quickly disciplined a comparable ideological diffuseness among Marxists in the early 1920s, is of no help in delineating the anarchist movement because anarchists repudiated the subjection of the individual to the organization and of the peripheries of the movement to a center, jealous of local autonomy, localized ultimately at the individual level. Anarchists were at one in rejecting centralized regulation of their thinking and activities. Anarchist organizational rules, rather than requiring members to subscribe to a well-defined set of rules, often stipulated only that they do not oppose the revolutionary goals of anarchism, which were often very vaguely stated. 10 According to one writer, there were in the early 20s several thousand anarchists in China, an estimate that probably included fly-by-night anarchists. 11 These anarchists had their own local organizations and pursued their own localized activities, which not only differed from one another but were, in some cases, antithetical. Between 1919 and 1925, 92 anarchist organizations came into existence in China, some only short-lived. 12 Evidence of the widespread popularity of anarchism. The proliferation of anarchist organizations is indicative also of the absence of a center to anarchist activity. In the absence of organized direction, individual loyalty and seriousness had to assume the burden for ideological integrity and consistency of purpose. Not only was anarchism individualized, it also made great demands upon individuals, which in the end only a few were able to meet. It does not follow, however, that there was no logic or pattern to anarchist activity. Though the movement lacked a center, it is possible to identify a number of nodes of ideological and social activity that were more central than the others. This was especially the case for the social anarchists under discussion. These nodes, and the individuals active in them, provided the anarchist movement with continuity over the years, as well as with some measure of ideological coherence and an identifiable pattern of activity. They were crucial in the dissemination of anarchist ideology. And they served both in organization and in activity as models for anarchists all over China. Certain individuals appear with regularity in anarchist publications and social activity and were given recognition in the movement as its leaders, not by organizational regulation but by the acclaim of their fellow anarchists. The centers of Chinese anarchism in its origins lay outside of the physical boundaries of China, in overseas Chinese communities in Paris and Tokyo. One center was the Society for the Study of Socialism, Shiwizui Jiangzi Hui, which was established in Tokyo in 1907 by the classical scholar Liu Shipai and his wife, He Zhen. The anti-modernist, agrarian-oriented anarchism the Tokyo anarchists promoted in the two journals they published would have a lasting effect on the thinking of Chinese anarchists, but this society was in existence for only a brief period, and its impact on the anarchist movement per se was limited. More important in this regard was the World Society, Shijishi, which was established in Paris in 1906 and would serve for decades as a conduit between European and Chinese anarchism. Its founders and leaders, Li Shizhen and Wu Zhihui, were among the doyens of Chinese anarchism. They were also close associates of Sun Yat-sen, Sun Zhongshan, and were important members of the Kuomintang, in which capacity they would play important roles in the 1920s in anarchist anti-communism, as well as in the problematic relationship the anarchists would enter into with the Kuomintang after 1927. The modernist, even scientistic, anarchism they promoted, inspired by Kropotkin, would fashion the thinking over the years of most Chinese anarchists. The diligent work-frugal study program they initiated after 1912 to educate Chinese students in Europe was to serve as a recruiting ground for anarchists, though, ironically, among its graduates were some of China's most prominent communists, including Zhou Enlai and Deng Xiaoping. This program, which not only sought to bring to Chinese intellectuals a consciousness of labor but also brought them together with Chinese laborers abroad, who were brought to Europe during World War I to work in European armies and factories, also through the intermediacy of Li and Wu, was to have a far-reaching impact on the Chinese Revolution. If anarchism in China appears at first sight to be primarily a southern Chinese, specifically Guangzhou, Canton, phenomenon, this impression, which is at least partially valid, is a product of the important role Guangzhou anarchists were to play for 2 decades, not just in the south but all over China, as well as in Chinese communities in Southeast Asia and as far away as San Francisco and Vancouver, Canada. The founding father of Guangzhou anarchism was Liu Shifu, better known under his adopted name, Shifu, who at his death in 1915 was to leave behind an image as the paradigmatic anarchist, as well as a devoted following determined to complete the task he had initiated. While there may have been anarchists in Guangzhou before 1911, the origins of Guangzhou anarchism go back to the Conscience Society, Xinshi, which Shifu had established soon after his conversion to anarchism. In 1914 he and his followers moved to Shanghai to escape government persecution. There he established, shortly before his death, the Society of Anarcho-Communist Comrades, Wuhanfu Gongchan Ziyi Tongzi Hui. This society served as a model for similar societies established shortly thereafter in Guangzhou, led by Shifu's brother, Liu Shixin, and Nanjing. Liu Shixin's group included Ou Shenbei, Liang Bingxian, Huang Lingshuang, and Huang Zunchen, all of whom were to achieve prominence as leaders in the anarchist movement in the May 4 period. The society's journal, People's Voice, Minsheng, published until 1922, irregularly after Shifu's death, was to provide much-needed continuity in the anarchist movement. Members or associates of Shifu's group were also responsible for initiating a syndicalist movement in China. In 1917 they were able to organize barbers and tea-house clerks in Guangzhou into China's first modern labor unions, and in 1918 they led the way in China's first May Day celebration in Guangzhou. According to one account, an associate of Shifu's group, Liang Bingxian, was the editor of the first labor journal to be published in China, Labor, Liaodong, published in Shanghai in 1918. By 1921 anarchists had organized at least 40 unions in Guangzhou. 13. After Shifu's death there was no single figure to match him in stature in the anarchist movement. But Guangzhou anarchists continued to play leadership roles in the movement, both in Guangzhou and in other parts of China to which the student ferment of the late 1910s took them. In Guangzhou, Shifu's brother, Liu Shixin, and other members of the group, such as Huang Zunchen, emerged as labor leaders. Anarchists from Guangzhou, most prominent among them Huang Lingshuang, Zhang Peigong, Yuan Zhenying, and Hua Lin, were to found the first anarchist group in Beijing, where they had congregated in 1917 as students and teachers at Beijing University. The society they established, Truth Society, Shishi, played an important part in infusing anarchist ideas into the new culture movement led by Beijing University professors and students. In early 1919 Truth Society merged with other anarchist societies in Guangzhou and Nanjing to establish an umbrella organization, Evolution Society, Jinhuashi. The society's journal of the same name was edited by Chen Yanyan, who wrote under a pseudonym articles critical of his famous father, Chen Duxiu, leader of the New Culture movement and later the first Secretary-General of the Communist Party, who had little patience for anarchists. Chen Yanyan would not convert to Marxism until 1923. In early 1920 we find Guangzhou anarchists in Zhangzhou in Fujian province, which thereafter served as a center for the dissemination of anarchism in its own right. Liang Bingxian was the editor of Fujian Star, Mingxing, which the anarchists published in Fujian. According to Liu Shixin, during these years anarchist ranks were swelled by splinter groups from the Chinese Socialist Party, Zhongguozhi Ziyi Dang, established 1911 by Zhang Kanghu, who were inclined to anarchism and complemented the activities of the Guangzhou anarchists with anarchist associations of their own, such as the Masses Society, Kunshi, in Nanjing. 14. The year following the May 4 movement of 1919 was a turning point in Chinese radicalism, as well as in the fortunes of anarchism. Though the movement was a product of patriotic resentment against the Versailles Treaty, the mass mobilization that accompanied it, especially the political emergence of Chinese labor, made socialism an immediate issue in Chinese politics. In an immediate sense, anarchists were beneficiaries of this turn in Chinese radicalism. Anarchism was the most popular and pervasive of all socialisms in China in 1919, as was evidenced by the rapid proliferation of anarchist societies all over China, and also by the diffusion of anarchist ideas in the thinking even of those who were not anarchists. Over the year following the May 4 movement of 1919, anarchist ideas became prevalent in the culture of radicalism, which among youth displayed itself in a flourishing communal movement, the so-called New Life movement, Xin Shen Guo Yundong. In this communal movement, anarchist ideas appeared not so much as components of a formal ideology but as principles of everyday life. The effects on the consciousness of youth, I suggest, were all the more profound, for the new generation of youth assimilated anarchism, not as a set of fleeting ideas, but as part of quotidian culture. Among those engaged in the communal movement were those who within the year would participate in the establishment of the Communist Party. The communal movement was to have a long-lasting effect on revolutionary consciousness, transcending questions of anarchist influence. Also at this time Chinese intellectuals began to show a genuine interest in Marxism as an ideology of revolution. Comintern initiatives to promote communism in China, starting in 1919, turned radicals to consideration of a political organization to guide the growing mass movement. This development would present the anarchists, with their opposition to politics, with an unprecedented challenge from the left. To appreciate the significance for anarchists of these new developments, we must remember that there were no committed Marxists or Marxian communists in China in 1919. A communist political identity would not assume recognizable form among Chinese radicals until after the establishment of a communist political organization in late 1920. As of 1919, Chinese radicals, including the later founders of the Communist Party, with the sole exception of Chen Duxiu, displayed a diffuse radicalism in which anarchist ideas were most prominent. Communism was still understood by most as anarcho-communism. Also, anarchists were still the most readily identifiable group on the social revolutionary left, which may account for the eagerness of the Comintern to include anarchists in the political organization it sought to establish in China. According to the anarchist Zheng Peigong, initial Comintern overtures bore fruit in late summer 1919 in the establishment of socialist alliances, Shiwai Zuyuji Tongmeng, in major cities. 15 in Beijing, Huang Lingshuang cooperated with his colleagues at Baida, and later leaders of the Communist Party, Chen Duxiu and Li Dazhao, to establish the first of these alliances. Radicals in other parts of China followed suit. These alliances were to serve as the basis in 1920 for the Marxist study societies that sprouted in Chinese cities following the arrival in March of the Comintern representative Gregory Wodensky, which initiated the founding of the Communist Party. Anarchists were prominent in these societies, they constituted the majority in the Beijing Society for the Study of Marxist Theory. In Guangzhou, the Marxist group initially consisted entirely of anarchists and 2 Comintern advisors. Anarchists also assumed the responsibility in these groups for the crucial task of editing the labor journals which the groups started. These societies were to provide the building blocks for the Communist Party of China. During the fall of 1920, starting in Shanghai, Marxist study societies began their conversion into communist cells. Although the Communist Party was not founded officially until July 1921, by November 1920 an embryonic party organization had come into existence. The new organization adopted Bolshevik rules for its operation, and a Bolshevik program whose cornerstone was the creation of a dictatorship of the proletariat. Anarchists, who were opposed both to hierarchical organization and to proletarian dictatorship, abruptly left the organization. At the same time, the organization of the party gave rise to the first polemics between communists and anarchists, with the basic goal of drawing a clear distinction between the two philosophies of social revolution. The organization of the Communist Party, with its demand for exclusive loyalty to the party and its ideology, inevitably split the Social Revolutionary Alliance of the previous year. Nevertheless, the split was not final until sometime in the spring of 1922. Even then, efforts to overcome differences between communists and anarchists were not completely abandoned. Anarchists were among those invited to attend the Congress of the Toilers of the East in Moscow in spring 1922, and according to Huang Lingshuang, Chen Duxiu told him in the summer of 1922 that anarchists and communists are the leaders of reforming society, they can only advance in unity, and should not divide to oppose one another. 16. His invitation was probably not made out of open-mindedness. Anarchist popularity was still on the rise in 1922, it would peak in 192,223, and the First National Labour Congress, recently convened in Guangzhou, had just revealed the extent of anarchist influence in labor organizations in the South. Some among the anarchists continued to hope that communists could be brought around to the anarchist cause, or at least persuaded to cooperate with anarchists. Anarchists who felt close to the communist cause refused to abandon hopes of anarchist Bolshevik cooperation, anbuhezuo or anbuzishao, literally, hand in hand, and as late as 1923, in the last installment of his polemics with Chen Duxiu, which had gotten underway in 1920, Ou Shenbei wrote, "Under the evil circumstances of present-day Chinese society, Marxists and Kropotkinists will both do. Let each seek in its own way to overthrow the forces of old society. We can resolve the question of social organization in practice when the time comes." 17. Anarchists could see the writing on the wall, but they were reluctant to read it. Chinese anarchists were not much different in this regard from anarchists such as Emma Goldman and Alexander Berkman, who continued to hope, against all available evidence, which they witnessed at first hand, that the Bolshevik leadership would come around to the original promise of a popular social revolution once the crisis of the new Soviet state had been averted. Anarchists, like other socialists, had invested a great deal in the October Revolution as the beginning of a new age in history, and were unwilling to abandon hopes in its promise. Indeed, the final repudiation of Bolshevism by Goldman and Berkman had much to do with Chinese anarchists' loss of hope for an alliance with the Communist Party in 1922. In the polemics against the Soviet Union and Bolshevism that Chinese anarchists launched after 1922, their writings were to play a crucial part. For their part, the Communists and their Comintern advisors would seem to have dropped their quest for converting anarchists once they had found more powerful allies in the Kuomintang. The effort to convert individual anarchists never stopped, but anarchists were only a barely visible communist concern after the party embarked on establishing a united front with the Kuomintang in late 1922. In early 1922, anarchists once again turned their attention to organizing an independent anarchist movement. With the rise in popularity of anarchism during the May 4 movement, anarchist societies had proliferated all across China. While Guangzhou anarchists retained a leading role in the anarchist movement, moreover, anarchists from other parts of China, especially from Hunan and Sichuan, increasingly distinguished themselves as leading voices. The nationwide diffusion of anarchism even further decentralized the anarchist movement and made it more difficult for the historian to identify a center to Chinese anarchism. It is possible, nevertheless, to point to a number of anarchist societies at this time, if not as leaders, at least as clearing houses in the propagation of anarchist ideology, and for the part they played in setting the tone for anarchist activity. These societies were distinguished for their longevity, and, therefore, the part they played in sustaining anarchist activity, the originality and intensity of their activities, and the general esteem in which anarchists across the country held the individuals who played leading roles in them. In spring 1922, more than 50 anarchists met in Guangzhou to establish an anarchist federation, described simply as AF. Earlier prominent Guangzhou anarchists had met with Chen Duxiu and other communist leaders in Guangzhou to discuss the possibility of cooperation. The federation may have been founded in response to the hopelessness of compromise between the two groups. The leadership of the federation included Ou Shenbei, Liang Bingxian, and Huang Lingshuang, the most prominent Guangzhou anarchists. A key role was played in the organization by a certain Russian who had recently appeared in Guangzhou, Dikbov, who apparently suggested the founding of a federation. The federation was organized as a secret conspiracy, complete with code names and passwords. 18. The federation did not last very long. The barbaric behavior of Daikbuo, who sought to assume dictatorial powers, and the fickleness of other members. By 1923 Ouyou Shenbei was in Paris and Huang Lingshuang at Clark University in Massachusetts, brought it to a quick end by fall 1922. Anarchists, however, did not give up. By August 1923 they had established a new federation, based on the Reality Society, Zhenxi. 19 founded by the anarchists Wang Saiweng, Li Shaoling, Zheng Zhenheng, and Xie Zhuexian. Reality Society began publication in October 1923 of a new journal, Spring Thunder, Chun Li, which with some metamorphoses would serve for 2 years as an important organ of Chinese anarchism. The new federation had 2 important sections, general and propaganda. The latter was subdivided into 3 areas that reflected the concerns of federation work, peasant, worker, and education bureaus. Closely associated with these activities was another Guangdong anarchist society that had come into existence in 1922, the People's Tocsin Society, Ming Zhongxi, led by Li Shaoling and Li Jianmin. At first a local society, this society had expanded its scope in response to the founding of the first federation in 1922. The journal that the society began to publish in July 1922, People's Tocsin, would be the longest-lived, uninterrupted, journal in the history of Chinese anarchism. It was published for 5 years to the month, mostly in Guangdong until it was moved to Shanghai in the spring of 1927. In later years, Bai Xiaoxiao, Fan Tianjun, and Li Tai'ai played important parts in both the society and the journal. The contributors to the journal included the most important of Chinese anarchists in the 1920s, Ouyou Shenbei, Huang Lingshuang, Liang Bingxian, Li Figan, Bajin, Qin Baopu, Jing Meiju, Wei Huilin, and others, whose names appeared frequently in anarchist publications but are not identifiable beyond the pseudonyms they employed, Kuli and Haiping. Its special issues on Kropotkin in 1923 and Shifu in 1927 were landmark events for anarchists and drew contributions not only from those listed above but from the doyens of anarchism, Li Shizhen and Wu Zhihui. It was not only an important organ for the anarchist criticism of communism, it was also at that time the foremost source for the writings of European anarchists such as Proudhon, Bakunin, Kropotkin, Jean Grave, and Varlam Cherkzov. 20. When the Anarchist Federation was established in 1922, it sent Huang Lingshuang to Shanghai to bring anarchists there into the federation. The group in Shanghai, which was involved mainly in the teaching of Esperanto, included 2 Guangzhou anarchists, Zheng Peigong and Lu Wuodeng, Shifu's sister and Zheng's lover, as well as Deng Mengxian and a woman anarchist from Hunan, Zhou Dunhu, a labor organizer and associate of Huang Ai and Peng Ronquan, who had recently been murdered for their labor activities. In 1923 this group started publishing its own journal, the short-lived Mutual Aid, Huzu, edited by Deng Mengxian, as part of Federation activity. They also participated in the revival of Freedom, Ziu, edited by Jing Meiju, which had been suspended by the authorities in 1922. Freedom Society would also serve in ensuing years as a source of anarchist literature. 21. The Anarchist Federation also corresponded with the Paris Anarchist Journal, After Work, Gongaiu, which between 1922 and 1925 was an important anarchist organ in the polemics against the communists in France. It was edited at first by Chen Duxia's sons, who, until their conversion to communism in 1923, led the polemics against their father's party, represented in Paris by Youth Shaonian, in which Zhou Enlai defended Bolshevism against the anarchists. After 1923 Li Zhou and Bai Xiaoxiao played an important part in this journal. In 1925, when Bai returned to China, After Work was merged with Free People, Zioren, edited by Shen Zongzhu, who, like Bai, was from Zhejiang province. 22. Bai also became the editor, briefly, of People's Tocsin when it was moved to Shanghai. 3 other societies, which were at best loosely connected with Guangzhou anarchists and the Federation, were to play important roles in the anarchist movement, either as disseminators of anarchism or as nodes of anarchist activity. First was the Free People's Society founded in Shanghai in 1924, led by the Zhejiang anarchist Shen Zongju and Wen Qinu, a pseudonym. The importance of this society derived above all from its involvement in the syndicalist movement in Shanghai. Members of the society were active in the syndicates and in labor education. They were involved in, if they did not initiate, a syndicate periodical, Labor Tendili, Liadong Sunken. Shen worked closely with Hunanese anarchists, who were an important force in the Shanghai Federation of Syndicates, Shanghai Gongtuanlian Hihui. He was also a teacher at the experimental Lida School, established in Shanghai at this time by the Hunanese anarchist Kuang Hushan. It was possibly out of this association that a plan emerged at this time to establish a labor university, Liadongdixu, which was realized 3 years later. The Free People's Society corresponded with Spring Thunder in Guangzhou and would, in 1925, merge with After Work. Of these activities, more below. 23. A second important society in Shanghai was the People's Vanguard, Minfen, Society, in which the Sichuan anarchists Liu Jianbo and Mao Yubo played leading roles. The society was established in Nanjing in 1923 and published there a journal of the same name before moving to Shanghai in 1925. Liu had earlier been active in anarchist activities in Sichuan and had some association in Shanghai with his more famous fellow provincial, Bajin, who also had moved to Shanghai in the mid-20s. Liu was responsible for founding 2 societies in 1927 that played some part in anarchist activity in Shanghai, the Society for the Study of Syndicalism, Gongtuan Ziyi Yanjiuhui, and the Federation of Young Chinese Anarcho-Communists, Zongguo Shaonian Wuhanfu Gongchan Zuyuji Lianming. He had to leave Shanghai in 1928 to escape persecution by the Kuomintang because of his criticism of anarchist Kuomintang cooperation. He was accused by Kuomintang-related anarchists of being a Bolshevized anarchist. In the late 30s he was back in Sichuan, publishing another anarchist periodical. 24. Finally, the most active anarchist society in northern China was the Sea of Learning Society, Sui Weishi, which published a supplement of the same name to the National Customs Daily, Guofeng Ribao, edited by the Shaanxi anarchist Jing Meiju. One of the elders of Chinese anarchism at the time, Jing had converted to anarchism in Tokyo in the days before the 1911 revolution. Jing possibly had been influenced by the agrarian anarchism that the Tokyo anarchists had propagated. In addition to disseminating anarchism in the north, members of the Sea of Learning Society were also active in the promotion of anarchism in rural areas. 25. Further research may reveal that other anarchist societies played equally, possibly more, important roles in the anarchist movement in the 1920s. Anarchists were active everywhere, involved in their own organizations as well as organizations of others, who nevertheless gave the anarchists room in their own publications, such as the supplement to the current affairs daily Shishizin Bao of the anti-revolutionary research clique, Light of Learning Sweideng, an important forum for anarchist writings on the Soviet Union. Their activities ranged from the distribution of anarchist pamphlets to more sustained ideological activity as well as organizational activities among labor and the agrarian population. 26. The dispersed nature of these activities makes risky any generalizations about these societies or their relationship to one another. The societies were distinguished by the sustained nature of their activities, which made them somewhat more visible as centers of activity. In spite of their assumption of such appellations as federation, these societies were largely independent of one another in their activities. What gave them some semblance of unity was the correspondence in which they engaged and the relatively frequent contact between those who played leadership roles within them. In the end, for these societies, as well as for numerous others in both rural and urban China, anarchism became a movement through the motion of individual anarchists, often but not always along the same general direction. One thing that unified the anarchists in the 1920s was their opposition to Bolshevism. The question of anarchists' relationship to the Kuomintang, however, was a divisive issue. The doyens of Chinese anarchism, such as Li Shizhen and Wu Zhihui, had also been members of the Kuomintang since its establishment, and with the party reorganization of 1924, whereby communists were allowed to become members of the Kuomintang. They assumed powerful albeit unofficial roles in the party. The younger, more radical among anarchist activists were initially opposed to any involvement with the Kuomintang. Nevertheless, with the Kuomintang suppression of communists in 1927, the latter suspended their opposition to the Kuomintang and followed the lead of Li and Wu to enter the party, hoping thereby to recapture mass movements, in particular labor for anarchism. The result was a short-lived but significant anarchist alliance with the Kuomintang. Most important in the alliance were the Kuomintang anarchists and radical activists from Sichuan and Zhejiang who had been active during preceding years in the syndicalist movement in Shanghai. The alliance was not restricted to them, however. In other parts of China, such as Guangzhou, anarchists made an attempt to recapture the labor movement under Kuomintang auspices. Even the brother of the venerable Shifu, Liu Shixin, was willing to collaborate with the Kuomintang in the late 20s. The institutional centers of anarchist collaboration with the Kuomintang were the Labor University, Liaodongdixu, established in Shanghai in the fall of 1927, and a journal the anarchists published weekly in conjunction with the university, Jemming's Hubei Revolution, hereafter, simply Jemming. Labor University, which was to last for nearly 5 years, was intended to fulfill the long-standing anarchist dream of creating a new kind of Chinese, whole persons equally adept at mental and manual labor, upon whom anarchists continued to rest their hopes for the solution of the most profound cultural and social problems, which they took to be identical, facing China. The immediate purpose was to train a new kind of labor leader in China, who would be able to guide labor movements without subjection to political parties. Revolution, which was to be the last important anarchist journal in China, publicized these goals of Labor University. The collaboration lasted only about a year. By 1928 the Kuomintang had completed its task of unifying the country once again and was no longer interested in the continuation of mass movements, in which it perceived a challenge to its new status quo. Mass movements were suspended in the spring of 1928. For the activist anarchists, this was a major blow, and even as they continued to collaborate with the Kuomintang, they now turned their criticisms from the communists to the Kuomintang leadership, including their anarchist leaders in the party. In response, the Kuomintang curtailed anarchist activity within Labor University and in fall 1929 proscribed revolution. The proscription effectively brought to an end the anarchist movement in China. Individual anarchists continued to be active in the 30s, but after this proscription it becomes difficult to speak of anarchism in China as a movement, or even as an effective voice in the Chinese Revolution. Anarchism had flourished during the previous 2 decades under circumstances of political disintegration and mass mobilization. The establishment of a new political order, ironically under a revolutionary party, was to deprive anarchists of space for activity. After 1927 the revolutionary movement in China was to pass into the hands of those who were willing to make revolution, if necessary by armed force, which required the kind of organization that anarchists were unwilling to condone and unable to put together. The days of anarchism as a force in the Chinese revolutionary movement were over. During these years Chinese anarchists viewed themselves as part of a worldwide anarchist movement. The first Chinese anarchists owed their conversion to anarchism to contact with foreign anarchists. Li Shixin, founder of the World Society in Paris, converted to anarchism as a consequence of his close relationship with the family of the famous French anarchist Elisée Reclus. The Reclus family would in ensuing years retain a close association with the anarchist movement in China. A similar part was played in Tokyo by the Japanese anarchist Kotoko Shosui, who was the keynote speaker at the first meeting of the Society for the Study of Socialism. In the mid-teens, the anarchist Hualin even called upon Kropotkin himself in London. 27 The Socialist alliances founded in 1919 were products of a conference of Far Eastern socialists held in Shanghai, in which the Japanese anarchist Asuji Sakae was a participant. A police report even reported erroneously that Emma Goldman was in Shanghai. 28 Chinese anarchists in the Soviet Union in the early 20s established contact not only with Russian anarchists, but also with foreign anarchists in Russia, such as Emma Goldman and Alexander Berkman, Out of these contacts would emerge the lifelong association between Goldman and the anarchist writer Bajin. Asuji Sakae, just before his murder in Japan in 1923, briefly visited China again on his way to an international anarchist conference in Europe. 29 Meanwhile, anarchists in France retained their relationship with leaders of the European anarchist movement, such as Jean Grave, and when Madame Kropotkin met European anarchists in Paris after leaving the Soviet Union in 1923, Chinese anarchists were among them. In the late 20s, as anarchists in Fujian prepared for a rural insurrection, they were joined by anarchists from Japan and Korea who believed that Fujian could serve as the base for an East Asian anarchist insurrection. 30. These contacts suggest that the fortunes of anarchism in China were tied in, not only with the particular conditions of Chinese society and politics, but with the fortunes of anarchism as a global movement. Anarchism flourished in China when it was also the foremost ideology of social revolution globally. Anarchists in China drew both their vitality and much of their intellectual inspiration from anarchism as a global movement. Likewise, the decline of anarchism in China in the late 20s corresponded to a worldwide recession of anarchism as Marxism, now in a Leninist guise, once again took over from anarchism as the foremost ideology of social revolution in the aftermath of the October Revolution. These intimate ties with the fortunes of global anarchism were also reflected in subtle shifts in the anarchist argument for revolution. Throughout, the anarchism of P. Kropotkin, as refracted through the interpretations of Reclus and Grave, was the foremost source for Chinese anarchism. But a Tolstoyan anarchism also found its way into Chinese anarchism through the agency of the Tokyo anarchists. In the 1920s, Russian anarchists' writings provided much of the basis for anarchist criticism of Marxism. In the late 20s, P.J. Proudhon's ideas briefly acquired prominence in the anarchist collaboration with the Kuomintang. In the late 30s, long after the heyday of anarchism, Spanish anarchism provided some inspiration before the Spanish Revolution was extinguished by the forces of fascism. Whereas Chinese anarchism was largely derivative of these foreign sources, the ideas that gained currency in China were closely bound up with the particular concerns of the Chinese Revolution. The anarchist contribution to radical ideology. During the period 1905–1930, anarchism served as a source of revolutionary ideas that placed anarchists in the forefront of the revolutionary movement or reinforced important elements in revolutionary thinking, which were not necessarily of anarchist origin but in their coincidence with basic anarchist ideas enabled the anarchists to play a central part in mainstream radical activity. From 1907 until well into the 20s, of all the competing radical philosophies imported into Chinese thinking, only anarchism was available in any comprehensive coverage and enjoyed widespread distribution among the reading public. Most of the classics of anarchism were already available in Chinese translation by the early 1910s, which could not be said of any important Marxist work until 1920, and some made their way beyond radical periodicals to mainstream journals and newspapers. These translations served as the medium through which central concerns of European radical thinking were transmitted to China, including problems of political and economic democracy, economic equality and justice, the relationship of the individual and society, the place of the family in society, the place of women in society, the relationship between education and democracy, science and social thought, and so forth. Anarchists were in the vanguard of the calls for a universal education, for the transformation of the family and the culture that sustained the old family, and for the emancipation of women and the liberation of the individual, which by the mid-1910s were commonplaces of radical thinking in China. They could also claim a few important firsts of their own, which prefigured the turn the revolutionary movement would take as it assumed a social character in the 1920s. Anarchists were the founders of the first modern labor unions in China, in 1917. They also spearheaded the transmission of the revolutionary movement to rural areas. They were the first to experiment with new forms of education as well as new forms in the organization of production. Finally, whether with these experiments or with organizational activities in the city or the countryside, they established patterns of activity that would in the long run provide models for other revolutionaries, the creation of an educational and institutional context whereby individuals and social groups, students, women, workers, or peasants, could engage in social activity. Both anarchist activity and the patterns that it followed were direct offshoots of the anarchist conception of revolution and the philosophical outlook that underlay it. To clear up two basic misconceptions concerning the anarchist outlook, anarchists did not elevate the individual above society, they only repudiated social arrangements that ignored the individual. They did not reject all social institutions, they rejected only those that were coercive. They believed that coercive institutions distorted the essential sociability of human beings, set them against one another in the pursuit of individual or group interests, turned society from a realm of authentically social existence into a realm of conflict between partial interests, which then could be overcome only through the further use of coercion. The goal of revolution was to break into this vicious cycle. The liberation of the individual was intended to free the individual, not from any social restraint, but from this particular social condition, which rendered impossible a truly social existence by alienating both the rights and the obligations of individuals to coercive institutions which converted individuals into individualists and then called upon coercion to contain their activities. The elimination of coercion was, therefore, a precondition for the assumption by individuals of their social birthright as well as of their social obligations. The goal of individual liberation, in other words, was the restoration to the individual of his or her essential sociability. This meant the reorganization of society on the basis of voluntary association. Only free people could establish authentically social institutions, and only those institutions founded on freedom could nurture authentically sociable individuals. The anarchist repudiation of politics, the state, and other institutions of authority was intended to remove the structures that intermediated in the relationships between individuals so as to give free play to the dialectic between the individual and society. This required a two-pronged revolutionary strategy, a social revolution to remove authoritarian structures, and a cultural revolution to purge individuals of habits of authority and submission which had become second nature in a long history of living under coercion. The two were not separate operations but part of the same revolutionary process, for authoritarian structures could not be abolished so long as habits of authority and submission persisted, and those habits would be perpetuated so long as authoritarian structures lasted. This insistence on the inseparability of the social and the cultural was the distinguishing feature of the anarchist idea of social revolution. Anarchists could justifiably claim, I think, that they were the first within the revolutionary discourse in China to raise the issue of cultural revolution, with far-reaching implications in the unfolding of that discourse. Those implications are not clear, however, unless we look more closely at the consequences for revolutionary thinking of the relationship they established between the social and the cultural. The relationship, in the first place, made for an acute consciousness of the relationship between the ends and means of revolution. Since the goal of revolution was not just to substitute new institutions for old, but to change the cultural habits that informed all institutional structures, which ultimately meant changing the language in which people spoke and thought about society, those institutions that perpetuated old habits could not serve as a proper means to achieve revolutionary goals. Revolution could not be achieved through methods that contravened its goals. The question was not simply a moral one, that is, the rejection of a moral means to achieve moral ends, or even a matter of revolutionary authenticity, though both were present in anarchist thinking. More important are its implications for revolution as a process of change. The urge to make revolutionary methods consistent with revolutionary goals brought those goals into the very process of revolution. The anarchist utopia was not somewhere out there in the future, it was an informing principle of the revolutionary process, a different way of saying that anarchists utopianized the revolutionary process itself. This is not to suggest that anarchists at all times lived up to their own premises, for they did not. But the utopianization of revolution, a faith in the ability of revolution to create revolutionary institutions in its very processes, was to be a dynamic element of revolution in China. Second, and even more basic, the relationship anarchists established between the social and the cultural presupposed a perception of the problem of revolution as a discursive problem. Meaningful revolution implied the transformation of the social discourses, ways of thinking and talking about society that constituted society. Anarchists were the first in China to call for a cultural revolution. More important, they conceived culture socially, as quotidian culture that constituted social relations at the level of everyday interactions and was itself reproduced daily. It is not surprising then that anarchists took education to be the cornerstone of revolution, education not in a formal sense but as a process of transformation of everyday habits. Whether in the educational experiments they initiated, or in labor and peasant organization, the guiding principle of anarchist revolutionary activity was to create spaces wherein people could think differently about society by living differently. The dialectic between the individual and society, the fundamental premise of the anarchist conception of revolution, was articulated at the level of revolutionary practice in two ideas that anarchists introduced into Chinese education, which may also be the most important anarchist contributions to revolutionary discourse. One was the creation of whole individuals, which concretely meant the combination of labor and learning in the education process. Anarchists perceived in the separation of mental and manual labor not only a cause of the impoverishment of the individual but the fundamental basis of social inequality as well. Overcoming the distinction was, therefore, the key to the creation of a different way of life and a different way of thinking about society. The second idea was the creation of social spaces in which this basic division of labor could be overcome, and the individual in voluntary participation in the group could realize his or her social potential. Anarchists were the first advocates in China of communal organization that would abolish the division between city and country, industry and agriculture, manual and mental labor. The abolition of the distinction between manual and mental labor at the level of the individual had its counterpart at the social level in the organization of student communes, village associations, and labor syndicates. Change at the one level was the condition of change at the other. These are ideas that are familiar to students of China as key elements in Mao's Marxism that became particularly prominent during the period of the Cultural Revolution. 31. In pointing to their anarchist origin, I do not suggest that Mao or anyone else who upholds these ideas is, therefore, an anarchist, or that anarchism has an exclusive claim upon them. Similar ideas are to be found in the works of Marx, and it is arguable that Marxism, at least the Marxism of Marx, is quite cognizant of their basic premise, that social revolution ultimately entails a transformation of consciousness because the structures that give form to society are reproduced at the level of everyday social interactions and even within language, which Marx referred to on one occasion as practical consciousness. 32. While it is important to recognize the overlap between anarchism and Marxism where these ideas are concerned, it is also necessary to distinguish them on both historical and theoretical grounds. Historically, it was through the agency of anarchism that these ideas entered the revolutionary discourse in China, and, at least initially, they were identified with anarchism. When a Marxian communism entered the revolutionary movement, it established its identity by repudiating these ideas for being irrelevant to immediate problems of revolution. Furthermore, during the ideological struggles that accompanied the political conflicts of the 20s, these same ideas provided intellectual ammunition for the opponents of Marxism. That these ideas should survive the anarchist movement to be lodged in locations as diverse in revolutionary consciousness as Mao's Marxism and the Kuomintang shows that they had become significant components of a revolutionary discourse that cut across party or ideological boundaries, but their origin historically is traceable to the anarchists. More important, that the same ideas are to be found in both anarchism and Marxism does not imply that they carried the same meaning within the two ideological contexts, it only points to the area of Marxism that overlapped with anarchism, with disruptive consequences for its theoretical structure. Whatever the resemblance between anarchist and Marxist ideas of social revolution, the two ideas arranged the priorities of revolutionary practice differently. While education and cultural transformation held a place of primary significance in the anarchist conception of social revolution, Marxists gave priority to the transformation of structural relations in society. The difference may be illustrated by reference to another concept that was central to both ideas of social revolution, the concept of class. While Marxists perceived the nurturing of class consciousness as the key to revolution, anarchists believed that only the abolition of consciousness of class could yield to genuinely revolutionary change in society. Whether the Marxist idea of ideology may be reduced to an endowment of class will be discussed later. I suggest here that while Marxism, too, recognizes culture and consciousness as a problem of quotidian life, this recognition is shaped by another conception of culture as a function of social structure to which class is central, which possibly accounts for the theoretical richness of Marxism against the theoretical primitivism, in Hobsbawm's words, of anarchism. I suggest, nevertheless, that the theoretical complexity of Marxism, often to the point of forgetting the revolutionary goals of theoretical activity, has also blinded Marxists to the rich insights contained in the seemingly simple anarchist premise that revolution must take as its ultimate goal the transformation of social discourses of the very language of thinking about society. If anarchism has not paid sufficient attention to structural transformation, the Marxist preoccupation with structural transformation has diverted Marxism from the equally crucial task of transforming social discourses, indeed has obstructed the latter by erecting further structures inimical to this goal. Hobsbawm, for instance, misses the point about this problem when he states that Marxists may have something to learn from anarchist spontaneity. The very organizational feebleness of anarchist and anarchizing movements has forced them to explore the means of discovering or securing that spontaneous consensus among militants and masses which produces action. 33. This is to miss what the anarchists clearly recognized, that there is nothing spontaneous about the masses. There is, rather, a different discourse about society, which radicals must assimilate in their very efforts to transform the masses. It is not accidental that anarchists were the first to compile a dictionary of popular language, which they believed might enable them to communicate with the masses more effectively. And anarchists did not turn to this endeavor because their activities were organizationally feeble. On the contrary, they believed that organization was undesirable to the extent that it created an obstacle to such communication, or, more precisely, because it turned communication, which must be two-way if it is to be genuinely revolutionary, into the imposition of the will of the revolutionaries upon the masses, which from the beginning doomed revolution to a betrayal of its own premises. Before Chinese revolutionaries faced this problem of two-way communication as a practical task, which they would in the 1930s when the revolution was forced to move to the countryside, anarchists had introduced it into the revolutionary discourse as a central problem of revolution. This awareness brought anarchists considerable success in revolutionary activity, but only at the local level. It was at the level of more comprehensive political organization that anarchists failed as revolutionaries. On the other hand, the success of other revolutionaries at this other level would in its consequences bear out anarchist fears of the fate of revolution that subjected the crucial task of discursive transformation to goals formulated at the level of politics. Anarchism and revolutionary discourse. Whether we recognize in anarchism a lasting significance in the Chinese Revolution depends largely upon whether we recognize the importance of the idea of the social in revolutionary discourse. The significance of anarchism rests ultimately upon its insistence on the priority of the social in the revolutionary discourse that took shape during the years when anarchism enjoyed its greatest popularity in Chinese thinking on revolution. Anarchists were not the first in China to raise the question of the social, nor were they the only ones in ensuing years to insist on the essentialness of a social component to revolution. The question was a product of an emerging nationalist consciousness, which at the turn of the century first raised the question of the relationship between state and society, pointing to social transformation as the essential moment of building a nation-state that, unlike the monarchy it was to replace, could claim no transcendental or trans-historical moral sanction but depended for its legitimacy on its ties to the society it claimed to represent. Calling society into the service of the state as its legitimating principle revealed not only a new problematic of politics, but problematized the notion of society as well. While this was to become, and has remained, the essential question of Chinese politics, it was through socialism, which over the years was identified with social revolution, that the problem was articulated with the greatest explicitness and consistency. The insistence on a social revolution was a common feature of all socialist discourse and spilled over to non-socialist advocacies of change as well. Different groups meant different things by social revolution, depending on the sources for the idea, but more importantly on their conception of the social. By the early 20s, most prominent in addition to anarchist ideas of the social were communist and Kuomintang ideas of social revolution. It is precisely this pervasiveness of the idea of the social that endows with historical significance the anarchist advocacy of social revolution, which otherwise would have been condemned to a quaint marginality. I mean this in two senses. First, the discourse on the social in its unfolding nourished off a number of competing, and conflicting, ideologies of social revolution, which, nevertheless, intersected on the terrain of the discourse, with considerable interchange among them. Hence we find that in spite of significant differences in the social revolution they advocated, there was also significant overlap among anarchist, communist, and Kuomintang notions of the social. That the discourse drew on European socialism in its language guaranteed such overlap because, in spite of its disintegration into numerous factions by the turn of the century, socialism in Europe retained the common language of its origins and was even blurred at its edges into liberal or bourgeois ideas of social change. 34 Within the Chinese context, moreover, discursive conflicts were contained within a national revolutionary movement which, especially in the first 3 decades of the century, rendered heterogeneous ideas of the social into different aspects of a common revolutionary project. Hence discursive overlap expressed a revolutionary situation in which different revolutionary groups were participants in the same revolutionary movement. Not only ideas were interchangeable, so was actual membership in different revolutionary groups. As a constituent of this discourse, anarchist ideas acquired a wide currency beyond the relatively small number of radicals committed to anarchism as an integral ideology. Second, given the pervasiveness of the concern with the social within the revolutionary discourse, the particular anarchist conception of the social that unequivocally asserted the claims of society against the state, and politics in general, drew its significance from its implications for the revolutionary discourse as a whole. Among all the advocates of social revolution, anarchists were distinguished by their uncompromising, and exclusive, insistence on the social. A true revolution could be nothing but social, a revolution that was not social could not qualify as a revolution, and a revolution that compromised the social by subjecting it to political considerations compromised itself as a revolution. In an immediate sense, within the historical context in which the revolutionary discourse took shape, this uncompromising insistence on the social disrupted the boundaries of political debate by underlining the limitations, indeed, the ideological oppressiveness of politics against the horizon of the social, against the prospect of total social transformation. Any politics, appeared as so much ideological closure to contain the social. The result was to force the discourse on revolution out of its political boundaries onto the uncertain terrain of the social. Whether they subscribed to anarchist ideas, or even found anything of worth in the anarchist idea of social revolution, all advocates of social revolution in China had to come to terms with this idea of the social. That many also internalized anarchist ideas of the social or social revolution in the process may not be as important as their implicit or explicit admission that these ideas pointed to an irreducible horizon of revolutionary discourse, which could be denied only by resorting to an argument based on necessity, that revolution could succeed historically only by suppressing its historical origins, by containing within politically acceptable limits the vision that was its motivating intention in the first place. The communists admitted to this restriction of vision when they argued against the anarchists that before the social revolutionary ideal could be realized, which was the common goal of both anarchism and Marxism, a political dictatorship of the proletariat must be interposed in the history of revolution, even if it meant a temporary suspension or even betrayal of revolutionary aspirations. So did Sun Yat-sen, who was no anarchist, when he declaimed in 1924 that the ultimate goal of his principle of people's livelihood was communism, and anarchism, although he insisted that people's livelihood must serve as the means to fulfill the goals of revolution. The relegation of anarchism to a distant future rationalized the reassertion of the primacy of politics in the immediate historical context, but not without an acknowledgement that the revolution thus achieved would be an incomplete revolution so long as it did not keep its sight fixed on that future. In a crucial sense, then, anarchism extended the frontiers of revolutionary discourse by pointing to a social project that negated the boundaries established by a political conception of society, and its very presence in the revolutionary discourse rendered problematic any effort toward an ideological closure of the social by the political. Similarly, in historical perspective, recognition of the anarchist presence in revolutionary discourse is a reminder of the ideological appropriation of the discourse on the social as social revolution was harnessed in the service of political goals. This perspective calls into question the claims on history of successful revolutionaries whose success, therefore, may not be viewed simply as a fulfillment of the social aspirations of the revolution but must be understood simultaneously as the suppression, if not the total elimination, of the social imagination that motivated its history. This evaluation of anarchism's significance presupposes a certain conception of the problem of ideology, in this case a specifically socialist ideology that needs to be spelled out briefly before we discuss the concrete contributions of anarchism to revolutionary discourse in China. Of special importance is a distinction I should like to draw between ideology and discourse, a certain way of talking about a specific set of objects. 35. The central problem concerns the relationship of ideology to its broader social and intellectual context. The distinction between ideology and discourse is intended to overcome the dilemma presented by a reductionist conception of ideology, which reduces ideas to expressions of class or other group interests and is the point of departure for most post-Marxist discussion of ideology. If ideas or sentiments are expressions of class or other interests, how do we account for the fact that they are shared widely by those outside of the class or group whose interests they are purported to express? While the debate touched off by this question is too complex for summary here, I think that the answers have unfolded in two broad directions. First is the substitution of a totalistic for a reductionist conception of ideology. The seminal example is to be found in the work of Clifford Geertz, who stresses the integrative function of ideology as a set of symbolic formulations that are shared commonly in a cultural system across class and other partial interests. 36. Second are those attempts to reintroduce into this integrative conception of ideology a critical Marxist perspective by uncovering within the symbolic forms of ideology as a cultural system the patterns of authority and domination that characterize most known social systems, which constitute the ideology. As Paul Ricoeur puts it in a recent work, while ideology serves as the code of interpretation that secures integration, it does so by justifying the present system of authority. 37. This post-Marxist debate has also brought ideology much closer to problems of everyday life and culture by repudiating the reflective notion of ideology implicit in the reductionist base structure model of ideology that renders ideology epiphenomenal to material existence. Ideology is to be sought not in abstract, formally articulated ideas, but in everyday speech and activity. While the debate has repudiated a reductionist Marxist notion of ideology, in other words, it also represents a return to an alternative conception of ideology in the work of Marx implicit in Marx's description of language as practical consciousness. The problem, then, is twofold. 1. How to reconcile the two notions of ideology: the integrative notion that renders ideology as a commonly shared set of symbols and ideas, and the dissimulative notion in which these commonly shared symbols and ideas conceal relationships of power and domination, both of which have compelling plausibility, and 2. Where to look for ideology. An additional problem is that of class, or other social interests. John Thompson has argued that to achieve a genuinely critical conception of ideology, it is necessary to reintroduce class into the discussion. 38. It is fair to say, I think, that Ricoeur, for example, while he restores the relationship between ideology and power in pointing out that ideology as a cultural system also justifies the present system of authority, does not make the issue of class or social interest a central concern of his analysis. This not only ignores how the structure of social interests in different contexts impinges upon the particular forms assumed by the structure of authority and, therefore, of ideology, but, even more serious, renders ideology into a seamless entity against a conception of it as an arena of conflict between social interests who share in the ideology and also seek to interpret, or appropriate, it in accordance with their own interests. It is curious that Ricoeur's discussion of ideology, while comprehensive, ignores the work of the one Marxist thinker whose work not only foreshadowed many of these problems but also has had enormous influence in shaping recent conceptualizations of ideology, Antonio Gramsci, whose concept of hegemony sought to account for ideology not only in its double sense of integration and dissimulation, but also as conflict between different social interests, whereby these interests, primarily classes in his presentation, sought to appropriate a common ideology. The Gramscian notion of hegemony, while it points to conflict as a permanent condition of all class society, is particularly important for dealing with revolutionary situations when conflict, including the conflict over language, assumes an acute form, when the challenge to the existing system of authority presupposes for its success the appropriation of hegemony by revolutionaries, whereby they assimilate to their own ideology the interests of classes and groups outside of their own class. 39. From this brief discussion we may infer that in confronting the problem of ideology, we need to account for two questions: 1. Ideology as the articulation of class or other social interests; 2. Ideology as the articulation of a broader system of authority structured by the interaction of these more narrow interests from which ideology as an integrative cultural system derives its form. Because of the confusion created by the application of the term ideology to both these articulations, which are related and yet distinct, I would describe the latter as discourse and reserve ideology for the former. Discourse, a way of thinking and talking about things, common to society as a whole and evident at the most basic level in everyday speech and culture, is integrative because of a common language and also dissimulative because embedded in the common language are relationships of power and domination. As Michel Foucault and Raymond Williams have reminded us, it is also, therefore, the arena for ideological conflict whereby different social groups seek to assimilate the discourse to their own way of life and interests. 40. This appropriation of discourse is where ideology becomes manifest as a social and historical phenomenon. As Harry Harutunian has put it, in reference to the unfolding of nativism in Japan, when the interaction of knowledge and interest displaced base/superstructure, form and content, knowledge, or discourse, a certain way of talking about a specific set of objects became ideological. 41. The procedure is one that Frederick Jameson has described as a strategy of containment, which he perceives as the goal of ideological activity. 42. In other words, the ideological appropriation of discourse appears as a containment of the discourse in accordance with specific social interests or outlooks. Containment is also primarily a procedure of exclusion, a silencing of those elements of the discourse that are inimical to the interests of the group. But it may also mean, I suggest, a rearrangement of the terms of the discourse so as to define its priorities in keeping with such interests. The critical conception of ideology, which has evolved out of analysis of the use of ideology within the context of established systems, capitalism in particular, to perpetuate the system, is equally applicable, I think, to the problem of ideology in socialism as a radical movement, as intimated in the distinction I have drawn with reference to the socialist movement in China between revolutionary discourse and ideology. The discourse is what socialist revolutionaries, and not just socialist revolutionaries, shared in common. The discourse on the social, as I have already observed, drew on disparate ideological sources in European socialism, even on liberal ideologies that sought to come to terms with the socialist challenge, from which China's first socialists drew their inspiration. Nevertheless, within the revolutionary movement in China, these ideological sources were integrated, however uneasily, into the language of a common discourse on revolution, and this explains the overlap between otherwise conflicting notions of the social. For the same reason, we may also view the efforts of different groups of revolutionaries, anarchists, Bolsheviks, Kuomintang socialists, among others, to appropriate the discourse, a way of talking about social revolution, as alternative strategies of containment, as different ways of interpreting the discourse by rearranging its terms, through which they sought to constitute the problem of social revolution in accordance with their political and organizational interests, which in turn were conceived in relationship to broader national and social interests. The process of ideological appropriation ultimately involved the question of hegemony over the revolutionary movement. While the importance of revolutionary hegemony for revolutionary success is self-evident, the critical question for the future of revolution is whether hegemony is more desirable because it is revolutionary, especially since revolution, if successful, establishes itself as a new order. Is it not likely that a revolution that takes as its premise the hegemony of revolutionaries will result in a new structure of authority, reproducing in its very hegemony that hidden relationship between ideology and power to overthrow which was the goal of revolution in the first place, against which the only guarantee is the goodwill of the revolutionaries or their claim to a scientific discovery of the path to liberation? Is this not the point in revolutionary discourse at which revolution, which seeks to dispose of ideology, itself becomes ideological because it dissimulates in its discourse its relationship to power? At its most basic, anarchism in China derived its significance from the fact that anarchists were the only ones among social revolutionaries to raise these questions consistently. Their insistence that revolution could not achieve its goals through methods contrary to its aspirations was a constant reminder of this basic problem of revolutionary discourse. The questions offer a critical perspective on the course the revolutionary movement would eventually take in China. They also remind us of the links between the Chinese revolutionary movement and the most fundamental problems of revolutionary discourse in general. In one sense, anarchists were as ideological as any of their social revolutionary competitors. They not only sought to adjust their conception of social revolution to the exigencies of power in China, with the consequent suspension of their own revolutionary premises, but in some cases displayed considerable ideological opportunism in doing so. Some of the major figures in Chinese anarchism were also members of political parties, in particular the Kuomintang, betraying in practice their formal repudiation of politics. Worse, they were willing to instrumentalize anarchism in the service of political power. More fundamentally, in claiming for anarchism the status of scientific truth, following Kropotkin, anarchists, like their counterparts in the social revolutionary movement, sought to appropriate the discourse on the social for anarchism, thereby excluding from consideration crucial issues of social revolution. If they were not successful in doing so, it was because their organizational diffuseness undercut their efforts to formulate a coherent strategy of containment, which ideological appropriation of the discourse presupposed. And yet this inability to appropriate the discourse by containing it was not accidental, or the product of intellectual failure, but the result of a conscious refusal to do so, which was bound up with the most fundamental premises of anarchism, which were deconstructive rather than reconstructive. It is this other, deconstructive, aspect of anarchism, which has been suppressed in historical memory, that points to its significance in the discourse on revolution. My concern here is not to chronicle what the anarchists achieved or did not achieve, or to evaluate their sincerity in upholding the ideas they professed, but to recall from the history of anarchism the anarchist critique of ideology and its implications for revolutionary discourse. Although of considerable significance both in its immediate context and in the themes it contributed to the Chinese Revolution, anarchism from a political perspective was in the long run irrelevant, and it can be dismissed as a transient intellectual fad that owed its passing popularity to a naive utopianism that prevailed for a brief revolutionary period. It is precisely this issue of the sufficiency of a political perspective on revolution that anarchism raised, however, by uncompromisingly repudiating politics and pointing to the realm of the social as the only proper object of revolutionary discourse. In doing so, anarchists opened up a perspective on revolution that was foreclosed by the political and suppressed even in the thinking of revolutionaries, who insisted on a social revolution but could not conceive of the social apart from the political tasks of revolution. To affirm the fundamental significance of anarchism in revolutionary discourse is not to privilege anarchism per se, but to reaffirm the indispensability of an anti-political conception of society in raising fundamental questions about the nature of domination and oppression, which are otherwise excluded from both the analysis of ideology and historical analysis in general. In declaring politics all politics, including revolutionary politics to be inimical to the cause of an authentic social revolution, anarchists pointed to the politicization of the social as an ideological closure that not only disguised the fact that revolutionary hegemony itself presupposed a structure of authority that contradicted its own goals, but also covered up areas of social oppression that were not immediately visible in the realm of politics. The family and gender oppression were their primary concerns. More fundamental anarchists explained that the revolutionary urge to restore political order was a consequence of the naturalization of politics, the inability, therefore, to imagine society without politics as one of the most deeply ingrained ideological habits that perpetuated relations of domination in society. The explanation moved them past the realm of ideology to the realm of social discourses as the location for habits of authority and submission that sustained both political and social oppression. Hence in the anarchist argument the project of social revolution was inextricably bound up with cultural revolution, rather than a political revolution. As with their competitors, the goal of revolution was, at its most fundamental, to transform the social discourses that constituted society on a daily basis. 43. The eradication of habits of authority and submission from social discourses was the key to achieving the liberating promise of the revolutionary project. The way anarchists conceived it, the goal of revolution was not to create a new hegemony, which implied the continuation of social division and conflict, but to abolish altogether the notion of hegemony. They saw social division as the consequence of structures of authority that distorted the natural propensity of human beings to cooperation and sociability. The elimination of authority would, therefore, eradicate social division as well. Revolution was not just a liberating project. In eliminating ideology from social discourse, it would also create the conditions for human integration on a new basis of equality. The affinity of the anarchist perspective on the social with that underlying post-Marxist criticism of ideology implies only equivalence, not sameness. To suggest otherwise would be not only reductionist but also circular. Each nevertheless has something to tell us about the other. So long as Marxism is bound to premises of economic determination or to a political project that makes class the central datum of history, it views anarchism as a vacuous utopianism that has little to say about the processes of revolution. Utopianism is not to be dismissed so cavalierly, for it may have something essential to say about revolution. Reflecting on the meaning of the term nowhere, Ricoeur has observed recently that perhaps a fundamental structure of the reflexivity we may apply to our social roles is the ability to conceive of an empty place from which to look at ourselves. 44. To conceive the possibility of a nowhere implies an ability to free social imagination, and does not revolution negate its own undertaking when it denies this freedom? But anarchism was not merely utopian and appears so only because it is weakly theorized. Anarchists rested their case on the assumption of the natural sociability of human beings, therefore, they took social division and conflict to be a consequence of the distortion of humanity by structures of authority. The task of social, and therefore cultural, revolution was to peel off layers of accumulated oppression to reveal the human core within, and to create the social conditions that would enable humanity to realize its natural propensity to cooperation. Cultural revolution was the key to restoring to humanity consciousness of its essential nature. The anarchist argument proceeded less by social analysis than by analogy between nature and society, which obviated the need for extensive theorization. Nevertheless, because anarchists took nature rather than society as the point of departure for their criticism of power and authority, they had a more comprehensive grasp than their Marxist competitors of the problem of oppression. For rather than seek out key social relationships or institutions as explanations for power, they focused on the social totality as the realm of oppression. All social relationships were artifices of power and, therefore, equally complicit in oppression, even though the state as the embodiment of the social totality had a particularly important role to play in perpetuating the structure of authority. Hence their appreciation of social discourses as the ultimate realm of authority, because the social totality drew its plausibility from the reproduction of structures of authority and submission in quotidian encounters. The apparently metaphysical juxtaposition of nature and society became in the process the source of a comprehensive social criticism, including the criticism of society for its antagonism to its natural roots. It is also true, however, that this criticism was buried within moralistic protests against society for its deviation from nature, and in the absence of a rigorous theoretical elaboration of their insights, Anarchists suffered from a social ambiguity that in practice frustrated their efforts to agree upon procedures of revolutionary activity and made anarchism a gathering place for the socially disaffected, ranging from the most serious advocates of radical change to atavistic nihilists in personal rebellion against society. Ironically, it is the highly rigorous and complex theoretical procedures of post-Marxist criticism of ideology, much of which draws upon Marxism, that enables us to grasp the theoretical import of the anarchist argument. Anarchism in turn may help us grasp the social and political conditions that have made this criticism possible. From an anarchist perspective, Marxism in its political guises appears as another form of ideological closure on the social, not only incapable of grasping the anarchist argument but inimical to it. The very affinity of post-Marxist criticism of ideology with the anarchist perspective, which enables it to grasp the significance of the latter, may suggest that it has brought Marxism closer to anarchism, not in a formal sense, for it draws on diverse intellectual sources and is informed by the history of Marxism since Marx, but in prying open this ideological closure that long has cut off the Marxist idea of the social from that of anarchism. Two developments in particular have been of the utmost importance. First is the reopening of the question of the relationship between politics and society in response to the political experiences of Marxist-led revolutions, which have not fulfilled their liberating promise. The second is the intrusion upon the consciousness of oppression of a whole set of problems that are not readily reducible to class oppression, the increasing importance, in other words, of forms of oppression that have come to overshadow class oppression. That these developments have revived interest in anarchism is not to be disputed, as the following statement by a contemporary ecofeminist illustrates: many of us who began the ecofeminist movement were strongly influenced by anarchism, and accepted the anarchist critique of Marxism, for its economism, opportunism, anti-ecological viewpoints, and a radical separation of means and ends. 45. The question is whether the reintroduction of anarchism offers anything in the way of a better grasp of the post-Marxist criticism of ideology and power. This question may be answered in the negative, for it is possible to argue that the Marxist tradition contains within it all that is necessary for a critique of the historical unfolding of Marxism, to pry open the ideological closure that historical Marxism has imposed upon the discourse in Marx's texts. It is arguable that Marx himself did not hold a reductionist concept of ideology that reduced ideology to class interest, but rather perceived it in its discursive guise, for example, language as practical consciousness, in everyday relations of domination that took a different form within the context of different social relationships. It is also arguable that Marxism itself is a discourse on the social, which not only gave priority to the social over the political but also shared with anarchism the common goal of abolishing politics. Certainly in the revolutionary discourse in China there were broad areas of overlap between anarchist and Marxist conceptions of the social and social revolution that make it difficult to identify some ideas as Marxist or anarchist. This strategy of privileging text over history, and certain parts of the text over others, however, disguises in its references to the text its own interpretive undertaking, which is informed by its own historical situation. While it is indeed necessary to separate Marx from subsequent Marxist traditions, which is but a recognition of their historical situations, to portray the latter as denials of Marx or deviations from an authentic Marxism is to deny the multiplicity of interpretations that Marx's texts offer. Leninism may not be a necessary product of Marxism, but as Lenin himself understood, it is one possible product. Likewise, to suggest that Marx had anticipated in his texts the discursive assumptions of post-Marxist criticism of ideology is to draw attention to those aspects of his texts against others that yield different conclusions. If we examine the relationship between anarchism and Marxism from this perspective, it is possible to argue that while Marxism and anarchism may coincide on certain basic issues, Marxism calls for a different arrangement of the elements of the discourse on social revolution than does anarchism, that even as Marx recognized the multifaceted character of domination he assigned the strategic priorities of revolution differently, with a primary emphasis on class, and assigned to politics a central part in revolution, which together endow Marxism with an ideological visage different from anarchism. The same Marx who recognized language as practical consciousness, who found in the Paris Commune a paradigm of democratic revolution, as did the anarchists, and who looked to the abolition of the state as the ultimate goal of revolution, could say of Bakunin that this ass cannot even understand that any class movement, as such, is necessarily a political movement. 46. Even more fundamental, it is necessary to remember that whereas Kropotkin, the major source of anarchist theoretical discourse, composed his mutual aid to disprove Darwinian notions about nature and society, Marx found in Darwin a confirmation of the scientificity of his social theory. Unlike the anarchist repudiation of social division and conflict, the point of departure for Marxism is the social system as a realm of conflict, which is to be comprehended not in contrasts with nature but by reference to its own history. Power, instead of being an unnatural intrusion upon society of something that is extrinsic to it, is an instrument of social conflict that may be understood only historically, in the different forms it assumes in different historical contexts. To moralize against it, or even to speak of it, is meaningless, therefore, except in relation to its social context. Until conflict has been eliminated from the social system, which requires abolition of social interests embedded in economic organization, whose agent is to be the proletariat, power may have an integrative role to play in society, which may otherwise break apart under the pressure of conflicting social interests. Unlike the anarchist argument where liberation, the abolition of power, and integration appear as parts of the same process, Marxist revolutionary strategy sets them apart in the immediate future of revolution in antagonism to one another. Power is necessary to secure the integration that liberation threatens. The immediate problem, therefore, is not to abolish power but to reorganize it in order to achieve its ultimate abolition. Hence, whereas the anarchist problematic of social revolution was shaped by the problem of cultural revolution, the transformation of social discourses, Marxism has placed the primary emphasis on the restructuring of power, to which the transformation of class relationships is essential. The need to restructure power, as the point of departure for theoretical activity, accounts for the complexity of Marxist and post-Marxist criticism of ideology, which has a much more sophisticated appreciation of the relationship between power and ideology than the anarchists had, with their propensity to dismiss the problems it presents because they were interested mainly in abolishing power, not restructuring it, which they thought could be achieved through cultural revolution. Ironically, as Marxism has gained in complexity with the problematization of politics and a consequent recognition of power as a problem not merely of politics or class but rather of culture, in the sense of culture as social discourse, it has moved once again closer to the anarchist criticism of power as an endowment of the structure of authority of the social totality. Anarchism helps us understand why. The ideological closure implicit in a political or class-based notion of social revolution also implied, as anarchists insisted, a reproduction in different guise of the structures of authority that the revolution sought to abolish. The disintegration of these conceptions in post-Marxist criticism of ideology has opened up this closure and turned attention to the social totality as the realm of authority. The deconstructive consequences of this disintegration recalls the deconstructive implications of the anarchist insistence on the social against the political. This does not mean that anarchism and Marxism have become one, but it is not incidental that the deconstruction has returned Marxism to those texts of Marx that have the most in common with anarchism. My reading of Chinese anarchism in the following pages then is guided by two considerations beyond the historical. Within the specifically Chinese context, anarchists demand our attention, not for who they were or what they accomplished, but because against revolutionary strategies that presupposed a necessary compromise of revolutionary goals in order to confront the exigencies of immediate necessity, they reaffirmed a revolutionary consciousness, or should we say, conscience, that provides an indispensable critical perspective from the left on the unfolding of the Chinese Revolution. Second, though the Chinese anarchists are remote in time or space, although not so remote as they once seemed, what they had to say about revolution in one of the most important revolutionary historical contexts of the 20th century may have much to tell us about revolution at a time when the crisis of socialism, and society, is deeper than ever, or at least as deep as it has ever been. Chapter 2. Nationalism, Utopianism, and Revolutionary Politics. Anarchist themes in the early Chinese revolutionary movement. Anarchism appeared in China at a moment of national crisis. In 19,067 Chinese intellectuals abroad established two societies, within months of each other, devoted to the propagation of anarchism, one in Paris, the other in Tokyo. At a time when a revolutionary discourse was taking shape, with origins in a new national consciousness, the anarchism these societies promoted introduced into the discourse dissonant themes that would have a lasting effect. In spite of their basic conflict with nationalist goals, these themes would display a remarkable staying power in the revolutionary discourse fueled by the pursuit of political forms to give coherence to a nation in the making. Their echoes are audible to this day as the pursuit continues. The receptivity to anarchism at a moment of nascent national consciousness seems anomalous. Mainstream Chinese political thinking during the first decade of the century revolved around the question of how to make China into a nation, to forge a cohesive political system out of the loosely organized power structure of a bureaucratic monarchy, and to ward off the threat to the country's existence in a new world where the competition for power of expansive nation-states promised to consume those societies unable to emulate their example. The urgent questions of the day were what to do with the alien Manchu dynasty that continued to rule the majority Han people that constituted China and seemed to be less concerned with the nation's welfare than with its own, how to transform the political system so as to extend political participation to larger numbers of Chinese in order to secure the people's loyalty to the state, and how to develop the country economically to establish a material foundation for national strength and the conditions for political sovereignty in a world where national political power seemed to be contingent upon the control of global economic resources. The pursuit of national wealth and power seemed to rule the world. The static society of China must be dynamized by this same pursuit if it was to survive and reassert the glory to which it was entitled by a glorious past. 47 Building a nation was essential to this end. The very presence of anarchism in Chinese thought might be taken as evidence that these concerns were not shared as widely as they first appear to be were it not for the fact that anarchists themselves were intimately involved with the revolutionary movement nationalism spawned, and anarchist ideas first made their appearance within a new discourse that took as its point of departure China's reconstitution as a nation. Rather, the anarchist presence suggests that this discourse is not reducible to a one-dimensional defensive or parochial search for wealth and power, that it was multidimensional in the possibilities it produced including, ultimately, the negation of the premise that lay at its origins which made it authentically revolutionary. It is not in the immediate political concerns of Chinese nationalism, but rather in the intellectual problematic the new national consciousness, or consciousness of the nation, presented, that we must seek for clues to why anarchism, despite its basic contradiction of nationalist goals, acquired a significant place in intellectual discourse. This new consciousness was to play a crucial part in the articulation, in the words of Thomas Metzger, of a modern Chinese intellectual problematique. 48 This is not to suggest that modern Chinese thought is but an account of the problems presented by national consciousness, or that all problems of Chinese thought from this point on must be referred back to a national consciousness and the political questions it raised. In his recent study of Chinese intellectuals at the turn of the century, Chang Hao has argued plausibly against the limitations of an exclusively political formulation of the problems that faced Chinese intellectuals, which were not just political, social, or even broadly cultural but ethical and existential as well. 49 Metzger shares Chang Hao's view in his identification as a central concern of modern Chinese thought the establishment of a moral language with which to envisage the good society. 50. At its broadest, this problematic entailed the reconstitution of both self and society in a discourse of modernity, which called forth questions not only of social and political form but, ultimately, of the meaning and ends of individual existence. The intellectual and ethical postulates of modernity, which forced themselves on the consciousness of Chinese intellectuals in the encounter with the West, were to provoke a rethinking of received traditions in their totality in the new possibilities they suggested. While Chinese intellectuals have continued over the years to draw upon these traditions as a source for an autonomous critique of Euro-American modernism, they have been able to do so only by rephrasing earlier problems in a new discourse that is unmistakably modern in its premises and sensibilities, even where the answers are old. The questions that produced them have been phrased in the problematic of a new historical situation. The problem was especially acute for the first generation of intellectuals to become conscious of this new historical situation, who, as products of a received ethos, had to remake themselves in the very process of reconstituting the problematic of Chinese thought. Anarchism, as we shall see, was a product of this situation. The answers it offered to this new problematic were not just social and political but sought to confront in novel ways its demands in their existential totality. At the same time, especially in the case of the first generation of anarchists, these answers were couched in a moral language that rephrased received ethical concepts in a new discourse of modernity. Although this new intellectual problematique is not to be reduced to the problem of national consciousness, that problem was important in its formulation, in two ways. First, essential to the new problematic is the question of China's place in the world and its relationship to the past, which found expression most concretely in problems created by the new national consciousness. Second, national consciousness raised questions about social relationships, ultimately at the level of the relationship between the individual and society, which were to provide the framework for, and in some ways also contained, the redefinition of even existential questions. For the universalistically oriented among Chinese intellectuals, consciousness of the nation created some discomfort, which was to serve as a source of existential problems as well as of an urge to transcend the limitations imposed by national consciousness. I will also argue that nationalism itself pointed to a new kind of universalism that pushed against the boundaries imposed by a national reorganization of society. In either case, this new consciousness provided the premise even of its own negation. This was true as well of the anarchists who took national consciousness as the greatest obstacle to the realization of the kind of society they advocated. Perhaps more important, the new discourse that emerged at the turn of the century coalesced around the problem of national consciousness, which, therefore, provided the conceptual conditions of the discourse, and delineated for those who were uncomfortable with the new national consciousness the ideological horizon they would have to transcend in order to overcome the limitations it established. My concern is not with the alternative directions nationalism assumed in China from the very beginning, but rather with identifying the terms of the problematic it produced, which was to provide the discursive context within which consciously anarchist ideas first made their appearance in Chinese thought. Nationalism and revolution, global consciousness and the reconceptualization of political space. To see Chinese nationalism only in its immediate political aspirations is to see only part of it and to ignore a new global consciousness that was its precondition and a new consciousness of political space that informed it. Nationalism as a political ideology may be most striking for its exclusionary parochialism, for the physical and ideological boundaries it seeks to establish to separate those within the nation from those without. In the face it presents to the outside, it may be no different than other forms of parochialism except in the scope of the territory it claims for itself. Nationalism, however, is also a revolutionary political ideology that is unmistakably modern in its premises concerning global organization, externally, and political space, internally. Internally, it presupposes a new conception of political space, which is reorganized to bring the state closer to the society over which it rules, for the nation-state claims legitimacy not in some external source but in its ability to represent the nation, which inexorably entitles those who constitute the nation to make claims upon the state, for they are no longer merely subjects but citizens. Externally, by its very logic if in spite of itself, nationalist consciousness extends the same entitlement to others, who are perceived no longer merely as aggregates of people but as other nations, and who are therefore entitled to their own claims upon their political fate, and a state of their own to realize that fate. As Liang Qiqiao wrote in 1901, nationalism is the most promising, upright, and unbiased idea in the world. It does not allow other people to infringe my freedom, nor does it let me impose on other people. 51. Imagined the national community may be, as Benedict Anderson has argued 52, but it may be all the more revolutionary for being imaginary, for nationalist political ideology since its origins in Europe in the 16th and 17th centuries has called forth the reorganization of societies globally into nations. This in turn has provoked a revolutionary reconceptualization of political legitimacy and a reconstitution of political space internally to create nations. We need only to remember that over the last 2 centuries, even the most despotic states have excused their despotism by recourse to national interest, which those who have struggled against despotism have countered by asserting their rights as citizens and alternative conceptions of national interest. Such a change of consciousness accompanied the articulation of a nationalist political ideology in China at the turn of the century. If we perceive nationalism in terms of its global revolutionary premises rather than its parochial manifestations, it is not surprising that the first Chinese to raise the question of China's reorganization as a nation were not the conservative defenders of the Confucian political order, who continued to insist that China was a world unto itself and that the Chinese world contained all the necessary institutions for a civilized world. They were those Chinese who, having discovered other societies with their own institutions, were willing to recognize alternative claims to civilization, and even that those claims were more suitable to the age than the claims of the Confucian political order, which had been designed for circumstances when China's civilization had no competitors. 53 Once the rude shock of military defeat by European powers had been overcome, and Chinese intellectuals had acquired some familiarity with Europeans in China, especially through direct contact with European societies in the 1870s and 1880s, some at least were willing to recognize that the Europeans' strength resided not just in superior weapons or military power but in their political and economic institutions. They may have been interested primarily in uncovering the secret of the wealth and power of Europeans, but what is important is that they were willing to recognize the institutions they discovered as the keys to wealth and power, not as the fortuitous products of barbaric societies, but as the very endowments of an alternative civilization with its own claims to history. What impressed them most about this civilization was its dynamism, which rested upon a close relationship between rulers and ruled, which accounted for the responsiveness of the rulers to the ruled and the willingness of the ruled to make common cause with their rulers. The new consciousness of the globe lies at the origins of the emergence of a national consciousness in China with varied responses. For those committed to the existing order, nationalism took the form of strengthening existing institutions to ward off the challenge presented by these alternative models of civilization. This response implied the closing off of the New World in a parochial reaffirmation of the superiority or sufficiency of the ideological basis of Chinese civilization, which needed little from the outside world except those techniques that might contribute to strengthening native institutions. The radical alternative came from those who felt uncomfortable with the parochialism of a politics that took the nation as its own end. This response took the form of projecting upon the new global situation a native idealism and utopianism that now took the nation as its point of departure, but perceived in the future the realization of universal ideals, which had formerly taken Chinese society as their locus but in the new consciousness became attributes of a society conceived globally. The inscribing of native ideals, predominantly Confucian and Buddhist in origins, upon the new global situation expressed a new cosmopolitanism that would ultimately rephrase those ideals in the language of a global political discourse. In an immediate sense, this new cosmopolitanism had 2 implications: 1, bringing a new sense of space and time into the discourse on ideal society, and 2, incorporating into the procedures for achieving an ideal society lessons learned from the experiences of others, with the consequence that the emerging revolutionary discourse extended to the past its cosmopolitan vision of the future and drew upon the pasts of other societies as much as on China's past in charting a future course. The recognition of alternative claims to civilization, as Joseph Levinson has argued, meant the inevitable shrinking of Confucian claims to possession of the civilization. Chinese civilization was only one among others, and not necessarily the one best suited to survival in the contemporary world. 54 Survival, indeed, demanded reconstitution of that civilization institutionally and ideologically, which meant remaking China from a universal empire into a nation. For that is what the new models of wealth and power implied, states that derived their legitimacy not from a higher power or an abstract morality but from their representation of their constituents, and people who for the same reason were committed to national goals. The shrinking of the Chinese world, implicit in the recognition of the historical legitimacy of other civilizations, was accompanied by a sharp awareness that, if China was to survive and flourish under such novel circumstances, Chinese politics must be reorganized in accordance with the models provided by these civilizations. Nationalism as it emerged in China was intended to ward off the threat to China's existence, but in its very premises it presupposed the recognition of the claims of that world, not that it would be closed off. And it was revolutionary because entry into the world called for the recognition of China as a political entity that was its own end rather than an institutional complex that expressed transcendental norms. Such recognition required a shift in the tasks of politics from preserving the purity of inherited institutions to preserving the territory and the people that constituted the nation, which could be accomplished only by bringing the people into politics. 55 Those who first spoke timidly of other civilizations in the 1880s were hounded out of office by their fellow Confucians. Within years, a revolutionary movement was underway that called for a republican reorganization of China, to which Manchu rule was unacceptable because one nationality must not be subject to rule by another. National consciousness was revolutionary at the turn of the century because it compelled Chinese intellectuals, in the words of Chang Hao, to do something they probably had not done since the axial age of the late Zhou, namely, to re-examine the institutional foundation of the Chinese socio-political order. 56 Examination of the intellectual premises of the new national consciousness reveals that the revolution in Chinese political consciousness extended beyond the re-examination of the institutional foundation of the Chinese socio-political order, and implied a transformation in the spatial and temporal conditions of politics. In his autobiography at 30, Liang Qiqiao, prominent reformer and intellectual clearinghouse for his generation 57 who would do more than any of his contemporaries to articulate the new conception of the nation, wrote, I was born January 26 of the 12th year of Tongzi, 1873, 10 years after the Taiping Kingdom was defeated in Jinling, Nanjing, 1 year after the Qing scholar Zheng Qiuavan died, 3 years after the Franco-Prussian War, and the year that Italy became a nation in Rome. When I was a month old, my grandmother Li died. 58. The statement is remarkable for the new sense of space and time that informs it. Unlike earlier authors, but like his contemporaries, Liang took as the reference for his autobiography not just events in China but worldwide events. This consciousness at the personal level was paralleled at the political level by an incipient awareness that China was no longer the world, but part of a larger world. The same awareness was reflected in the transformation of historical consciousness, that Chinese history, once taken to be the history of civilization, was little more than the history of one civilization among many, and, judging by contemporary results, it was not a history of success. It was urgent to relocate Chinese history in world history and to transform China accordingly, if Chinese society was to be guaranteed a future. Historians long have noted the crisis in Chinese consciousness created by this realization, and the contradiction that it created for Chinese intellectuals, that in order to ward off the Euro-American powers that threatened the existence of Chinese society, China must adopt the ways of the very powers that threatened it. The repeated defeat of China at the hands of these powers confirmed for Chinese the predictions of the social Darwinian ideology that entered Chinese thinking at about the same time, that only those nations would survive that could adjust to the demands of the contemporary world. Hence the Chinese Revolution appears from its origins in its defensive motivations, as a means to guarantee China's survival in a world of competition and conflict. Chinese internationalism, the willingness to adopt Western ways, appears accordingly as part of this strategy of survival. While the validity of this view is not to be denied, it is somewhat one-sided. If Chinese nationalism did not mean merely closing out the world, but presupposed for its very emergence a new sense of time and space, it becomes possible to comprehend another phenomenon that accompanied the first stirrings of national consciousness, an internationalist utopianism. Charlotte Firth has noted the appearance of a pervasive utopianism in Chinese thinking at the turn of the century. 59. This utopianism, though expressed in a native vocabulary that owed much to Confucianism and Buddhism, was the counterpoint to the new national consciousness and expressed hopes in a new China, in Xiaokong Chuan's felicitous words, in a new world. 60. The ideal of world unity, once encompassed within the claims to universality of Chinese civilization but no longer contained within the conception of a spatially and temporally limited Chinese nation, was now projected upon the new world of nations as a historical project in whose realization China was to be a participant. It may not be coincidental that Kang Youwei, the leader of the first serious reform movement in modern China in 1898, who in the name of national survival mounted the fatal challenge to the claim to universality of the Confucian imperial order, should also have authored a utopian treatise, the Book of Great Unity, Da Tuong Shu, which depicted the material and moral features of a future society that had once again transcended nationalism. 61 Kang's Society of Great Unity represented the final stage of human progress, following stages of familism and nationalism, in that order. The utopia drew its name and virtues from a native Chinese utopian tradition, but already its inspiration came from the future, moreover, that transcended China's own world and took as its scope the global society of which China had just become an integral part. What is most significant here is that the very condition that necessitated the redefinition of China as a nation in a world of nations elicited as its dialectical counterpoint a new vision of a world in which nations would once again disappear and humankind would discover a world of unity. Others were to follow Kang. The urge to a new universalism was also expressed at about the turn of the century in a Buddhist revival, as well as in the universalization of Confucian values, which were alienated from their association with institutions particular to the Confucian socio-political order to become potential endowments of humanity as a whole. Within the context of this utopianism that was its dialectical counterpoint, the emerging Chinese national consciousness appears not merely as a defensive parochialism, but as a step in an idealistic project whose ultimate goal was the transformation of humanity globally. China, moreover, must participate in this global project, not just as its object but as a subject that had much to contribute to its realization. The utopianism hinted at a discomfort with nationalism as an end in itself, and it was this discomfort that was revolutionary, for it looked beyond the achievement of national goals to a global transformation. Kang Youwei, whose reinterpretation of Confucianism was to establish the intellectual premises of nationalist ideology, nevertheless expressed in his utopia a profound discomfort with all institutions that divided people from one another, including nationalism, to which he traced the causes of human suffering. The discomfort was not his alone. Kang's disciple Tan Sitong expressed it even more cogently in a statement that may well be taken as a prelude to the anarchist resolution of the problem. The earth must be governed in such a way that there is only one world but no states. To enable everybody to enjoy freedom, people would not have to belong to any state. If there were no states, there would not be any boundaries, wars, suspicion, jealousy, power struggles, distinction between the self and others, and equality would emerge. Even if the world exists, it would be as if there were no world at all. When rulers are all deposed, then there will be equality between the higher and lower. When universal principles are followed, then there will be equality between the rich and the poor. For thousands and thousands of miles, the entire world will be like one family, one man. Homes will be looked upon as guest houses, and people, as compatriots. There will be no need for fathers to apply their paternal love, and for sons to exercise their filial piety. Elder and younger brothers can forget about their friendly respect, and husbands and wives their mutual harmony. It would be like the man mentioned in a Western storybook, who wakes up after dreaming for 100 years, and finds that the atmosphere of one world is almost like that described in the chapter on the evolution of rights in the Book of Rights. 62. Tan's book was named after the central virtue of Confucianism, humaneness, Ren, and he drew heavily on Buddhist ideals in describing his vision of the future. He also establishes an equality here between the ideal of great unity, Da Tuong, in the Book of Rights and what would appear to be a reference to Edward Bellamy's Looking Backward. He was one of the first martyrs of the Chinese Revolution. 63. This utopian dimension to Chinese nationalism suggests one reason why anarchism, for all its opposition to nationalism, found a receptive audience in China in the midst of a tide of nationalism. Another reason lies in the questions raised by the nationalist demand to bring state and society closer in the reorganization of Chinese politics. Here, too, the problem must be perceived in ways more complex than is allowed for in the interpretation of Chinese nationalism merely as a quest for wealth and power. In practical terms, the most conspicuous aspect of the urge to remake China as a nation was to find ways to bring society close to the state so as to motivate the people to pursue national goals actively. Chinese thinkers at the turn of the century believed that through centuries of political rule that had denied popular political participation, the people had become passive subjects who cared little for the fate of the nation as a whole. In advocating greater political participation, their immediate goal was not to make the state an instrument of social interests, or to foment conflict between state and society, but to unify the two into a whole, capable of acting as one. Liang Qiqiao, who enunciated this problem most clearly, conceived of the nation, in the words of Chang Hao, as a moral Gemeinschaft, which in turn presupposed an organic conception of the relationship between state and society. 64. Once again, while this view of initial nationalist aspirations, a continuing problem of Chinese politics, is valid, it is only part of a complex picture. The questions raised by nationalism also legitimized division in a political system that had hitherto refused to address as legitimate the question of social interest. Specifically, if nationalism presupposed a state that represented the interests of the nation, how was it to be determined that the state did indeed represent the nation's interests? Even if the state could be made to represent the nation, how were those interests to be determined, since the nation itself was a composite of social relationships that articulated divergent, and conflicting, social interests? I suggest that the nationalist demand for the reorganization of political space in the first decade of the century, in giving rise to such questions, represented the emergence of politics in China by transforming a ritual conception of political order as the administration of society into a political conception where order was to be created out of the harmonizing of conflicting interests between state and society, as well as of divergent social interests. Liang Qiqiao's was one solution among others, one that sought to resolve the predicament created by nationalism by asserting the priority of the nation conceived as an organic entity. In practice, however, the question of legitimacy raised by the new nationalist conception of China produced, almost immediately, social and political conflicts, which found expression in divergent conceptions of the nation. Given a situation where the ruling dynasty was ethnically different from the majority of the population, the legitimacy of the state came under attack first from those preoccupied with the fate of the nation, and quickly turned into a critique of despotism in general. In other words, an assertion of the rights of society against the state. It was accompanied almost immediately by conflicts over who was to be included in the new political arrangement and whose interests were to take priority in the definition of national interest. By 1905, against Liang Qiqiao's pleas for organic national unity, the Revolutionary Alliance, Tongmenghui, under the leadership of Sun Yat-sen, had already incorporated in its Republican program a call for social revolution, to safeguard the interests of the majority against the minority of economic and political power holders. The following year, anarchists would propose their own version of social revolution, this time intended not as the basis for a new state but against the state and politics in general. In raising the question of the relationship between state and society, the nationalist argument, contrary to its intentions, also raised the possibility of opposition between state and society. The state, now dependent for its legitimacy on its ability to represent the nation, could no longer identify the latter with its own will. The same argument legitimized the right of revolutionaries to speak against the state in ways that had been impossible so long as the Chinese order had refused to recognize society as an autonomous source of political legitimacy. The problem of state and society appeared at the level of the individual as a problem of morality, public morality, gongd, versus private morality, side. The nationalist problematic was to give a new twist to this long-standing problem in Chinese political thought. The problem was how to reconcile a private morality, expressed in personal relationships and loyalties, with a public morality, expressed in obligations to a more abstract political order. Political orthodoxy in China, following the injunction in the canonical text The Great Learning, presented the relationship as a continuum. The perfection of private morality was a prerequisite to, and found its fulfillment in, the achievement of public morality. Politics did not always live up to its own ideological premises, however, and Confucian theorists were always acutely aware of the potential conflict between private and public, between particularistic loyalties and the universalistic obligations necessary to the sustenance of public order. Thinkers of the early Qing dynasty, 1644–1911, whose writings would deeply impress the first generation of Chinese nationalists, had been particularly explicit in their condemnation of rulers who gave priority to private over public interest and, therefore, undermined the political order. Two aspects of this problem had appeared in Confucian thinking. First was its scope. While public obligation was incumbent upon everyone, it was truly significant only for those who carried the responsibility for public order, the ruler, and those who participated in ruling functions. Second, while private interest might be tolerated to the extent that it was not inimical to the public order, ultimately it carried no legitimacy, and the web of particularistic relationships that constituted the individual were prized only to the extent that they prepared him for public responsibility in a patrimonial and patriarchal political order. It is not that the theory did not allow for individual conscience, for it did, but that the political order made no room for those whose conscience led them to radical dissent. The nationalist problematic was to recast this problem. To put it bluntly, the reconstitution of China as a nation presupposed the reconstitution of the subjects of the Confucian order as citizens who were the ultimate source of political legitimacy and whose active participation in politics was essential to the creation of a new national order. The theoretical implications of this new assumption are obvious. Everyone, not just the ruler or the ruling class, was equally obliged under the circumstances to cultivate the public morality that was the essential condition of a cohesive national community. At the same time, however, the possibility of public morality was even more of a predicament for nationalist discourse than it had been for the Confucian, because of its recognition of, or demand for, the individual as citizen as the autonomous source of public values. The question for nationalist discourse was not whether Chinese should be transformed from subjects into citizens, but how soon they could be expected to make the transformation. This is quite clear in Liang Qiqiu's classic statement of the problem in 1902 in his On the New Citizen. 65 Liang, already fearful of the possibility of revolution and deeply committed to the national idea as a moral Gemeinschaft, recognized the crucial importance of turning Chinese into autonomous citizens. He believed that because most of the people were ill-prepared to undertake the burden, a period of education in the new political system was required of them. While they were richly endowed with private morality, they were lacking in public morality, which in this case meant loyalty to the abstraction that was the nation, and had to learn to reconcile the conflicting demands of public and private obligations. Liang did not deny the autonomy of the citizen, or the legitimacy of private morality, but offered a strategy for reconciling them with the demands of the national community. Others were to go further. While Liang sought to contain individual autonomy within his ideal of a national community, the very recognition of legitimacy to private space within a public realm also created the possibility of opposition between the two. Hence the subjection of individual to public interests and needs could appear as a perpetuation of the social and political oppression of the individual, which obstructed the creation not only of autonomous citizens but of a nation, and which could be resolved only by the lifting of political and social restrictions on the individual. In its positing of the individual as an autonomous source of national values, nationalist discourse opened the way to an opposition not only between the individual and politics but between the individual and society as well. The predicament appeared on the surface as primarily a political problem, as Chang Hao has argued. However, it was also felt by those involved as a deeply existential one. It also was revolutionary because the possibility of individual autonomy opened up the possibility of radical dissent as the legitimate prerogative of individuals. The adoption of Western ideas and institutions in order to ward off the West, the transformation or abandonment of native institutions and ideas in order to preserve a Chinese identity, a practical quest for national wealth and power, which results in a utopian repudiation of nationalism, demands for closer integration of state and society that open the way to the opposition of society to the state, the desire to create loyal citizens, which ends up with the affirmation of individual autonomy. Against both state and society, such were the contradictions embedded in the seemingly transparent and one-dimensional problematic of Chinese nationalism. In its origins, the nationalist impulse was simple enough: to protect China's integrity and to create a wealthy and powerful nation. How to create such a nation was another matter. From the moment of its articulation, the nationalist discourse revealed itself to be far more complex than the impulse that had given it birth. Indeed, some of the alternatives it called forth promised to negate the very impulse that lay at its origins. The contradictions were those of the overdetermined milieu from which Chinese nationalism sprang, which was no longer just Chinese, but a Chinese society in the process of transformation and incorporation into a broader world economically, politically, and culturally. Chinese thinkers had already begun to derive their political inspiration, and even political models, from Euro-American modernity, which not only dominated the present but seemed to hold the key to the future. At the same time, however, while Chinese nationalism as it appeared at the turn of the century set itself against the received Confucian tradition, the problems that occupied it, as well as the language in which it phrased those problems, derived from that same tradition. Nationalist discourse broke with the received political tradition, not by purging it from memory or language, but by recasting it in a new problematic, which added to the contradictions already implicit in its ambivalent relationship to its Euro-American inspiration. Central to the nationalist problematic was a new conception of China's place in the world, which was to raise further questions concerning the basis of political legitimacy and organization, as well as the ethical obligations of the individuals who constituted the nation. While pre-nationalist traditions persisted into the new discourse, basically through the medium of a social and political language that kept alive older conceptions and associations, they were problematized, acquired new meanings, and were placed now in an intellectual context that not only opened the way to new questions that demanded new answers but also rephrased old questions so as to yield answers that had been foreclosed earlier. As late as the middle of the 19th century, Chinese thinkers facing a novel situation in the confrontation with the West had been able to interiorize the problems presented by this situation within an inherited problematic, which, they believed, could contain these problems and the alternatives it offered. By the turn of the century, Chinese history had already been inscribed upon a history that transcended it, and the crucial question for Chinese thinkers was how to make China a sustainable component of a new world. The utopian strain in Chinese thinking, which accompanied the new national consciousness to the forefront of Chinese thought, the call for a revolutionary transformation of the political order, which grew directly out of demands to reconstitute the imperial order as a nation, and the radical culture that arose simultaneously with new conceptions of the ethical obligations of individuals as citizens, all were products of this question. The modern Chinese intellectual problematique, which appears with the nationalist reformulation of China's place in the world, has been dynamized by successive reformulations of this same question as changes in internal and external circumstances have added to it new dimensions, but the problematic retains its vitality. The reformulation of China's place in the world within the nationalist discourse had one other important consequence: the incorporation into political discourse in China of other traditions external to Chinese history. I refer here, not merely to the influence on China of political discourses that had originated elsewhere, but to the discursive appropriation in Chinese politics of revolutionary traditions, which then appear as part of the process of political transformation in China. As I noted above in the case of Liang Qiqiao, already in the early 20th century worldwide events appear as markers in a historical consciousness that is no longer bound in its conceptions of time and space by a specifically Chinese past. Liang's autobiographical statement points to this new consciousness as personal and existential, and indeed as Chinese intellectuals confronted the world, either as students or as political exiles abroad, their experiences of the world opened up their consciousness to alternative ideas and values, which became part of their very intellectual and emotional constitution. The same was true on a broader political level. Nationalist discourse from the beginning called upon the experiences of others in making its case for political transformation and the political vision that informed arguments for political transformation. The English, American, French, and other revolutions were on the minds of Chinese nationalists, and the ideas that had brought about those revolutions, as well as the examples they provided, were to contribute significantly to the formation of a radical discourse in China. In later years, other examples would be added to these original ones. What is remarkable is not that Chinese radicals would continue to draw upon China's past, but rather that the past now appeared as only part of a political discourse that was global in its inspiration and political formulations. The two byproducts of the emerging national consciousness, a utopianism that sought to transcend the nation, and the establishment of the nation as the source of political legitimacy, produced an explosive mixture that quickly revolutionized Chinese society. In 1903, in a classic of the Chinese Revolution, The Revolutionary Army, the young author, Zhou Zhang, combined the two in what may best be described as a utopianization of revolution itself. Revolution, revolution. If you have it, you will survive, but if you don't, you will die. Don't regress, don't be neutral, don't hesitate, now is the time. 66. A product of China's plight at the turn of the century, nationalism was to produce an intellectual orientation that discovered in revolution the key to China's survival and the creation of a new world. It was in the context of this emerging radical culture that Chinese intellectuals first discovered anarchism. Though anarchism may have been inimical to the predominantly nationalistic orientation of Chinese politics, it owed its initial appeal in China to its resonance with themes that owed their origins to the new nationalist consciousness. For the same reason, the nationalist political discourse provided the language in which anarchism was phrased, especially in its initial phase. Initial reception of anarchism. Anarchism was the first of the alternative currents in European socialism at the turn of the century to make a significant impact on Chinese radical thinking and behavior. Although a distinctively anarchist social revolutionary program was not enunciated until 1967, when with the founding of the groups in Paris and Tokyo some of the revolutionaries openly declared an anarchist identity to distinguish themselves from fellow revolutionaries, the burgeoning revolutionary movement after 1903 had already found in anarchism an outlook akin to its own and a vocabulary to express its radical concerns. There was considerable confusion concerning anarchism in these early years. Chinese had no direct access to anarchist works, and what they knew of anarchism was derived from Japanese discussions of European socialism or from translations in Japanese of general histories of socialism, which presented anarchism as an extremist, kyuaji, current in socialism, an extreme revolutionism, often confounding it with Russian nihilism or populism. 67. The very diffuseness in the understanding of anarchism, however, reveals the resonance of anarchist ideas with the radical orientation as much in mood as in intellect created by the new national consciousness. In these earliest discussions, anarchism appears in three guises. First, as a critique of despotism, anarchism was conflated with Russian nihilism, since the struggle against despotism appeared to Chinese radicals to be the distinguishing feature of both anarchism and nihilism. Second, anarchism expressed a longing for a unified and cosmopolitan world in whose creation China would participate. Finally, anarchism appears as the expression of a mystical vision, a philosophical nihilism, as it were, that promised a cosmic unity by abolishing the very consciousness of sentient existence. Discussions of anarchism in this early phase invariably juxtaposed it to despotism, more often than not focusing attention on Russia, where anarchism was more prevalent than elsewhere. It was believed, because of the unparalleled severity despotism had reached there. One author, in comparing Russia and China, observed, "I have heard that despotism is a factory that manufactures the anarchists who promote the overthrow of despotism. The better equipped a factory is with machinery, the more it produces, the deeper the despotism, the more numerous are the anarchists it produces." China at the present, he continued, did not have as many anarchists as Russia because despotism there had not yet reached the depth it had in Russia. Against those who despaired of the increasing despotism of the Chinese government, he suggested with optimism that despotism sharpened the sensibilities of the people and was sure to create a greater number of anarchists. 68. What most impressed this author, Ma Solun, and some of his contemporaries was the anarchist pursuit of natural freedom, Tianranziu. In primeval times, humankind had enjoyed a natural freedom, deriving all its needs from nature and enjoying peace and happiness. Ever since kings and governments had arisen, they had established politics and manufactured laws. Presently, religion, education, and all kinds of institutions that curtailed natural freedom had come into existence. Humankind had been restricted within the confines of such institutions, and natural freedom had disappeared like tobacco burning out. Anarchists took as their general guideline the destruction of such institutions and returning humankind to this pristine state of natural freedom. 69. According to Ma, while everyone spoke of civilization, what ruled the world was not universal principle, gongli, but force, shi. Among the chief manifestations of this was nationalism, which had reached the stage of imperialism. Anarchism sought to destroy this world of force, and while Russia did not appear as civilized as other countries, the flourishing of anarchism there promised that it would be pivotal in the struggle against force in the 20th century. The 20th century has a new ideology, Zyi, it is the anarchism of Russia. The anarchism of Russia guarantees that it will be pivotal to civilization in the 20th century. Why? The aims of the anarchists are high, their understanding broad, their hopes are great, imperialism steps back and nationalism retreats before it. 70. What the practical appeal of anarchism might be under China's circumstances was enunciated in 1904 in an essay by Zhang Ji entitled Anarchism and the Spirit of the Anarchists, Wahanfu Zuyiji Wahanfu Dangzi Jingshen, which was also important for its brief history of anarchism in Europe. Zhang agreed with Ma in emphasizing the importance to the 20th century of the anarchist pursuit of freedom. People value self-government, zizi, and are unwilling to be ruled by others, therefore, anarchism was born. The 20th century is the battleground for anarchism. Zhang was most impressed, however, by the anarchist affinity with terrorism, Kong Budang. Terrorists have declared openly, the end justifies the means. What this means is that whatever the means may be, if it helps achieve my goals, I may use it. If my means may bring security to the people of the nation, even if it entails killing, I may use it. The theory of the anarchists is similar to this, hence they advocate assassination. 71. In defense of terrorism, Zhang cited Danton to the effect that violent measures are necessary to achieve the peace and security of the people. Most important about terrorism, however, was the spirit of daring it embodied, which, he quoted from Kropotkin, was more effective than thousands of periodicals and newspapers. A few people could, with such a spirit of daring, create an atmosphere of fear and awaken others to action. The spirit of daring derived its power to move others from the spirit of self-sacrifice it embodied. There is nothing more awesome than the spirit of sacrifice for humanity, which spreads with the speed of an infectious disease. 72. Both essays were richer in content than these brief descriptions suggest. I have singled out these aspects because they dominated the two authors' interpretations of anarchism, and because these were the aspects of anarchism that caught the imagination of early Chinese revolutionaries. Before I explain why this might have been so, I shall describe briefly the two alternative visions of anarchism that appeared at the time, the one offered in an interesting utopian fantasy by the later prominent intellectual leader and educator, Cai Yunpi, the other tagged on to the end of Ma Solun's essay to provide a metaphysical context for his discussion of despotism. Though highly abstract, these alternative visions of anarchism offer some clues to the underlying mentality of Chinese radicals that rendered them receptive to the anarchist message, and also point to a connection between anarchism and pre-anarchist native utopianism that characterized the Chinese understanding of anarchism, at least initially. There is nothing evidently anarchist about the utopian plea for cosmopolitanism that Cai Yunpi wrote in 1904, The New Year's Dream, Xinian Meng. 73. The word anarchism does not appear in the story, and there is little in Cai's career then or later to suggest that he was an anarchist in any strict sense of the word. Yet he would associate with anarchists closely in later years, and in the 20s was one of the foremost promoters of educational ideals inspired by anarchism. Zhang Binglin, who was a close associate of Cai's in the early revolutionary movement, testified on one occasion that Cai was an anarchist. 74. It is possible to suggest at least that, however abstractly, he shared some of the philosophical premises of anarchism and its vision of a cosmopolitan world. If his contemporaries did indeed view him as an anarchist, as Zhang's statement suggests, his story would have appeared to them as of anarchist inspiration, whether or not he explicitly described it as anarchist. Most important, the content of the story provides a link between pre-anarchist native utopianism, some of its themes overlap with Kang Youwei's utopia, and the explicitly anarchist utopias of the post-1907 period. There is sufficient reason to place it within the anarchist canon in China. 75. The story begins with the words congratulations. Congratulations! It's the new year, a new world has arrived. Truly joyful! Truly joyful! The words are spoken by the hero of the story to a friend. The occasion is New Year's Day, 1904, which also signals the birth of a new world. The hero is described merely as some Chinese, Zhongguo Yiren. He had left home at the age of 16 to travel in China and the world. By the time he was done with his travels, at the age of 30, he had been to most countries in Europe and North America and learned all the major foreign languages. He had become a believer in cosmopolitanism, Shijiazhi, and loved equality and freedom. He had also decided that the problems of the world, especially humankind's continued subjection to nature, were due to its division into nations and families. In the civilized countries of Europe and North America, people expended half their energy on their families and half on their nations. In the less civilized Slavic and Chinese societies, they had families and no nation. To create a new society in China should not be difficult, if only the energies people presently expended on their families could be turned to the public cause. Once they had achieved this, then through the same process a world society could be created out of nations. 76. The story is an account of the hero's efforts to achieve this end. It proceeds in two stages. In the first stage, Chinese society is reorganized and China is genuinely unified into a nation. The hero in his wanderings in China comes upon a meeting of representatives from all parts of the country who are organized, not according to province, but according to location vis-a-vis the major rivers, e.g., east of the river, west of the river. He submits to the meeting a plan for reorganization, which is passed after much debate. Basic to the plan is the reorganization of the population according to age and professional groupings. Most interesting is the allocation of labor. When children reached the age of 7, they would begin their education, which would last till the age of 24. Between the ages of 24 and 48, everyone would engage in publicly valuable professional tasks of one kind or another. After 48 they would retire and engage in the education of youth. The plan even specified the allocation of the hours of the day, 8 hours of work, 8 hours of reading, talking, and other activities, and 8 hours of sleep. To those who objected that such a plan would be unworkable because of people's unwillingness to work, or that the curtailing of the pursuit of self-interest would be inimical to progress, the hero countered with an organic metaphor that each would perform tasks in society as the 5 sensory organs and the 4 limbs did for the body, which quickly convinced everybody. 77. With this reorganization, China would quickly become civilized and strong, revive the northeastern provinces, Manchuria, and retrieve the foreign concessions, and foreign powers would be made to realize that they should give up reliance on naked force, Jiangchuan, over universal principle, Gongli. The country would develop rapidly, using the capital that Chinese had in abundance but were unwilling to invest under the present system. Instead, they hid it. It would be built up politically from model villages, Mofankun, at the locality through a series of representative institutions all the way to the national level, so that the whole country would become as one, literally, of one heart, Quangguo Yuxin. 78. The hero then turns his attention to the international scene. He goes to Russia to participate in the activities of the People's Party, Mindang, which quickly manages to acquire political power. China then allies with Russia and the United States, where people's sovereignty was already strongly established, to convince other powers to abandon national aggression and create a new world government. CAI describes the then existing society as follows. Civilization had reached its highest point. Speaking of mores and customs, people no longer used names or surnames but were simply identified by number. There were no longer any designations of ruler or minister, and as the conduct of affairs had been rendered rational, none of the uncertainties of election or appointment, there were no longer any designations of father and son, the young were educated by the public, the old were taken care of, and the sick cured. There were no longer any designations of husband and wife. Once men and women had agreed to become mates, they would conclude it with a ceremony in a public park from where they would proceed to their assigned quarters, hence adultery would disappear. 79. The Congress to establish the new government is planned for New Year's Day, 1904. It is at this point that the hero, now 90 years old, is awakened by the sound of bells, and in spite of his awareness of the darkness of the existing world, Hey Andishija, utters the words congratulations. Congratulations! It's the new year, a new world has arrived. 80. In its historical premises, CAI's fantasy was reminiscent of the idea of progress of Kong Yahweh, who had earlier established as a universal principle the progression from the family through the nation to the world. In his prescriptions for China's reorganization, CAI anticipated the explicitly anarchist utopia that Liu Shipai would propose only 3 years later, and the themes he raised we encounter in later years in other utopias and social experiments. Whether we are justified in describing it as anarchist, it provides us with a link to the cosmopolitan ideal that accompanied the emergence of Chinese nationalism and anarchism. Ma Solun provides us with a third, and the most intriguing, aspect of anarchism's appeals in China in this early period, anarchism as a means to recovery of a natural state of affairs. Ma agreed with CAI that anarchism offered a means of unifying the globe and creating a world society, but he placed this goal within a cosmic vision of the unity of nature and humanity. In Ma's view, government and other state institutions had curtailed the natural freedoms enjoyed by humanity in its primeval condition. In the concluding section of his essay, he turned this to a critique of the Chinese political legacy, focusing on a distinction Confucian thought had drawn between humane government, Renzheng, and tyranny, Beijing, associated respectively with the government of Confucian sages and the despotic government proposed by the legalists and practiced by the likes of the first emperor of Qin. He saw no significant difference between humane government and tyranny, between the sage rulers and the despots. I say that Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, Wen and Wu, the sage rulers, are the ancestors of the first emperor of Qin, Emperor Wu of Han and Tai Ziu of Ming. Had there been no Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, Wen and Wu, there would have been no first emperor, no Emperor Wu of Han, no Tai Ziu of Ming. Conversely, if the first emperor, Wu of Han, Tai Ziu of Ming had been born first, and Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, Wen and Wu later, the world would have sung the praises of the former and cursed the latter. The terms humane government and tyranny persist out of habit, not because they are natural. Ziguan er ran, Fei Ziran er ran. I wish to get rid of these terms and restore nature. To restore its way, we must start with what the anarchists promote. 81. The problem of politics, in other words, appeared to Ma as a problem of culture, i.e., habit, and the problem of culture resided in the very language of politics, which must be abolished if one was to discover what was natural to humanity. Ma went even further. Anarchism to him ultimately represented a negation, as in the Chinese word wu, not just of government, as in Wuhanfu, but of the sentient world in general. In a phraseology reminiscent of the first lines of the Daoist classic Dao Di Jing, he continued. That which exists, yu, is the beginning of all things, that which does not exist, wu, is the mother of existence. The non-existent is born of nature. What exists ends up in non-existence, hence nature. Nature cannot be described, cannot be pictured, cannot be named. If it can be described, it is not nature. If it can be pictured, it is not nature. To name nature, the nature that cannot be named, is to force a name on it. Can the minds of humanity be liberated from their predicament? Anarchism offers a precious raft to find the correct ford to cross the stream. I want to present it to humanity so that it can return to its mother. 82. Whether the philosophical nihilism implicit in these lines, which owed much to the vocabulary of Daoism and Buddhism, had anything to do with the association of anarchism with the Russian nihilists, Su Wadang, in Chinese, in practice is difficult to say. It does suggest a connection between anarchism and a basic premise of Chinese utopianism at the turn of the century that, because distinctions between people were the ultimate cause of suffering in the world, the abolition of all distinctions was key to the creation of a new world. 83. It was on those grounds that anarchism, in the interpretation of someone like Ma, was conjoined with the Buddhist ideals that enjoyed a revival at about the same time. The connection would persist into the early republic. Although the Chinese access to materials on anarchism may have been limited, there was enough in available writings to indicate that anarchism was not reducible to Russian nihilism. In the preface to his translation of Thomas Kirkup's A History of Socialism, Ma Junwu wrote, "The French have the highest intellect of any people in the world. Saint Simon's disciples have spread socialism, i.e., communism, all over the world. Its power increases daily." In the 19th century, in England, Darwin and Spencer invented the principle of evolution. Out of these two theories arose a new ideology, Zhi. This new ideology is called anarchism. 84. Similarly, Zhang Ji's discussion of anarchism traced it to the history of European socialism, whose origins he located in the French Revolution. 85. Chinese intellectuals were also already well aware that anarchism was not simply a critique of despotism, as with nihilism, but sought to abolish government and all the institutions connected with it. As Ma Solun's essay indicates, they were also cognizant of the anti-nationalist thrust of anarchism. 86. Above all, however, scattered throughout these discussions are references to anarchism as a philosophy of social transformation, one that sought to put an end to the inequality of rich and poor, noble and mean, young and old, and men and women. Zhang Ji's discussion in particular emphasized the role anarchism played in Europe in the struggles of labor against capital. 87. These fundamental aspects of anarchism would come to the fore when anarchism acquired an identity of its own after 1906. The reception of anarchism in this early period suggests, however, that what most impressed Chinese intellectuals initially were those aspects which anarchism seemed to share with Russian nihilism. In his study of the Russian influence on Chinese intellectuals at this time, Don Price has suggested that the identification of anarchism with nihilism went beyond what was justifiable in the sources available to Chinese intellectuals. 88. Young Chinese radicals who were attracted to anarchism in the years 1902–1907 read anarchism through nihilist political practice, the struggle against despotism whose most prominent feature was individual political action, especially assassination. This reading of anarchism was possibly facilitated by the commonly held image of anarchism, in Europe itself, at the turn of the century as a source of terrorism. In Price's words, nihilism and anarchism were linked in the public eye by connotations of violence, a fanatical hostility to the existing order, and ruthless idealism. 89. After 1906, Chinese anarchists would draw a clear distinction between anarchism and other seemingly anarchist approaches to politics, and would also downplay, even renounce, the use of terrorism in favor of long-term strategies of social transformation. Though Chinese intellectuals were aware early on of the social dimension of anarchism, the awareness was at best marginal in their appreciation of anarchism, which they understood as an extreme revolutionism, the use of violent methods to overthrow despotism. The association with nihilism, furthermore, would persist in later years. In the 1920s, the anarchist writer Bajin, B.A. Jin, still would include the Russian nihilists within the heroic tradition of anarchism. 90. The confounding of anarchism and nihilism among early Chinese revolutionaries was not fortuitous, nor may it be ascribed simply to the confusion created by the literature to which they had access. And it was not a simple matter of a superficial resemblance between anarchist and nihilist political tactics. Anarchism may not be reducible to nihilism. On the other hand, it shared with nihilism a conception of politics that was deeply moralistic, that allowed a perception of political action as the assertion of individual moral authenticity. Chinese radicals of the early part of the century, who made high moral purpose the measure of revolutionary authenticity, discovered in anarchism a kindred political philosophy, and in the nihilists the most striking models of its practice. The radical movement that emerged in China in 1902-3 took as its main object the overthrow of the Manchu despotism, which, in its resistance to the inclusion of the people in politics in a common struggle against the forces that threatened the country, promised national extinction. As Mary Rankin and Don Price have demonstrated in their separate studies of this radicalism, although its origins lay in a sharp sense of national crisis, once it came into existence the movement acquired a life of its own in generating an opposition to despotism beyond immediate nationalistic considerations. Despotism must be opposed, not only because Manchu despotism sapped the strength of the nation but, more important, because it was contrary to universal principle and confined the natural freedom to which humanity was entitled. 91 Chinese radicals identified with the Russian nihilists, not because of a commonality between China's situation in the early 20th century and the Russia of the 1860s, but because they shared the common goal, embedded in universal principle, of overthrowing despotism. If assassination appeared in either case to be the most effective weapon in the struggle against despotism, we must remember that in both cases political despotism was very real and permitted few alternatives of political expression. Nevertheless, there were alternatives, as was exemplified by the reformist movement of the constitutional monarchists and by Sun Yat-sen's revolutionary movement, and the political condition of despotism does not explain the attraction to assassination among young radicals or their sense of kinship with the Russian nihilists. The radical movement also generated a morality of its own, to which self-sacrifice in the struggle against despotism represented the highest embodiment of revolutionary authenticity. The heroic daring necessary in risking one's life in assassination attempts appears among this first generation of radicals to go hand in hand with a will to self-extinction apparent in the resort to suicide as a form of expression. The most celebrated example may be that of the woman revolutionary Qiu Jin who, following the assassination of a provincial governor in which she was implicated, refused to listen to those who urged her to flee, but stayed to be arrested and executed. 92 Wu Zhihui, who after 1907 would emerge as one of the most prominent of Chinese anarchists, in the early 1900s attempted suicide to protest against the government. 93 What assassination and suicide shared in common was what Zhang Ji in his essay described as the spirit of self-sacrifice. Beyond offering one of the few options of effective political expression in an environment that did not allow for politics, assassination represented to Chinese radicals not merely a practical means of political action but, in the suicidal risks that it entailed, an affirmation of individual moral commitment and revolutionary authenticity, or, as Price has noted, proof of purity of motive in political activity, since the revolutionary effort was one which imposed an obligation of self-sacrifice, and which could not succeed without it. He Qin Li Shan felt it extremely important that revolutionaries eliminate the self-seeking considerations that produced timidity and dissension. Individual acts of political expression, even when their political futility was evident, served to affirm just such purity of motive. The heroic tradition in Chinese politics provided one model for this kind of behavior. The Japanese samurai on the eve of the Meiji Restoration of 1868, the shishi, or men of wool, provided another. This was also the source of the affinity Chinese radicals felt for the extreme revolutionism of Western revolutionaries, in particular in Russia where hundreds of educated and privileged youth sacrificed their ease and status to propagandize the benighted peasantry and workingmen. And when this failed, there was the grim turn to violence, the blood and iron tactic of assassination, but still in a spirit of self-sacrifice. Sofia Perovskaya almost epitomized the history and character of the revolutionary movement. She had gone to the people, suffering all the hardships of a village schoolteacher, and then conspired in the plots which ultimately killed Alexander II. At her trial she was particularly impressive, demanding that she be shown no clemency on the grounds of her sex, and she mounted the scaffold as calmly as any of her comrades. 94. This moralistic dedication to self-sacrifice in the cause of revolution deeply impressed Chinese revolutionaries, whose own approach to revolution made a suicidal resignation to self-extinction preferable to living to fight another day. Anarchism, with its own preoccupation with authenticity, resonated with their politics of authenticity at a deep moral level. This attitude toward revolution, which left its imprint on Chinese anarchism at its very origins, would persist in later years, after Chinese radicals acquired a more sophisticated grasp of anarchism as a social philosophy and came to view terrorism as only a marginal tool of an anarchist revolution. Paris anarchists in 1907 glorified the actions of Qiu Jin, and her associate, Su Zilin, for their selflessness. They themselves continued to insist that they were not concerned with success or failure but with truth. One of their number, Chu Minyi, went so far on one occasion as to suggest that assassination was justified if only because it had a purifying effect on the revolutionary. 95 This may not be very surprising. The first generation of anarchists in China, including Wu Zhihui, Zhang Ji, and Shifu, were all graduates of the radical movement during the last decade of the Qing dynasty. Ironically, this same spirit of self-sacrifice may provide a clue to understanding the association of anarchism with Buddhism. Disassociated from terror and violence, the spirit of self-sacrifice resonated with the Bodhisattva ideal in Buddhism. As we shall see, Buddhism provided an emotional space, as well as a literal one in the form of a Buddhist monastery, for the conversion to anarchism of the famous anarchist Shifu and his followers, and the Bodhisattva ideal was very much in their consciousness in their daily practices. 96 Buddhist monks were also visible among China's first anarchists, others preferred adopted names with Buddhist connotations. Anarchist themes in the early revolutionary movement. The sparse literature available to Chinese radicals in the early part of the century was sufficient to indicate that anarchism was an integral current in the socialist tradition in Europe and, as such, encompassed much more than the anti-despotism struggles of the nihilists in Russia, with their conspiratorial style of political action. Anarchism included an essential social dimension, as Zhang Ji put it in his essay, "Anarchists trace all matters back to society." 97 This might have suggested, however abstractly, that the individualized mode of politics that characterized anarchist activity should be placed within the context of a broader social philosophy. There is little evidence that an awareness of the broader social goals of anarchism had any significant immediate effect on revolutionary activity in this early phase. Rather, Chinese radicals read anarchism through the interpretation suggested by Russian nihilism. And where they associated it with broad goals, they perceived it through a moral utopianism, more often than not assimilating it to a native utopianism in which recognition of the New World situation of China was blended imperceptibly into a metaphysical cosmic vision. If the two readings of anarchism coincided, it was on the ground of a moralistic conception of politics that focused on the individual as the harbinger of new values. In CAIUNPI's utopian fantasy, no less than in the activities of the bomb-throwing activists, it was the committed individual armed with a new vision who brought about political change. This was consistent with the image of anarchism that prevailed at the turn of the century in the West no less than in China. It was an image in whose propagation governments played a crucial role in representing anarchists as dangerous extreme revolutionists. Yet it was not the only available image. Japanese radicals, from whom Chinese learned much of their radicalism at the time, already spoke of the social dimension of politics, and there were those in China who drew attention to the social problem in politics. Ultimately, the social dimension in anarchism was irrelevant at this time because anarchism exerted the greatest appeal among radicals whose own conception of politics was highly moralistic and who rejected politics as the realm of selfishness against which they sought to establish their own public commitment in acts of selfless, or self-sacrificing, revolutionary endeavor. It is true that the impossibility of political action under the conditions of government despotism left them few choices. And at this time, society in a concrete sense was largely absent from politics, even from the politics of those who spoke of social change and social revolution. But there was an additional element in their case, a reaction to the emergence of politics that found its expression in the disassociation of the conception of the public from that of the political, and a tendency to view them as being antithetical to one another. The separation was one that would nourish anarchism over the years, for anarchism suggested that an authentically public existence could be achieved only outside of, and in opposition to, politics. The new situation created by nationalist ideology provides the context for an understanding of the appeals of the politics of authenticity of anarchism to early Chinese revolutionaries. Not that nationalism fed anarchism, for it did not, but nationalism raised questions about politics, and about China's place in the world, that made for a receptivity to anarchism. The utopianism that appeared as the counterpoint to nationalist parochialism provided fecund grounds for anarchist cosmopolitanism. Ma Solon's statement on the origin of anarchism also offers some support for James Pusey's suggestion that an appeal of anarchism at this time was the argument it provided against the Darwinian notions of conflict underlying nationalist fears. This would become more evident after 1906 when Chinese anarchists became familiar with Kropotkin's idea of mutual aid against the survival of the fittest. 98. 97 Wuhanfu Ziyiji Wuhanfu Dang Zi Jingshen, 36. 98 James Pusey, China, and Charles Darwin, Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 1983, 370,433. Chapter 3. Science, Morality, and Revolution. Anarchism and the Origins of Social Revolutionary Thought in China. Anarchism emerged as a distinctive current in Chinese revolutionary thought when Indiana 19067 Chinese intellectuals studying abroad launched, almost simultaneously, two openly anarchist societies in Paris and in Tokyo. Before 1907 Chinese intellectuals had little appreciation of anarchism as an integral social philosophy. Rather, anarchist themes had been assimilated to the orientation of revolutionary thinking by intellectual dispositions that had originated in the revolutionary situation created by a new national consciousness. These dispositions were to persist in anarchist thinking. With the founding of these societies, however, they were rephrased within an anarchist language of revolution. Fundamental to this language was the idea of social revolution. Anarchist advocacy of social revolution was to open up new channels of lasting import in revolutionary thinking. What brought about this change is more difficult to say. One change was in the access to anarchist literature. Intellectuals in Paris, in particular, discovered an anarchist tradition that was not to be subsumed under Russian nihilism, but had a history of its own as part of European socialism. The European anarchists they encountered had, moreover, an orientation that was significantly different from that of the early Chinese, or, for that matter, Japanese, radicals. The very organization into anarchist clusters gave an integrity and coherence to the anarchism they advocated, unlike their predecessors, who had viewed anarchism but as one weapon among others in the struggle against despotism. The intellectuals who organized the anarchist groups in Paris and Tokyo now promoted anarchism as an integral philosophy of global social transformation. The political context, too, had changed. After 1905 the Manchu monarchy in China had decided to proceed to a constitutional form of government, which altered the conditions of political activity in China. The revolutionary struggle was no longer a struggle against a despotic government that allowed for no political expression, it was against a government that sought to recapture political legitimacy by making room for some measure of political representation. Radicals bent on overthrowing the Manchu government found that the enemy was no longer simply despotism, they had to come to terms with a state that sought to assimilate society to its own ends. A new departure in the Chinese revolutionary movement had been announced in 1905 with the founding of Sun Yat-sen's Revolutionary Alliance, Tongmenghui, which advocated a republican revolution against the constitutional monarchy that the Manchu government and its reformist supporters preferred. Based on Sun's own experiences in Europe, the Revolutionary Alliance had also incorporated in its political agenda a program of social revolution, the first advocacy of socialism in China, which added a social dimension to a revolution that had hitherto been conceived primarily in political terms. 99 The founders of Chinese anarchism were already members of this organization, which indeed was little more than an alliance born of the diffuse currents in the struggle against despotism. However ineffective it may have been politically, the Revolutionary Alliance did create a new space in which to think of issues of revolution in new ways. Anarchism represented one of those new ways. 99 earlier, Liang Qiqiao had toyed with the idea of socialism, but abandoned it when the Revolutionary Alliance began to advocate social revolution. For a discussion, see Arif Dirlik, Socialism and Capitalism in Chinese Thought, The Origins, Studies in Comparative Communism 21, No. 2, Summer 1987 130-152. Anarchism and Social Revolution. Anarchists were not the first to advocate social revolution in China, but they introduced seminal new elements into Chinese thinking on social revolution. The Revolutionary Alliance conception of social revolution was political in its orientation. It proposed to achieve social revolution through the agency of the state. 100 anarchists, in their rejection of the state, challenged this conception and offered an alternative idea of social revolution that focused on the problem of cultural transformation and took the individual as its point of departure. The anarchist conception of social revolution was authentically social, moreover, in its focus on society, in contrast to the state, and in its insistence on popular participation in the process of revolution. Anarchism was to make a lasting, if ambiguous, contribution to social revolutionary thought in China. As much the expression of a mood as a philosophical critique of politics, anarchism represented an anti-political strain, a mistrust of political institutions and of politics in general, whose power was revealed in the diffusion of anarchist ideals over a broad spectrum of Chinese political thought over the next 2 decades. The anarchist message was a revolutionary one. Radicals intent upon the realization of a good society through an immediate revolutionary upheaval discovered a source of inspiration in the anarchist vision of community and a new humanity. In the 1920s, Sun Yat-sen was inspired to remark on one occasion that anarchism was the ultimate goal of his Three People's Principles, a sentiment echoed by other Kuomintang theoreticians. Critics of the Cultural Revolution of the 1960s have argued in recent years that the Cultural Revolution was inspired by anarchist ideas and attitudes that, having entered the Communist Party in the early 20s, survived the long years of revolution to pervert Marxism in the party. It is possible to argue, I think, that some of the themes that emerged during the Cultural Revolution may indeed be viewed as faint echoes of themes in the Chinese Revolution that had first been enunciated by anarchists. The appeal of anarchism, however, was not restricted to revolutionaries. Conservatives who defended social and political order against the threat of revolution were also able to find in anarchism ideals on which to focus their yearning for a good society. This ambivalence, to the point of ideological schizophrenia, was reflected in the history of anarchism in China. The most radical current in Chinese socialist thought until the early 20s, anarchism was to end up in the service of Kuomintang reaction in the late 20s. To be sure, anarchist relationship with the Kuomintang went back to personal and political relationships that the early anarchists, many of whom were Revolutionary Alliance members, had established with later Kuomintang leaders, relationships that existed independently of their ideology. Nevertheless, anarchist ideology, in its peculiar formulation of questions of interest and conflict in society, lent itself to counter-revolution almost as easily as to revolution. The ambivalence that was to characterize Chinese anarchism was already apparent in the backgrounds of the two groups among the early anarchists and in the different anarchisms they propagated. The Paris group was organized as the New World Society, Xinqiaxi, in 1906. It started publishing in 1907 a journal that lasted for a remarkable 3 years and over 100 issues. This journal, The New Era, Xinqiaxi, was subtitled La Tempage Nova in Esperanto, probably after Les Temps Nouveaux, published by Jean Grave. The names of the society and its journal were indicative of the inclinations of the Paris anarchists, a group of intellectuals who had been baptized into revolutionary activity in the early 1900s. Li Shizhen, the moving spirit of the group intellectually, had been living in Paris since 1902. He had evidenced an internationalist orientation very early on, studied biology, and had become close friends in Paris with members of the family of the French anarchist geographer Elisee Reclus, which probably launched him on the path to anarchism. Wu Zhihui, who had the major responsibility for publishing the New Era, had been involved in the early 1900s in radical patriotic activities in Japan and China. It was Li, according to Richard Wong, who persuaded Wu of the virtues of anarchism when they met in Paris in 1906. The group's activities were financed by the enterprises of its third important member, Zhang Jingzhang, which included a tofu factory and a restaurant tea shop. They were all from elite families and, after 1905, members of the Revolutionary Alliance. From the beginning, they seemed to have little difficulty in reconciling their anarchist philosophy with their political involvements in China and abroad. In the 1920s, as unofficial Kuomintang elders, they would be involved in the Kuomintang suppression, first, of the communists and, then, of their own young anarchist followers. The importance of their ideological contribution to social revolutionary thought in China lies in the consistency of the ideology they propagated, not in the consistency with which they lived up to their own ideals. 101. The Paris anarchists advocated a revolutionary futuristic anarchism, which introduced into Chinese socialist thought an unequivocally radical current in Western revolutionary thinking. Over the 3 years of its publication as a weekly, the New Era serialized long translations from European anarchists, such as Kropotkin, Bakunin, Malatesta, and Reclus. These translations, reprinted over and over in anarchist journals and special compendia after 1911, provided a major source of radical literature in China until the early 20s. By 1920, anarchist literature available in Chinese was unmatched in scope and comprehensiveness by any other social and political philosophy of European origin. Students of Chinese anarchism have pointed out that anarchism provided not only radical literature but a language of radicalism that facilitated the efflorescence of socialism in China in the 20s. The Paris anarchists played a major part in making this language available. At about the same time that the New Era started publication in Paris, Chinese anarchists in Tokyo established a Society for the Study of Socialism, Shiwaizuyi Jiangzui, which published its own journals, Natural Justice, Tianyu Bao, and The Balance, Heng Bao. Intellectually, the moving spirits behind both the society and its journal were the classical scholar Liu Shipai and his spouse, He Zhen, who was probably responsible for the more radical aspects of Tokyo anarchists' ideology. Natural Justice and Balance were very revolutionary in tone and in their analyses of the plight of women and the lower classes in China, which were more concrete than anything to be found in the New Era. Nevertheless, Tokyo anarchists propagated an anti-modernist anarchism that stressed the virtues of agrarian society and preferred the freedom from political interference that prevailed under the imperial state in China to the despotism of the modern nation-state. Whereas New Era writers discovered the archetypal anarchist vision in Kropotkin, Tokyo anarchists gave the greatest prominence among foreign anarchists to Tolstoy. 102. Natural Justice lasted for 1 year. After Liu's return to China in 1908, he apparently served as an agent provocateur for the monarchy and was prominent after 1911 as one of China's foremost conservatives. Although Natural Justice did not have the long-term influence of New Era, it was very influential in its time because of the large number of Chinese students in Japan and because of its proximity to China, which gave it an edge over the New Era in terms of accessibility. Liu's anti-modernist anarchism, moreover, sensitized him to certain important questions in Chinese society. Some of his analyses of the problems of modernity in China anticipated themes that were to become prominent in Chinese radical thinking in later years. The place of anarchism in late Qing politics. The rise of interest in anarchism at this time has prompted Martin Bernal to observe that 1907 marked the victory of anarchism over Marxism in China under the influence of a similar shift of interest among Japanese radicals at the same time. 103. There is no question that, as with all Chinese socialism, Japanese sources and radicals played a significant part in Chinese anarchism. The term for anarchism, Wuhanfuziyi, first used in Chinese in 1903, was of Japanese derivation. Nevertheless, this view is misleading, and not only because it is erroneous to describe as Marxist the socialism of the Revolutionary Alliance, which is what Bernal has in mind in referring to Marxism. The major center of Chinese anarchism before 1911 was Paris, and shifts in Japan had little to do with the anarchism of the Paris anarchists. While some Revolutionary Alliance members began to show interest in assassination activities after 1907, it is not correct to read this as an interest in anarchism, even though assassination was associated in some circles with anarchism. The change in revolutionary methods can be more concretely explained by the political dilemma which the Qing dynasty's constitutional reforms presented revolutionaries, who were now faced with deflation of their revolutionary ardor. Revolutionary Alliance socialists, moreover, did not abandon the kind of socialism they had advocated in 1905–1907, for these ideas persisted in their thinking in later years. Anarchism may have added new themes to their conception of social revolution, but the best that can be said is that the proliferation of new ideas of social revolution complicated social revolutionary thinking and possibly added to ideological confusion over socialism. A clear distinction would not be drawn between anarchism and socialism until 1913–14, nor between anarchism and Marxism until the early 1920s. It is futile, I think, to look for a single, all-encompassing explanation for the attraction anarchism had for the Chinese intellectuals who in these years engaged in anarchist activity or professed belief in anarchism. In explaining why anarchism has remained alive as a revolutionary faith in the West in spite of the failure of anarchists to achieve any important results, James Joll has observed that a basic strength of anarchism has been its offer of something for everyone, the diffuseness of anarchist ideology its weakness as a practical radical ideology has been its strength as a social philosophy. 104 This offers insights into the appeals of anarchism in China as well. Converts to anarchism in early 20th century China ranged from disciples of revolutionary terrorism, who found in anarchism justification for their activities, to modernists attracted to anarchist scientism, to Buddhist monks, who discovered in the anarchist message of love something akin to Buddhist ideals, to aesthetes, who perceived beauty in the anarchist ideal of a beautiful society. Not everyone who found something of value in anarchism upheld, therefore, a coherent philosophy of anarchism. Such profusion of appeal militates against easy explanations, especially explanations based on vague notions of outside influence that ignore the dispositions of the influenced. Foreign sources were important for anarchism, as they were for all Chinese socialism, but it was the intellectual and emotional needs generated by a society in revolutionary crisis that ultimately endowed anarchism with meaning for Chinese intellectuals. For all their contradictoriness, the varied reasons for attraction to anarchism shared a common ground in the anarchist vision of social revolution, which, however abstract and utopian, spoke to the immediate concerns of Chinese intellectuals who, in the midst of the political and ideological crisis of Chinese society, were uncertain about their place in their society and the place of their society in the world. In its affirmation of the essential unity of human beings, anarchism provided a counterpoint to the division of humanity into nations, races, and classes, which in the early part of the century confronted Chinese intellectuals as the reality of their world. And in its affirmation of the irreducible significance of the individual, anarchism provided a counterpoint to the preoccupation with the state that sought to expand its powers at the cost of social autonomy. It was the anarchist view of the individual as a social being, a basic ontological premise of anarchism, that pointed to possibilities beyond social alienation. 105 Although anarchism was still associated with individual action and assassination after 1907, the social and cultural implications of the anarchist ideal of revolution would gradually move to the forefront of Chinese thinking on anarchism and leave a lasting impression on Chinese social revolutionary thought. China's most respected anarchist, Shifu, started his career with assassination activities, then moved away from assassination as he became familiar with anarchist philosophy. After the Republican Revolution of 1911, anarchists distinguished themselves in educational and social mobilization activities, including the establishment of the first modern labor unions in China. In the midst of the wave of individualism that swept Chinese youth in the late 1910s, it was the anarchists who, in their insistence on the essential sociableness of human beings, kept alive social issues and played a major part in the emergence of widespread concern with society and social revolution in the aftermath of the May 4 movement of 1919. These social concerns, as well as the anarchist vision of a world free of division, place anarchism at the heart of the emergent political discourse in China in the late 19th and the early 20th century. The reconsideration of the relationship between public and private, between the individual and society, society and the state, all provoked by a reconsideration of China's place in the world, were central to this discourse. An emergent nationalism lay at the root of all these questions. Revolutionary Alliance Socialism was an integral component of the search for national integration. Anarchism, likewise, may be seen as part of the utopian cosmopolitanism that emerged with, and as a counterpoint to, Chinese nationalism. On the other side of the political spectrum, as we have seen, Liang Qiqiao, like his teacher Kong Yawei before him, was dissatisfied with institutions that divided people, and saw in the creation of an organic society the ultimate fulfillment of the human promise. This promise was also central to anarchism, although the additional considerations anarchists brought to the quest had revolutionary implications that distinguish their views from those of Liang and others. The centrality of the concern to contemporary political discourse, nevertheless, suggests why anarchism might have seemed much less peripheral to contemporary politics than it does in hindsight. Anarchism is ultimately a philosophy of the individual, not of individualism as an end in itself, as is assumed by those who confound anarchism with libertarianism, but of the individual in his or her relationship to society. The preoccupation with the self had already emerged by the early part of this century as a feature of Chinese thinking in the activities of young radicals who believed that in selfless activity lay the salvation of their society. Anarchism provided a systematic philosophical explanation for the problem of the self. Politics, in the anarchist view, was the realm of oppression, authority, and division. The hope of community rested with the self purged of the accumulated corruption of institutions of power. The message had a powerful appeal among intellectuals who had already become uncertain of their relationship to existing social institutions. It is not surprising that the message had the greatest influence among members of the Chinese elite who felt deeply their alienation from the institutions of power on which they had been nourished. Anarchism is by no means restricted in its appeals to the elite, but it has everywhere found its most cogent spokesman among the elite for the simple reason that the alienation of the self from power is more an elite than a popular problem. In the years after 1911, anarchists would take the lead in popular mobilization. Nevertheless, from the beginning, anarchism's most eloquent proponents were members of the Chinese elite who, having been alienated from existing social relations, turned to new ideas of community to redefine their relationship to society, the almost exclusive concern of the first generation of Chinese anarchists. The lasting contribution of anarchists to Chinese social revolutionary thought would be a redefinition of the relationship between intellectuals and society, however abstractly the latter was conceived. Indeed, the significant impact of anarchist philosophy on Chinese intellectuals lay not in its justification of individual acts of violence, but in its turning them to the articulation of this relationship. Anarchism provided Chinese intellectuals with their first genuinely social conception of social revolution, which not only pointed to society as the proper realm of change but placed the responsibility for changing society upon social activity. This conception led to a reading of the problems of changing China that anticipated questions that would assume increasing importance in Chinese social thought in later years. For reasons I shall explain, the logic of the anarchist idea of social change brought to the surface early on the problem of cultural revolution, the moral and intellectual transformation of individuals. In raising questions about individual transformation, anarchists also raised questions about the social institutions that obstructed individual transformation. They were the first Chinese intellectuals to point unequivocally to problems of women and the family, which continue to be central problems of Chinese social thought. They were the first to point to the need to bridge the gap between classes, especially intellectuals and laborers, by turning intellectuals into laborers, and laborers into intellectuals. To resolve all these problems, finally, they called for a social revolution that made revolution itself a utopia, which would have dramatic consequences for the Chinese Revolution in the 20th century. Within Chinese socialism, then, anarchism provided the counterpoint to state-oriented strategies of change. The Revolutionary Alliance argument had proposed to use the state to prevent the devastation of society by conflicting interests. That argument had addressed the prospects of capitalism for China. The anarchist argument addressed the second important issue of the day, the state. Anarchists envisaged the abolition of interest in society through a total revolutionary transformation whose basic premise was the destruction of the state. Convinced of the essential sociableness of human beings, they believed that a genuine human community could be realized if institutional obstacles to free association could be abolished. Such institutions included the family and the capitalist economy, but the state, as the mightiest of these institutions and the protector of all partial interests in its defense of the political order, was the chief enemy of human society. As interest in socialism had accompanied the initial realization that capitalism was not only a means to economic development but also a primary source of the problems of modern society, anarchism expressed a parallel apprehension that the modern nation-state not only reflected the will of the people but also served as a dehumanizing vehicle of control and oppression, an obstacle to the human liberation that revolution promised. Both the Paris and the Tokyo anarchists subscribed to these basic premises of anarchism. Since they differed widely in their vision of anarchist society in history, their views are best discussed separately. The Paris anarchists. Whereas Revolutionary Alliance socialists had proposed social revolution as a supplement to the task of political revolution, anarchists made it a substitute for the latter. In one of the earliest statements of the Paris anarchists' position on revolution, Wu Zhihui drew a clear distinction between social and political revolutions. Those of old who advocated revolution spoke only of the political aspect of revolution but did not emphasize society. They desired to abolish despotism to extend people's sovereignty, sought legal freedom but not freedom of livelihood, political but not social or economic equality. They sought the happiness and welfare of one country or some of the people, not the happiness and welfare of the masses of the world. Socialist revolution, Shi Zhuyi Zheming, would seek equality, freedom, happiness, and welfare for society, make justice, Gongdao, the measure of achievement, expunge whatever harms society, or runs contrary to this goal such as despotism and classes, the roots of all calamity, institute scientific progress to achieve a real-world civilization, and, ultimately, establish a humanitarian commonweal, Rendao Datung, and a paradisiacal world, Shijijilo. Socialist revolution, Wu believed, would rid society of all the poison inherited from the past and establish what was appropriate to social life. 106. The anarchist social revolutionary idea differed from that of the Revolutionary Alliance both in goals and in method. The Revolutionary Alliance conception of socialism had been an instrumental one, social revolution as a policy tool for the state to achieve social harmony and stability. The anarchist conception was a total one, which called for a total reorganization of society in all its aspects to realize an all-encompassing vision. In his long essay Anarchism, Chu Minyi described four goals of anarchism: 1. To abolish authority, and its backbone, the military, to establish humanitarianism; 2. To abolish laws to institute freedom; 3. To abolish all inherited class distinctions, as embodied in the teachings of the sages, to establish equality; 4. To abolish private property and capital to establish communism, Gongchan. 107. A major essay, written by Li Shizhen and Chu Minyi, describing the anarchist view of revolution, made even more explicit the ethical objectives underlying anarchist goals. The 8 meanings of revolution, the essay stated, were freedom, fraternity, boat, public-mindedness, reform, equality, universal unity, datung, truth and progress. 108. These goals were to be achieved through the abolition of marriage, property, family and familial relations, the private ownership of land, and racial and national boundaries. 109. For the anarchists, social revolution was different from political, not only in its goals but also, even more fundamentally, in its means. Whereas political revolution was revolution of the few, social revolution was the revolution of the many, the common people, Pingmen. Anarchists believed that overthrowing the government must have the recognition and the consent of the majority. 110 To this end, they specified 5 methods of revolution: propaganda, books, magazines, lectures, mass associations, mass uprisings, popular resistance, opposition to taxes and conscription, strikes and boycotts, and assassination, propaganda by the deed. 111 Anarchists themselves were not always consistent on the question of methods. To appreciate their preferences, it is necessary to keep in mind their general perception of social revolution. Anarchists rejected not only political institutions but politics as well, even though an editorial in New Era referred on one occasion to the revolution they advocated as a political revolution of pure socialism, Chung Kai Chi Zuyazi Genzi Gemming. 112 They believed, however, that authentic social revolution could not be imposed from above, through inherently authoritarian institutions. 113 Even though they were members of the Revolutionary Alliance, their idea of social revolution was counterposed explicitly to the social revolutionary program of Sun Yat-sen, both because of the reliance of the latter on the state and for its ambiguities concerning the role of the many in the revolution. Anarchists themselves conceived of social revolution as a process of social activity, a revolution of all the people, Quantai Zi Gemming. 114 The revolutionary methods they proposed were all intended to stimulate such social activity. Neither the Paris nor the Tokyo anarchists engaged actively in assassination activity or social mobilization, but they looked favorably upon others who did so. They alluded with enthusiasm to the Pingxiang uprising in Hunan in 1906 and to its leader, Ma Fuiai. 115 They wrote with approval of the self-sacrificing spirit demonstrated by Su Zilin and Qiu Jin. 116 Assassination undertaken in the spirit of self-sacrifice and with a clear commitment to universal principle, Gongli, the anarchists believed, furthered the cause of revolution and humanity. 117 This notion that the Bogest may be more important than living to fight another day revealed the ethical impulse that underlay the anarchists' idea of revolution, and distinguished them from latter-day revolutionaries in China, to whom the success of revolution would be far more important than gestures of personal authenticity. Give me liberty or give me death, Chu Minyi was to declaim in his defense of violence as a revolutionary method. 118 The rebels they lauded were not anarchists, nor were their activities intended to achieve anarchist goals. What counted was the act, the struggle itself, not its achievements. This does not mean that anarchists viewed violence as an end in itself, rather, they condoned violence only if it had a moral purpose. Chu Minyi observed in connection with Su Zilin that violence was an expression of political desperation. 119 Wu Zhihui explained that violence was necessary because, under despotism, it was impossible otherwise to educate people to achieve humanitarian goals. 120 Anarchists agreed, moreover, that violence was effective only to the extent that it moved people's hearts and aroused mass support for the cause of revolution. If violence without a clear moral and social sense would degenerate into mindless terrorism, the anarchists believed, revolution without education would turn into unconscious uprising. 121 Of all the methods of revolution the anarchists promoted, education was the most fundamental. Anarchists called for simultaneous destruction and construction. Violence could achieve destruction, but construction required education, which was the ultimate justification even for revolutionary violence. 122 If the masses could be won over to the revolution, then social revolution would take a peaceful course, and anarchist goals could be achieved gradually. 123 Education to the anarchists was not simply an instrument of revolution, it was the equivalent of revolution. Revolution will be effective only if, with the spread of education, people get rid of their old customs and achieve a new life. From the perspective of effectiveness, this means that if there is education for revolution before the revolution is undertaken, there will be nothing impossible about revolution. Therefore, anarchist revolution is nothing but education. 124. As for the nature of the education necessary for anarchist revolution, Wu Zhihui explained that there is no education aside from education in morality which encompasses truth and public-mindedness, such as reciprocal love, equality, freedom, All education is anarchist that encompasses truth and public-mindedness, including experimental science, and so forth. 125 Chu Minyi observed that while revolution, as an act, served a transient purpose, education lasted forever in its effects and transformed people endlessly. Unlike government-sponsored, Yuchhanfud, education, which taught militarism, legal-mindedness, religion, or, in short, obedience to authority, anarchist, Wuhanfud, education taught truth and public-mindedness, that is, freedom, equality, and the ability for self-government. 126. Criticism of political revolution by anarchists yields further insights into the nature of the social revolution they advocated. Anarchists opposed political revolution because they believed that it only served to substitute new, and worse, inequalities for old ones. Political revolution, Wu stated, had diminished misery in politics but increased economic misery. 127 In a more comprehensive statement criticizing proponents of democracy and the republic, Chu Minyi observed, "They do not know that freedom is the freedom of the rich, equality is the equality of the wealthy. The misery of the poor is the same as of old. What is freedom and equality to the poor? The evils of political despotism have now been replaced by the poison of economic monopoly." 128. All anarchists concurred with Chu's view that this poison was the product of a bad social system where a few, by monopolizing wealth, managed to live off the sweat and blood of the many. 129 In other words, the political revolutions that had created democracies and republics had made things worse by giving capitalists access to power, thus increasing their ability to exploit laborers. Under these systems, everything served the interests of the rich. Even science was utilized, not for the benefit of humanity but in the interests of the powerful. Capitalists, whether they were good or bad as individuals, were motivated in their activities by the pursuit of profit. While machinery had made unlimited production possible, people did not benefit from production, because capitalists used machines in their search for profit. When production increased to the point where they could not find consumers for their products, they shut down production, throwing laborers out of work and causing immense misery. In a statement reminiscent of Revolutionary Alliance views on capitalism, Chu Minyi observed that as long as such a system prevailed, the advance of the industrial arts, Gonggai, only served to create poor people by decreasing the need for labor. People do not realize that the more advanced the industrial arts, the richer are the rich and the poorer the poor. 130 Those who advocated social revolution, Chu noted, were those who understood the failure of the capitalist system. He himself advocated a political revolution against rulers, literally a revolution for political rights, Quan Li Jeming, and an economic revolution against capitalists, literally, a revolution for livelihood, Shenji Jeming. 131 While such a program sounded similar to that of the Revolutionary Alliance, its premises were quite different. Revolutionary Alliance writers saw a republican political revolution as a means of carrying out the social revolution. Anarchists believed that a republican revolution would only increase the power of the bourgeoisie, the class they had in mind, though they did not use the term. Anarchists acquired these ideas, as did Sun Yat-sen, from observations on the persistence of inequality in European society. 132 They also believed, with Sun, that inequality was much more serious in the West than it was in China. 133 But, unlike Sun, they did not think that such problems could be resolved or prevented through government action. Commenting on a letter from a friend who thought that constitutional government could take measures to forestall the emergence of inequality in China, an editorial in the New Era observed that it was only prejudice for government that sustained faith in the ability of government to secure peace, and the refusal to see that government itself obstructed the advance of humanitarianism, that it was the source itself of all evils. 134 Although anarchists discussed economic issues, politics, and the state were the focal point of their opposition to political revolution. Their mistrust of political revolution was grounded in their belief that political institutions in society only represented the interests of the minority that commanded wealth and power. Like the European anarchists, whose philosophy they accepted in toto, Chinese anarchists were opposed to all kinds of government, no matter how different in form or substance of the relationship between state and society. Their opposition to capitalism was itself encompassed within their opposition to the state, for it was the state, with its laws, armies, and police, they believed, that defended the interests of the powerful in society. 135. In the intellectual atmosphere that prevailed in China during the first decade of the century, these ideas were not likely to appeal to many. The issue of the day was the reorganization of political institutions to create a stronger state, one that could unify and defend the country. The revolutionaries added strident anti-Manchuism. It is not surprising that anarchist ideas drew considerable criticism, mainly from other revolutionaries. It is somewhat surprising, however, that the exchanges between anarchists and their opponents were carried out in a relatively mild tone, in contrast to later controversies among socialists. The acrimonious exchange between Wu Zhihui and Zhang Binglin in 1908 was the exception. Anarchists themselves saved their most vituperous rhetoric for the Manchu government and Liang Qiqiu's constitutionalists. In other cases, they responded to their critics with patience, explaining their position with laborious effort, careful not to offend fellow revolutionaries. 136. The reasons for this effort are not complex. In spite of their radical departure from Republican ideology, most of the anarchists remained members of the Revolutionary Alliance, tied to it through personal relationships. The disagreement was among friends. To some of the critics of the anarchists, their major weakness was their idealism, which blinded them to the realities of Chinese society, especially the backwardness of the people, who did not have the educational and moral qualifications required by anarchist principles. But the majority of critics focused on the implications of anarchism for China's national struggle, especially its possible consequences in undermining the anti-Manchu struggle and rendering China vulnerable to further aggression by other nations. To the charge of idealism, anarchists responded that while they were idealists, they were not blind. The struggle for anarchism had to be immediate, they argued, but they did not expect to achieve their goals for a long time to come. They believed, however, that the struggle was worth the undertaking because anarchism was the world trend, a necessary end of human evolution that had the backing of scientific demonstration. 137. They also added, indignantly, that while the moral and educational level of the people in China might be low, it was no lower than that of the officials who governed them. Most of the exchanges, however, revolved around the issue of nationalism. In these exchanges the Paris anarchists demonstrated their ability to be flexible about their ideals, a characteristic that would mark their careers. On the issue of anti-Manchuism they were firm. They believed that the emperor should be overthrown not because he was Manchu, but because he was the emperor. 138. They were unwilling to condone the racism that was implicit in the anti-Manchu arguments of the Republicans, and they spoke reprovingly of the revanchism of nationalists such as Wu Yu, who had attempted to assassinate a group of Manchu officials in 1905. Racism, they believed, only served to reinforce boundaries between different peoples, which obstructed evolution toward a better society. They were willing to support patriotism only if it did not lead to hatred or fear of other nations and races. 139. They were more willing to go along with Republican revolution. Political revolution is the starting point, social revolution is the ultimate goal, Li Shizhen and Chu Minyi stated. 140. Republican revolution was to be supported, the Paris anarchists believed, because it would move Chinese society a step closer to socialism. While their patriotism no doubt was an element in their willingness to compromise with republicanism, they may also have derived their inspiration from their intellectual mentor, Elie Reclus, who himself had been a supporter of republicanism in France. The Paris anarchists viewed the state historically and believed that republican government was more advanced than monarchy in its willingness to share power with the people, at least some of the people. There were some qualms about this view. Chu Minyi observed on one occasion that constitutional government, in giving citizens the illusion of sharing power with them, caused the transfer of loyalty from the family, as under despotism, to the state, This was the main reason for the greater strength and resilience of constitutional governments. The people, having an interest in the state, were more willing to serve in its defense. 141 This argument was commonplace at the time among nationalists who wanted a stronger China. Though Chu did not draw any conclusions from this observation, the implication was obvious that constitutional government made the task of achieving anarchism more difficult. New era anarchists opposed Manchu establishment of a constitution as a deceptive measure that aimed to achieve greater power for the Manchu throne, a feeling they shared with other revolutionaries. 142 Otherwise, they viewed constitutionalism as a step toward anarchism, not away from it. They explained on a number of occasions that they advocated socialism not as a substitute for republicanism, but because socialism included republicanism, insisting only that the revolution seek to go beyond republican government. 143 One of the Paris anarchists would become involved in politics after the establishment of the Republic in 1912, the others continued to make efforts to advance the cause of revolution through education and refused to participate formally in politics. Their informal activities would be another matter. Anarchists also dismissed the argument that China needed nationalism because it suffered from foreign aggression, or that their revolution would render China vulnerable to further aggression. To the first, Li responded that foreign aggression did not change the problem of oppression qualitatively, it only made heavier the burden of revolutionaries who had to struggle against foreign oppression in addition to their struggle against the Chinese ruling class. To the second, they responded with their faith, characteristic of anarchist attitudes throughout, that since the revolution was to be universal in scope, other states would be too busy coping with pressure from their own populations to engage in aggression against China. 144 Besides, they pointed out, the people's militia, which would replace the regular army, would be more effective in defending China than a regular army, which only served the interests of those in power. To see the anarchist idea of social revolution only in political and social terms would be to see only a part, and not the most fundamental part, the premise, of the anarchist argument. Ultimately, this idea of revolution was a moral one, it sought not just to transform institutions but rather to transform human psychology, which to the anarchists was at once the point of departure for and the goal of revolution. Human psychology was bound up with the question of the role of interest in society, which the anarchists, unlike Sun Yat-sen, saw not just as an economic but also as a moral question. To the anarchists, the test of a true revolution was whether it was public in its orientation or, in a more literal rendering, whether it pursued the public way, gongdao. This was also the ultimate test of whether a revolution was a social revolution. As Li put it, what we speak of as a revolution of the many and a revolution of the few refers to whether it is really public, gong, or private, si, not to the actual number of people involved at any one time. 145 These ideas were crucial to Chinese political thinking at the turn of the century and place the anarchists squarely in the context of contemporary thought. The terms gong and si had slightly different meanings in different contexts, but they were always juxtaposed as opposites. Si could mean selfishness, partiality, or particularity, gong denoted selflessness, impartiality, or universality. In all these usages, however, Si implied favoring what was of interest to the self, while gong meant the ability to transcend self-interest and to realize or to express the good of the many. In the anarchist view, revolution was a process whereby particular interest was abolished to be replaced by public concerns in human minds, society, and politics. The basic goal of revolution was, therefore, moral, specifically, it was the creation of public morality, gonged. 146 Chinese anarchists believed, as do anarchists in general, that public-mindedness, an instinctive sociability, as it were, was innate in human beings. The task of revolution was not so much to create public morality out of nothing as to abolish the institutions that stood in the way of its realization. Chu Minyi pointed to morality as the distinctive characteristics of humankind and described as the goal of the education he proposed the achievement of true morality, which implied the abolition of all distinctions between self and others. 147 The ultimate goal of revolution was to achieve unity on a universal scale, a unity that was not simply social but also ethical and spiritual. Partiality, in the anarchist view, was the root cause of all the problems of contemporary society. To quote Chu again, contemporary society is a self-seeking and self-interested society, zisi zilizi shiwai. A self-seeking society is not a true society, a self-interested society is not a fair, gongping, society. 148 The separation of self from others was not just a social problem, it was contrary to the very organic structure, jidazijigu, of natural existence. 149 Anarchism, they believed, promised to do away with this separation and, with it, considerations of interest as a determinant of human behavior. Anarchism means no national or racial boundaries. Even more important, it means no distinction between self and others, no notion of benefiting the self and harming others. When this has been achieved, true freedom, true equality, true fraternity will appear. That is why anarchism accords with public-mindedness and truth. 150. On these same grounds anarchists rejected competition as a determinant of existence, insisting that mutual aid was the source of human evolution. This opposition to partial interest on the grounds of its basic immorality was not only the ethical basis for anarchist opposition to politics and capitalism, it was also the basis for anarchist disagreements with fellow revolutionaries. Racism, zongzhuzi, and nationalism, qiajiazi, were, according to the anarchists, just such expressions of partiality. Anarchists opposed enmity to the Manchus as Manchus, who ought to be opposed because they selfishly held on to political power. Nationalism was bad because it fostered unjustified hostility to the people of other nations. 151 Selfishness declined, they believed, as the scope of human loyalties expanded. Thus, the advance from the selfishness of the individual to racism and patriotism, the advance from racism and patriotism to socialism represent the progress of universal principle, gongli, and conscience, liangzin. 152 Not until all boundaries had been abolished could humanity achieve universal principle. This, the anarchists argued, ought to be the guiding goal of the Chinese Revolution. For these reasons the Paris anarchists rejected China's heritage in uncompromising language. That certain elements of Chinese tradition fostered private over public morality had been argued by others, most articulately by the constitutional monarchist Liang Qiqiao. With Liang, however, this criticism of China's heritage led, not to a call for a wholesale attack on tradition, but rather to a plea for the gradual nurturing of habits of public life in order to create a new citizenry. Anarchists, sensitive to the role ideology played in perpetuating authority, called for a revolution that would eradicate the authoritarian ideological legacy of the past, as well as that of the institutions that sustained it. 1. Citing Engels for inspiration, suggested that China's national essence, which conservatives propagated, should be consigned to the museum because it was contrary to civilized life. 153 The Paris anarchists concentrated their attacks on Confucianism and the ideology of familism as the twin pillars of authority in Chinese society. While they were not the only ones at this time to criticize Confucianism or the family, they did so more systematically and vociferously than others, and they certainly stood out among their contemporaries for presenting these issues as the primary issues of change in China. In both respects, they anticipated issues that would rise to the forefront of Chinese thinking during the New Culture movement a decade later. In this sense, they were China's first cultural revolutionaries. The first issue of New Era included a short piece on Confucius, which debunked him as a thinker of the age of barbarism whose only virtue had been to be a little more knowledgeable than his ignorant contemporaries. 154 Paris anarchists saw in Confucian teachings the source of the superstitions in Chinese society that had oppressed women and youth and served as an instrument of power, a counterpart in China to religion in other societies. 155 Superstition, they believed, was the basis for authority, but it was even more difficult to overthrow than authority itself, especially where religion and politics were not clearly distinguished. In China, a Confucius revolution was the prerequisite to achieving all other goals of revolution. 156. The attack on Confucianism was accompanied by an attack on kinship and pseudo-kinship relations that for centuries had been cornerstones of Chinese social thinking. Family revolution, revolution against the sages, revolution in the three bonds and the five constants would help advance the cause of humanitarianism. 157 Paris anarchists viewed the family as the major source of selfishness in society, though people were born into society, that is, the public realm. The family privatized their existence and converted what was public into what was private. Chu Minyi described the family as the basis of all inequality. Today's society is a class society. It is like a high tower in appearance. Marriage is its foundation. Property, family, national and racial boundaries are all levels of the tower, with government at the top. 60 This is a common anarchist view, but within the context of Chinese political thought, which had long viewed the family as a paradigm for politics, it had a special significance. The three bonds, that bound ruler and minister, father and son, husband and wife, were to the anarchists the superstitions that perpetuated the power of the family, which was based not on principle but on authority. Family power was bolstered by the practice of ancestor worship, which was contrary to truth, secured the despotism of tradition, was economically wasteful, in using up good land for graves, and bound the living to the dead. Anarchists advocated a thought revolution to eliminate these superstitions, and an economic revolution to eradicate the power of the family by making individuals economically independent. That is, the public realm. The family privatized their existence and converted what was public into what was private. Chu Minyi described the family as the basis of all inequality. Today's society is a class society. It is like a high tower in appearance. Marriage is its foundation. Property, family, national and racial boundaries are all levels of the tower, with government at the top. 158 This is a common anarchist view, but within the context of Chinese political thought, which had long viewed the family as a paradigm for politics, it had a special significance. The three bonds, that bound ruler and minister, father and son, husband and wife, were to the anarchists the superstitions that perpetuated the power of the family, which was based not on principle but on authority. Family power was bolstered by the practice of ancestor worship, which was contrary to truth, secured the despotism of tradition, was economically wasteful, in using up good land for graves, and bound the living to the dead. Anarchists advocated a thought revolution to eliminate these superstitions, and an economic revolution to eradicate the power of the family by making individuals economically independent. 159. These premises of anarchist thinking reveal why education held such an important place on the anarchist agenda and why anarchists should have believed revolution and education to be the two sides of the same coin, the one negative, the other positive. 160 Revolution was to clear away material obstacles to the liberation of human potential, but it was education that would nurture the morality that anarchist ideals demanded. There is no morality other than learning, proclaimed the title of an article in the New Era. 161 This was a commonly held anarchist view, that the morality of a people was proportionate to their learning. Education would change human psychology, and this would lead to changes in behavior and morality. The relationship between education and revolution was conceived dialectically, with the advance of one inducing the advance of the other in the endless evolution of humanity. This emphasis on education as revolution brought out an important feature of the anarchist idea of social revolution, that there was no distinction between the process and the goals of revolution, between means and ends. Revolution was necessary to make anarchist education possible. Without such education, revolution could not be attained. While anarchists on occasion ventured to offer their views on when the revolution might occur, these predictions were superfluous because revolution was ultimately a continuing process with no foreseeable end. Perhaps most revealing in this regard was the distortion of the etymology of the term revolution by Li and Chu in their important essay entitled Revolution, Gemming. Using the foreign original, revolution, the authors explained that the word was composed of re and evolution, in other words, re-evolution, which they then explained in Chinese to mean ever new, zhengzin. We cannot be certain whether the distortion was intentional or the result of misunderstanding, circumstantial evidence points to the former. There was at least one essay published in the New Era that traced the word revolution correctly to its root, to revolve. 162 The underlying intention of the representation of revolution as re-evolution, moreover, was to portray revolution and evolution as different aspects, or phases, of the process of human progress, which was also important in Reclus's thinking on revolution. 163 Whatever the reasons, this etymological interpretation corresponded to the anarchists' view of revolution as a process without end. In the words of Li Shizhen, progress is advance without stopping, transformation without end. There is no affair or thing that does not progress. This is the nature of evolution. That which does not progress or is tardy owes it to sickness in human beings and injury in other things. That which does away with sickness and injury is none other than revolution. Revolution is nothing but cleansing away obstacles to progress. 164. The Tokyo Anarchists. The Tokyo anarchists agreed with the basic premises of the Paris anarchists, the social scope of revolution, its moral basis, its universalistic goals, and the importance of education as a means of achieving anarchism. There was also considerable interchange between their two journals. The New Era contained reports on the activities of the Tokyo anarchists, and Natural Justice frequently reprinted foreign works that had first been published in the New Era. Nevertheless, the two groups were separated by a wide ideological gap, both in their understanding of anarchism and in the conclusions they drew from it concerning contemporary problems. The disagreement rose to the surface on at least one occasion when the New Era criticized Liu Shipiai's understanding of anarchism. Liu Shipiai had made his fame as a classical scholar before he turned to anarchism, and he was a prominent leader of conservatives who propagated the idea of national essence, of which the Paris anarchists were critical. Liu's commitment to China's cultural heritage was to shape his anarchism. In light of this, it is possible that the more radical aspects of the anarchism that Natural Justice propagated was the work of He Zhen, his wife, with whom he published the journal. The general objectives of Natural Justice were stated in its first few issues: to destroy existing society and institute human equality is the general objective. Aside from women's revolution, it advocates racial, political, and economic revolution. Hence the name, Natural Justice. With issue number 8 in October 1907, this statement was revised to read: to destroy national and racial boundaries, to institute internationalism, resist all authority, overthrow all existing forms of government, institute communism, institute absolute equality of men and women. While these goals were close to those of the New Era, especially in their later formulation, the two groups of anarchists differed significantly in their anarchism as well as in the sources of inspiration for their ideals. Native sources, viewed with contempt by the Paris anarchists, held a prominent place in the pages of Natural Justice. This reflected an important difference in the way they perceived the relationship between anarchism and native ideas and ideology. The Tokyo anarchists, too, rejected those aspects of pre-modern Chinese ideology that condoned hierarchy between classes and sexes. On the issue of political ideology, however, they believed that pre-modern Chinese thought came closer to upholding anarchist social ideals than its counterparts elsewhere. In a speech to the first meeting of the Society for the Study of Socialism, Liu stated that though the Chinese political system had been despotic in appearance, the power of the government had been remote from the lives of the people, who thus had considerable freedom from politics. Furthermore, he argued, advocacy by the major ideologies of China, Confucianism and Daoism, of laissez-faire government had helped curtail government intervention in society. As a result, he concluded, China was more likely than other societies to achieve anarchism. He implied, in fact, that if only Chinese could be purged of their habits of obedience, anarchism could be achieved in China in the very near future. 165 The fifth issue of Natural Justice carried a picture of Laozi as the father of anarchism in China. In his utopian scheme, Liu acknowledged his debt to Su Xing, an agrarian utopianist of the 3rd century BC, who had advocated a rural life as the ideal life and promoted the virtues of manual labor by all without distinction, including the emperor. Lu noted that whereas he himself advocated cooperation, Su had promoted self-sufficiency, but otherwise he saw no essential difference between Su's ideas and his own. 166. Among Western anarchists, Lu found in Tolstoy confirmation of the ideals that he had first discovered in native sources. 167. Like Tolstoy, he idealized rural life and manual labor and opposed a commercialized economy. He believed that Chinese society had begun to degenerate with the emergence of the money economy at the beginning of the Christian era. The money economy had led to the strengthening of despotism, the commercial economy had led to the impoverishment of many, prompting government efforts under Wang Mang to establish control over land. Lu almost certainly had the contemporary Revolutionary Alliance advocacy of the equalization of land rights in mind when he described this development as one that enhanced despotic government. His suspicion of commercial economy also underlay his hostility to recent changes in Chinese society. He emphasized the destruction of the rural economy under pressure from Western commerce, and the ensuing crisis this had created for the peasantry. He also expressed a strong dislike for the urbanization that had set in with recent economic changes. Shanghai, the symbol of China's modern economy, represented to Lu a moral sink where men degenerated into thieves, and women, into prostitutes. 168. Lu, in other words, perceived anarchism only as a modern version of a rural utopianism that had long existed in China. This accorded with his view of socialism in general. He traced socialism from Plato to the modern world without assigning any peculiar distinction to modern socialism. 169. In light of Liu's approach to anarchism, it is not surprising that he drew conclusions different from those of New Era anarchists concerning the path China should follow in pursuit of the good society. Unlike the New Era anarchists, who perceived republican government as a progressive development, Lu argued that if China could not achieve anarchism immediately, it would be better off under the old regime than under the new politics. Xin Zheng reform is inferior to preserving the old, constitution is inferior to monarchy. He offered 3 reasons for his position. The old educational system was superior to the new, which favored the rich. The proposed parliamentary system would enhance the power of the elite and, therefore, contribute to inequality. The increased power of capital would result in the concentration of wealth and deprive the people of the self-sufficiency they had hitherto enjoyed. Lu bolstered his argument with statistics on poverty in various countries, which, he believed, showed that development increased inequality in society. 170. Tokyo anarchists placed a great deal more emphasis on the plight of the people in China than did the Paris anarchists. New era discussions of anarchism carried an aura of abstract intellectualism. In its 3 years of publication, the journal published only 2 articles wholly devoted to the question of labor, and even those were of an abstract theoretical nature in spite of the fact that these years were a high point in syndicalist activity in France. Natural Justice, in contrast, paid considerable attention to the condition of women and the peasantry in China. He Zhen was probably responsible for the attention the journal devoted to the issue of women's oppression. The Tokyo anarchists derived their inspiration on this issue from Engels's The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State, which, in presenting the oppression of women as a consequence of the emergence of the patriarchal family with the rise of urban civilization, may have struck a resonant chord with their anti-urban bias. He Zhen was deeply critical not only of the oppression of women under the old society but also of what modern urban society and factory labor did to women. 171. While both groups of anarchists were equally critical of women's oppression, the Tokyo anarchists' stance on the question of rural society was distinctive and, from the perspective of Chinese socialist thought, significant. The Hengbao in 1908 published anonymously a number of articles on the peasant question. 172. By this time Liu Shipai had returned to China, and these anonymous articles may have been the work of another prominent figure among the Tokyo anarchists, Zhang Ji. As far as I know, these were among the earliest serious discussions in Chinese socialism of the role of the peasantry in the revolution and of the meaning of revolution for the peasantry. One article, lauding the peasants' tendency toward communitarian living and anarchism, called for a peasants' revolution, Nongmin Gemming. Others discussed economic cooperation among the peasantry. Perhaps the most interesting was an article, inspired by Kropotkin, that advocated the combination of agriculture and industry in the rural economy. There is no need to belabor the significance of this idea, which has been an important feature of Chinese socialist thinking from Mao Zedong to Deng Xiaoping. Whether later communists were familiar with these publications is impossible to say. Li Dazao's first writings in the early 1910s, which showed an anti-urban bias that led Maurice Meisner to describe Li as a populist, sounded like some of Liu Shipiai's writings on the question of chimerical urban society. The works of Kropotkin that inspired these ideas in the Hengbao, chief among them The Conquest of Bread, had first been translated into Chinese in the new era. By the time of the May 4 movement, these works were popular readings among Chinese radicals and provided the inspiration for the communitarian ideals and the communal experiments that proliferated at the time. Although we cannot be certain about the influence of these ideas of the Tokyo anarchists on later socialist thinking, they were the first to enunciate the ideas, and there is evidence to suggest that their ideas may have become in later years a component of Chinese socialists' thinking on the future relationship between agriculture and industry and on the relationship of urban to rural society. The sensitivity on these questions may have been a consequence of the Tokyo anarchists' proximity to China, which gave them access to the burgeoning popular resistance movements on the eve of the 1911 revolution. I think, however, that there were other, intellectual, reasons for the journal's attention to these problems. He Zhen's presence was possibly the most important factor in the journal's attention to problems of women. Liu's idealization of rural life was responsible for the attention he devoted to the peasantry, in whom he discovered the modal personality for anarchist society. Liu's description of utopian society offers an instructive contrast to the one drawn up by Wu Zhihui a few years later in New Youth, Xin Qing Nian. 173. The most conspicuous feature of Wu's utopia was its fascination with mechanical innovations, which in the future would even obviate the need for walking, since conveyor belts would connect homes and workplaces. Liu's utopia described an essentially rural society and is striking for its preoccupation with the disposal of labor. Basic to his utopia was universal manual labor as a guarantee to an egalitarian existence. All anarchists believed in the virtues of manual labor. In later years, the Paris anarchists would establish a work-study program in France, which stressed the combination of manual and mental labor as the key to the material and moral transformation of Chinese society. In these early years, however, it was Liu who stated most trenchantly a belief that combining manual and mental labor would eliminate social inequality and create an ideal anarchist personality. Liu's anti-modernism was largely responsible both for the close attention he paid to the concrete problems of rural life in China and for his idealization of attitudes associated with rural existence. That it was not the modernist anarchists in Paris but the anti-modernist Liu Shipiai and his associates in Tokyo who were the first to introduce labor as an integral component of anarchist revolution is worth emphasizing because it may explain an ambivalence toward the question of labor in education in later years, when modernists as well as anti-modernists adopted it as a means of changing China. 174. The function of labor in education as a principle of an ideal social organization, as seen by the anti-modernist anarchists in Tokyo, was to culminate in Mao's Marxism during the Cultural Revolution. It is ironic that an ideal born of anti-modernism may have given the impetus to one of the most radical efforts to reorganize Chinese society. The idea of labor in education as a practical means to educate and civilize Chinese, implicit in the attitudes of Paris anarchists, found its way into the thinking of liberals and conservatives alike and has been revived in recent years by the post-Mao regime. It is not clear what sources inspired Liu Shipiai to include labor as a component of an anarchist revolution. 175. Although Chinese intellectuals in Tokyo were familiar with fragments of Marx's works, where they may have encountered references to the need to abolish the division of mental and manual labor as a condition of communist society, it is more likely that Tolstoy's laborism and Su Xing's native agrarian utopianism directly inspired Liu, legitimized by the urgings of Tolstoy himself. Su Xing's utopianism would be forgotten in later years, whereas, by the time of the May 4 movement, Tolstoy's laborism or pan-laborism Fanlei Dongzhi, was popular with Chinese intellectuals. 176 by 1908 these sources were combined with Kropotkin's conquest of bread and fields, factories, and workshops of tomorrow to yield a plan for social organization that prefigured in many of its essentials the Maoist plan for China as it took shape in the late 50s. Liu first presented the idea in his plan for a future society, on equalizing human labor, Renli Junli Shuo, published in 1907 in Natural Justice. The utopia described an agrarian society in which everyone labored equally. Labor was intended to abolish inequality, as well as to guarantee everyone an independent existence as the condition of equality. Children would be raised in public residence halls, supervised by older people, who would also teach them. At age 6 they would begin to learn the new universal language. Starting at age 10, they would spend half the day in study, the other half in manufacturing labor. The practical skills they acquired in education would also help them produce for their own livelihood. Between the ages of 20 and 50, everyone would engage in productive and social service activities, with jobs allocated according to age. At 50 they would enter residence halls to tend to the raising of children. For all his anti-modernism, Liu did not object to the use of labor-saving devices. Technological advance would guarantee that no one would have to work for more than 2 hours a day to guarantee a subsistence for himself or herself as well as for the society at large, which would be reorganized now around small districts of 1,000 people each. The rest of the time would be spent in leisure and learning activities. 177. While there is no apparent relationship between this ideal of an agrarian social organization and the 1908 balance pieces inspired by Kropotkin, the basic message was the same. The latter argued that industrialization should take place away from urban centers because otherwise it would lead to a separation of agriculture and industry, with negative consequences for both and for society as a whole. These essays taken together point to the conceptualization of society that underlay Tokyo anarchists' anarchism, an agrarian society that integrated industrial and agricultural production, that was therefore directed at production for need, to which the equal practice of labor by all was central. Tokyo anarchists' anti-modernism was opposed, not to the products of modern science and technology, but only to the social organization created by modernization. Within a social context organized according to human scale and needs, the products of modernity could be made to serve human needs, instead of dehumanizing life, as they seem to be doing in the contemporary West and Japan, as well as in the emerging modern urban centers in China. The same orientation, finally, sensitized Liu to the problem of imperialism in China. He was, to my knowledge, the first Chinese intellectual to see in socialism a means to liberate China from Western oppression. An essay in Natural Justice was remarkable for anticipating views that would become prevalent in China after the Chinese had been exposed to Lenin's analysis of imperialism. In the essay he argued that the emergence of concepts of socialism and universalism, Datongzhi, promised the liberation of Asian peoples from the imperialism of the white race and the Japanese. This task required, he believed, the mobilization of the people. He even cited the Sanyuan Li incident of the First Opium War as an example of the people's ability to resist foreigners, cooperation with other oppressed peoples of Asia, and the various people's parties, Mindang, in advanced countries. Most interesting was Liu's observance that revolution would not succeed in advanced societies until Asia had been liberated, because the exploitation of the Asian peoples strengthened governments and the ruling classes in the West. 178. Liu's views on anarchism were anathema to the Paris anarchists, with their commitment to science, industrial society, and progress. While in general they were supportive of the Tokyo anarchists, they criticized Liu for his equation of modern anarchism with native utopianism. First, they responded, Liu had no conception of progress, which lay at the basis of modern anarchism. It was wrong, therefore, to compare what modern anarchists wished to achieve with the aspirations of primitive people, or to equate anarchism with erratic efforts to achieve a more egalitarian distribution of property, as in the well-field system of ancient China. Second, they criticized Liu for his suggestion that Chinese society had been characterized in the past by political laissez-faire, which did not fit the facts. China had been ruled for centuries by a political despotism, what Liu claimed added up to, at the very least, an assertion that there was no difference between a society with government and one without it. The superstitious faith of Chinese society in hierarchy, which accounted for the prevalence of habits of obedience, was itself a product of oppression. Finally, they found humorous Liu's claim that China might be closer to anarchism than other societies. What was required, they suggested, was not talk about levels of anarchy, but effort, awareness, and scientific knowledge. 179. These disagreements were not over abstract issues but entailed different attitudes toward the modern West, as well as toward the problems of changing China. The Paris anarchists were Francophiles who found much of value in the modern West but little to be proud of in China's past. They valued science to the point of scientism, made industrialism into a utopia, as Bauer has observed of Wu, and with all their debunking of capitalism, were fascinated with the civilization that capitalism had created. 180. Liu had the nativist's suspicion of the West. While he admired certain Western values, he believed that the Chinese heritage contained the equivalents of those same values, and more. He found much of value in Chinese civilization, though not necessarily in Confucianism, and was to devote his life to the preservation of its essence. 181. Although he was unmistakably an anti-modernist, his very anti-modernism sensitized him to issues that would assume enormous significance in later years in Chinese radicalism. Such was the case with his sensitivity to the question of imperialism, to which the Paris anarchists, with their unabashed cosmopolitanism, were completely oblivious. His case parallels the qualms about Western powers of a conservative of the same period, Liang Qiqiao, who argued that revolutionary alliance socialism would weaken China vis-a-vis the West by undermining China's economic development, an idea that revolutionary alliance socialists derided. In the early years of this century, it was still the more conservatively inclined Chinese who saw Western intrusion as a major problem of Chinese society. Only in the 20s would Chinese socialists merge their social revolutionary demands with anti-imperialism. Liu was one of the first to do so. He was also the first, to my knowledge, to show concern for the consequences for China of urbanization and to turn to rural China in a search for moral and material answers, a search in which major Chinese socialists such as Li Dazhao and Mao Zedong would join in later years. Finally, his insistence on the need to combine manual and mental labor as a means of transforming the Chinese personality would assume immense importance among other anarchists during the New Culture movement, though his contribution was not acknowledged, and retain its importance all the way to Mao's Cultural Revolution. Vision and Revolution. Prior to the Revolution of 1911, anarchism was one of the two main currents in Chinese thinking on social revolution, which had been stimulated by the introduction to China of socialist ideas at the turn of the century. The Revolutionary Alliance had incorporated social revolution in its political program in 1905 as a means of preventing in China's economic development the social ills that had accompanied the rise of capitalism in Europe. Revolutionary Alliance socialism conceived of socialism as social policy, the use of political intervention by the state to curtail inequality and, therefore, control social conflict. Anarchism introduced a new theme into Chinese social revolutionary thinking, social revolution as cultural revolution. In contrast to Revolutionary Alliance socialists, whose attention was focused on the state, the anarchists, in their rejection of the state, turned to society as the proper realm of revolution. Key to their idea of social revolution was the transformation of the individual, since it was a basic premise of anarchism that a society could be only as good as the individuals who constituted it. Anarchists viewed inherited social institutions as institutional manifestations of the principle of authority, which distorted the individual psyche and prevented the free play of the instinctive sociability of human beings, the only basis for a good society. The abolition of existing institutions, therefore, must be accompanied in the creation of a good society by a cultural transformation, both intellectual and ethical, of the individual to restore to humanity, as it were, its pristine sociability. The strongly cultural connotations of the anarchist idea of social revolution were responsible, I think, for the immense popularity of anarchism in China a decade later, during the New Culture movement, when the anarchist conception of change diffused widely in Chinese thinking. Anarchist themes continued to bear an intriguing resemblance to issues in pre-modern Chinese politics. The preoccupation with the moral basis of politics, the concern with nourishing public over private interests, the assumption that in education lay the means to moral transformational point to a possible affinity between anarchism and the native ideological legacy of Chinese anarchists. That native political vocabulary infused the language of anarchism would seem to lend support to such an interpretation. This interpretation can be sustained only if we ignore the new self-image that the Chinese anarchists held and, even more important, the content of the anarchist advocacy of social revolution, an entirely new concept in Chinese politics. The very existence of two camps of anarchists, one upholding native traditions, the other opposing them, militates against any simplistic view of anarchists as prisoners of a cultural or a political unconscious. Associations of anarchism for the Paris and Tokyo anarchists were determined not by an unconscious activity of inherited beliefs and dispositions, but by conscious choices made in response to problems that were products of the material and ideological conditions of early 20th century Chinese society, in particular the problems of revolution and the relationship to contemporary world civilization, and a host of more specific questions to which these problems had given rise. Anarchist writing was indeed infused with the vocabulary of Confucianism, Daoism, and Buddhism. Earlier, Revolutionary Alliance writers had on occasion resorted to the social vocabulary of pre-modern Chinese society in explaining their own socialist notions of class. Anarchists used native vocabulary, utopian or otherwise, with much greater frequency. This practice of using a native vocabulary no doubt made for considerable confusion concerning the relationship of anarchism to native social and moral ideals, but it would be improper to conclude from the confounding of the vocabulary that the ideas themselves were confounded by the anarchists. Kenneth Chen has explained that when Buddhism was first introduced to China, Buddhists used the vocabulary of Daoism to render Buddhist concepts intelligible to the Chinese, who had no native equivalents for those concepts. This practice, described as matching terms, gai, may help explain the Chinese use of a native vocabulary to express anarchist ideals in the early 20th century. 182 It does not follow that anarchist ideas lost their revolutionary identity in the process, just as Buddhism did not lose its identity much earlier for being expressed through a Daoist vocabulary. There was confusion, to be sure. A somewhat mysterious and vague association with Buddhist ideals would characterize a great deal of Chinese anarchist thinking in the 20th century. But ultimately, as is evident in the revolutionary impact of anarchism on Chinese thinking, the association was to transform the meaning of the native vocabulary that was used initially to express anarchist ideas. The anarchist ideas of morality and revolution illustrate the need to go beyond the vocabulary to its content in order to appreciate this problem fully. Paris anarchists took morality to be the end of revolution. True morality, they believed, could be achieved only with learning, no just any learning, least of all the kind of learning that Confucians had prized, but scientific learning. Li Shizhen dismissed as particular, learning all learning that could not stand the test of modern science. 183 Science, whose conclusions were independent of national or cultural orientations, represented to him the only universal, gong, and therefore true learning. He excluded from the realm of scientific learning politics and law, false morality and religion, including within it only, in addition to the natural sciences, sociology and anthropology. 184 Anarchist scientism clearly distinguished the anarchist perceptions of the fundamentals of learning and, therefore, of morality, from those of their Confucian predecessors, for whom true learning had been all that the anarchists sought to abolish. With regard to anarchist utopianism, which resonated with certain themes in native utopian traditions, it is clear that anarchists held an activist idea of revolution that distinguished their goals from the eremitic escapism of the Daoists, to whom they were sometimes compared. Responding to a correspondent who compared anarchist ideals to the idea of non-action, Wu Wei, an ideal of politics that infused most Chinese schools of political thought, Li Shizhen observed, Anarchism advocates radical activism. It is the diametrical opposition of quietist non-action. Anarchism does not only advocate that imperial power does not reach the self, it also seeks to make sure that it does not reach anyone else. 185 Embedded in this statement is a distinction between traditional political escapism and modern revolutionary politics, the one seeking to establish a space apart from the existing political order, the other seeking to take over and to transform political space in its totality. That China had its bodhisattvas who sought to save humanity and that modern anarchism has had its escapist extremists does not change the fundamental differences in the conceptualization of political space between anarchism and native Chinese political traditions. It only points to the need for circumspection in drawing parallels between ideas that are inherently open to wide ranges of interpretation and draw their meaning not from abstractions but from their concrete historical context. Anarchism expressed a utopian universalism and a humanitarian vision that was in many ways far removed from the immediate concerns of contemporary Chinese society. But it was not irrelevant. For the first 2 decades of this century, anarchist ideas played a central role in ideological debate. During the period 1907–1910, anarchism provided a perspective for the critique of ideologies of reform and revolution. The Paris anarchists, in their futurism, were critical of the limitations in the ideology of nationalist revolutionaries, who rested their hopes on the state. Liu Shipai, with his anti-modernist anarchism, was able to see that the new policies of the Qing government were not the harbingers of political openness and social welfare that many thought them to be. I think we can say that their contemporaries, intrigued by these questions, took the anarchists more seriously than historians have taken them. Anarchists were utopian, to be sure, but their very utopianism accounts for their ability to express concerns among Chinese intellectuals that were no less real for being politically irrelevant, at least in an immediate sense. Anarchist utopianism was itself the expression of a universalistic urge in Chinese thinking that gained in meaning as the Chinese conception of China was particularized with the emergence of nationalism. Against a world torn apart by national interest and conflict, anarchism held up the possibility of a humane civilization in which China could participate. This utopianism on occasion took a comical form. A Mr. Humanity, Rendao Shi, from England, in an open letter to the Chinese ambassador in England, charged that the latter, in tampering with student mail, broke the law of humanity, and exposed to the civilized world that Chinamen are sick savages. 186 There was nothing comical, however, about the many anarchists who over the years risked government wrath for their pursuit of humanity, which authorities deemed to be subversive of public morality and order. Utopianism is a relative concept. If we take them seriously enough, ideas such as democracy and freedom, which we bandy about as a matter of course, are as utopian as anything to which the anarchists aspired. Indeed, anarchism appears utopian because anarchists have shown a tendency to take these ideas seriously. Those who criticized the anarchists for being too idealistic were not always aware that the republic or the socialism that they advocated were quite utopian when viewed from the perspective of those conservatives who had an even more pessimistic view than they had of the Chinese ability for self-government. Utopia has been a force in history because one person's utopia has been another's reality. The Chinese anarchists were idealists, but they were not blind, as the Paris anarchists said of themselves. Though anarchists promoted anarchism as a total revolutionary philosophy, they projected their vision far into the future and were prepared to compromise their ideals to meet immediate needs. Indeed, anarchists would make a very real contribution in the new ideals they introduced into education, which they believed was the only reliable means to achieve anarchist society. Anarchists' ideals could even become functional to the ends of political power, as they did when anarchists in the 20s held up their ideal of unity and universality against communists who, in promoting class struggle, seemed to be bent on prolonging social divisions. Aside from personal relations, this was an important element in the Kuomintang flirtation with anarchists in the 1920s. Anarchists were not the only utopians in early 20th century China, which, as a period of political and ideological transformation, provided fertile grounds for utopian thinking. Kong Yawei the reformer had produced the first utopian work of this period, Although Kang's Daitongshi was not yet published when anarchism emerged in Chinese thought, Kang's utopian thinking may have influenced at least one of the anarchists, Wu Zhihui, who apparently visited with Kang before leaving for Europe. Nevertheless, anarchist utopianism differed from that of Kang Youwei. Kang's utopia was a utopia of the future, which reflected in content his thinking on the present but did not shape his present concerns. Anarchist utopianism was a revolutionary utopianism because it was an immanent utopianism, which presupposed that the present provided the point of departure for the path to utopia. It derived its inspiration, at least for the Paris anarchists, from the scientism of Kropotkin, which, however rationalist and ahistorical it may be, portrayed anarchism not as a future dream but as a necessity of human evolution. While Kang Youwei was satisfied, if not entirely happy, to live with the present world of nations and families, of competition and conflict, anarchist utopianism by its very nature called forth immediate criticism of the contemporary world and of efforts to change it. As James Pusey has argued, the anarchist, especially Kropotkinite, challenge to Darwinian assumptions which set mutual aid against competition was a major source of attraction to the anarchists. 187. Anarchism may have made its most important contribution to Chinese social revolutionary thought in the revolutionary utopianism it promoted. China has been a revolutionary society in the 20th century, not just because of the revolutionization of its society and politics, which nourished the revolutionary faith, but also because of a faith in revolution as an ultimate value, a means to a better world. Lasky has observed that Marxism blended utopia and revolution to turn the process of revolution itself into a utopia. 188. This, I think, applies more to anarchism than to Marxism. In China, anarchists were the first to articulate a faith in revolution as an endless process of change. This idea not only was important in revolutionary thinking in general but left its imprint on some currents in Marxist thinking as well. A notion of revolution as utopia was implicit in the 1903 statement by Zhou Rong in a classic of Chinese revolutionary thought, The Revolutionary Army, Revolution, Revolution. If you have it you will survive, but if you don't you will die. Don't regress, don't be neutral, don't hesitate, now is the time. Whether Zhou's statement was inspired in any way by the anarchist ideas that were already finding their way into China is difficult to say. Social Darwinism was much in evidence in his essay. But the idea was one that the Paris anarchists echoed, now clearly inspired by mutual aid, but expressed in the vocabulary of Buddhism: revolution. 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 Since the beginning of the world, there has not been a year, a month, a day, an hour, a minute, a second, without revolution. Revolution moves forward without rest, tireless in its intrepidity. It is the key to the progress of the myriad worlds, Dakian Shija. 189. Revolution was to society as the propeller to the ship, constantly moving it forward under the guidance of universal principle, as the propeller moved the ship forward in accordance with the compass. Revolution was not simply a solution to practical problems, it was the destiny of humanity. Chapter 4. Anarchists against socialists in early Republican China. Anarchism germinated in Chinese thought in the radical culture of Chinese students studying abroad. Like other currents in Chinese radicalism, it was a product of Chinese intellectuals' confrontation with other societies that already showed the strains of modernity and struggled with alternatives to the dominant capitalist ideology of development. Chinese students' experiences abroad had a liberating effect on their thinking. The same experiences made them wary of what they found. It was not until after the Revolution of 1911 that anarchism appeared within China. The literature that anarchists produced abroad found its way into the mainland before 1911, and the already visible movement of Chinese intellectuals between China and the outside world had introduced anarchism to intellectuals at home, but it was in the period of relative political freedom that followed the Republican Revolution of 1911 that anarchist activity took form on Chinese soil. Over the next decade, anarchism would become an integral part of the thinking of radical intellectuals and help nourish a radical culture that burst forth in full bloom with the May 4 movement in 1919. Paris anarchists played a significant part in the unfolding of anarchism in the early Republic. Shortly after the revolution, they returned home to establish several societies in China. These societies, however, were ephemeral. Their contribution lay more importantly in the educational programs that took Chinese intellectuals to France in increasing numbers and culminated late in the decade in the diligent work frugal study program, Qinggong Jiangxiu, which was to play a crucial part in the radicalization of Chinese youth. These activities also served as a conduit between Europe and China, feeding into Chinese anarchism developments in anarchism in Europe. Within China, the most important development was the appearance of anarchism in Guangzhou, which was also to have a long-term influence on the development of anarchism. Although radical in their consequences, the activities of the Paris anarchists were moderate, took the form, in fact, of cooperation with government authorities in China and France. Under the leadership of the charismatic leader Liu Shifu, 1884–1915, the Guangzhou anarchists promoted a radical anarchism that would be responsible for important new developments in anarchist activity and would foreshadow the direction Chinese radicalism would take in the 1920s, in which the Guangzhou anarchists were to play a direct and significant part. Most important among these developments was the establishment in the late 1910s of an alliance between intellectuals and the workers, a movement spearheaded by anarchists. Both groups of anarchists would play an important part in nurturing an awareness among intellectuals of the importance of labor and in providing social spaces within which intellectuals came into contact with laborers. But there was also a divergence between them that went back to the early Republic. The Paris anarchists, on the one hand, increasingly focused their attention on education and rendered anarchism into an abstract social philosophy so abstract, in fact, that it did not prevent them from engaging in highly unanarchist activities and would culminate in the 1920s in their association with the right wing in the Kuomintang. Guangzhou anarchists, on the other hand, while they were also concerned with problems of culture and education, were conspicuous for their revolutionary purism and played an important part in nourishing a social radicalism that would on occasion bring the two groups into opposition. The Guangzhou anarchists also played an important part at this time in consolidating an anarchist identity by drawing a clear line between anarchism and other socialisms, which also found their way into Chinese radicalism in the early Republic. The questions they raised concerning socialism foreshadowed the themes that in the 1920s would form the basis for anarchist criticism of Marxist communism. The focus in this chapter is on the anarchism of Shifu and his followers and on the debates between anarchists and socialists, which were also the first debates in China within socialism. In the next chapter we will return to the activities of the Paris anarchists. Anarchist currents in the early Republic. The arguments, and the literature that informed them, of the anarchists in Tokyo and Paris indicate that by the eve of the Republican Revolution in 1911, Chinese radicals had a sufficient grasp of anarchist theory to determine what was and was not anarchism. Indeed, anarchist writings in the early Republic no longer associated anarchism with nihilism, and although anarchists never repudiated assassination as a method of anarchist revolution, in practice conversion to anarchism was accompanied by a renunciation of assassination activity, as in the case of Shifu. More fundamentally, these writings now portrayed anarchism as primarily a social philosophy, a current within socialism that had arisen in response to the problems created by the emergence of industrial society in the West. An anarchist activity took the form of social activity to transform society at its very base. This new orientation was accompanied, as we have seen with the Paris anarchists, by a disassociation of anarchism from anarchistic currents within pre-modern Chinese thought. At the same time, it presented anarchists with a new problem: how to distinguish anarchism from other currents in socialism, which was especially urgent because the several socialist groups that emerged in the early Republic overlapped in their ideas of social revolution. This was the central issue of debate between Shifu and the socialists in 1913–14. Anarchism was already a problem within socialism. Nevertheless, within this social phraseology, anarchism retained the intense moralism of its origins. Though anarchist morality possibly assumed a new visage, it was no longer just an assertion of moral authenticity against the deprivations of politics but, especially in the eyes of the Francophile Paris anarchists, a socially important means of civilizing the Chinese population. Traces of the initial reception of anarchism were also visible in the continued association of anarchist morality with Buddhism, and, to a lesser extent, with Daoism. Conspicuous among the anarchists of the early republic was the Buddhist monk Taixu, and Buddhist associations infused, at least initially, the anarchism of Shifu and his followers. Before the Republican Revolution in 1911 there was at least one instance of a Chinese intellectual who sought to put into practice the anarchist convictions he had acquired abroad. This was Jing Meiju, later the editor of the prestigious Guofeng Ribao, National Customs Daily, whose supplement, Sui Hai, Sea of Learning, was to be a major source of anarchist ideas in the 1920s. 190 Jing had been a participant in the activities of the Society for the Study of Socialism while a student in Tokyo and had been deeply impressed with the Japanese anarchist Kotoko Shusui's lectures at the meetings of the Society, which converted him to anarchism. After his return to China, he actively sought to spread anarchism in Taiyuan, Shaanxi, his native province. In a lecture on socialism at Shaanxi University in Taiyuan in 1912, Jing traced the origins of socialism to the French Revolution and French socialists of the first half of the 19th century, placing particular emphasis on Saint-Simon as the most famous of socialists. He clearly viewed socialism as a response to capitalist exploitation of the people, which had intensified with the Industrial Revolution. While in his account Marx held a place of secondary importance to Ferdinand Lassalle, he observed that Marx's analysis of surplus value in capital had moved the hearts of a whole generation. He presented anarchism as the most extreme of all socialisms. In his opinion, none of the socialisms surpassed anarchism in seriousness of the search for world peace and social happiness, loftiness of ideals and purity of doctrine. 191 He observed further that there was some affinity between this extreme socialism and utopian counter-traditions in Chinese philosophy. Anarchism was most relevant at that time, he averred, because government had failed to resolve the social problems of industrial society. Jing's account of socialism clearly bore traces of the anarchism of the Tokyo anarchists. He recalled that while listening to the lectures of the Society for the Study of Socialism, he was inspired to plan a short book that would synthesize anarchism and the theories of Laozi. He was most moved, however, by the Tokyo anarchists' advocacy of abolishing the distinction between mental and manual labor, which he believed had become worse in the contemporary world. He was apparently also impressed by their emphasis on the equality of men and women. In 1911-12 Jing initiated what may have been the first experiment in China to combine labor and learning, focusing on women. He undertook in Taiyuan to establish a factory for women, intended to bring them economic independence. He also recruited contemporary feminists to teach the women workers in the factory. In his plan for the distribution of the factory's income, the largest portion was to go to labor, followed by talent, kali, and capital. This, according to Jing, indicated the respect socialists accorded to labor. 192. What became of this experiment is not clear. Jing felt that with the success of the Republican Revolution and the decline of anarchism in Japan, anarchism lost some of its appeal among Chinese radicals. He himself was elected to the new Republican Parliament, along with another anarchist associated with the Tokyo anarchists, Zhang Ji, which would draw the ire of Shifu. But as late as the 1920s his publications were a source of the agrarian anarchism that had emanated from Tokyo before 1911. In 1912 Paris anarchists also brought their activities home. While they would shift their attention almost immediately to education, a society they established in early 1912 yields insights into the basically moralistic thrust of their conception of anarchism and of education. It would also serve to promote their anarchism, albeit in disguised form, as a similar society was revived in Beijing University a few years later. This was the Promote Virtue Society, Jinda Hui, whose informal leadership included Li Shizhen, Wu Zhihui, Zhang Ji, as well as the Revolutionary Alliance, and later Kuomintang, leader Wang Jingui. The society had a complex structure of rules that also determined membership, which consisted of 5 types: in increasing order of rigorousness. The lowest category of membership called for a person not to visit prostitutes and not to gamble. In successively more demanding levels of membership, it was stipulated that the person should not take concubines, not serve as an official or a member of an assembly, and not smoke, drink, or eat meat. A similar but simpler society was established at about the same time by an associate of the Paris anarchists, Caiunpi, who would also become the first Minister of Education under the new Republic, the Six Noes Society, Liu Buhui. Also aimed at behavioral improvement, the society forbade its members to visit prostitutes, gamble, take concubines, eat meat, drink liquor, or smoke. 193. It is important to stress, especially in light of later activities of the Paris anarchists, that these societies revealed their understanding of anarchism in practice that was characterized by a willingness to compromise the principles they professed. In spite of the prohibition against the participation of higher-level members in politics, one of the founders of the Promote Virtue Society, Zhang Ji, would shortly become a member of parliament. When Shifu criticized him for this, Wu Zhihui quickly came to his defense. The very complexity of the rules for membership may be seen as a function of their ideological flexibility, to enable the recruiting of members of differing levels of commitment. Both societies, moreover, revealed an ethical orientation that perceived anarchism primarily as a means of transforming behavior. While they professed opposition to politics, and an intention to overthrow the state, Paris anarchists proved quite willing to function within the context of the state so long as they could pursue this cause of ethical transformation. This willingness would come to the fore in the 1920s, when they carried out their anarchist activities under the Kuomintang umbrella, in service of a party rule that in theory they repudiated. Not so with the other two groups that were to play the most important part in propagating anarchism in the early republic, whose ideological purism was to sustain a distinctive anarchist identity well into the 1920s, the Guangzhou anarchists who gathered around Shifu after 1912, and the pure socialists led by the revolutionary monk Taixu. The more important of these in the long run were the Guangzhou anarchists, whose publications and organizational activities would play a crucial part in the flourishing of anarchism later in the decade. The pure socialists, however, also played some part in the early republic in spreading anarchism and would contribute to the numbers of anarchists, and to anarchist organizational activity, in the May 4th period. Shifu and the Guangzhou anarchists would occupy center stage in anarchist activities in the early republic, and they will be discussed at length later. We will consider here the pure socialists and the Chinese Socialist Party, Zhongguo Zhiwai Dang, of Zhang Kenghu, of which they were an offshoot, in order to elucidate the complex relationship between socialism and anarchism in these early years. The establishment of the Chinese Socialist Party preceded the organization of Shifu's group and may have contributed to it, both because it helped create a space in Chinese politics for the dissemination of socialist ideas and because its eclectic socialism served as a source of anarchist ideas, which became evident when the pure socialists broke with the party in October or November 1912. Countering the state socialism of Zhang with an anarchist socialism of their own. The confusion over anarchism created by the socialism of the Chinese Socialist Party and the Social Party established by the pure socialists was to be a major cause of controversy between Shifu and both groups of socialists in 1913-14. Zhang Kenghu, 1883–1945, had gained prominence early on for his advocacy of progressive causes, in particular in the areas of equality for women and of education. In the early 1900s, he did educational work under Yuan Shikai, promoted women's schools, and taught at the Imperial University at Beijing, later Beijing University. He was exposed to socialism in 1907–1910, when he went abroad to study, first in Japan and then in Europe. While he was in Europe he came to know the Paris anarchists and contributed 2 articles to the New Era. There is considerable evidence in his later writings that he learned at least some of his socialism from this publication. Nevertheless, when he began to promote socialism, it was more along social policy lines, even though his policies differed from the similar socialism that Sun Yat-sen and the Revolutionary Alliance advocated. Zhang returned to China from Europe in late 1910, still a relative unknown. What brought him national prominence was a lecture he gave on July 1, 1911, in Hangzhou, probably the first public lecture on socialism ever to be given in China. Entitled Socialism and Women's Education, the lecture was more radical in its statements on women and the family than in what it said on socialism. It seemed radical enough to the governor of Zhejiang province, who thought it as dangerous as flood waters and wild beasts and petitioned the throne to punish Zhang. Zhang was able to escape punishment through the intercession of his highly placed acquaintances. But the incident brought him national fame. The same month he organized the Socialist Research Society, Shiwaizuyi Yanjiuhui, which became the core for the Chinese Socialist Party, China's first socialist organization, established in November 1911, barely a month after the uprising that was to bring down the monarchy by the end of the year. The Chinese Socialist Party announced an 8-point program: support the republic, abolish racial boundaries, reform the law and respect the individual, destroy the system of inheritance, organize public organs to spread equal education, promote productive industries and stimulate laborers, abolish all taxes but the land tax, limit military spending and encourage competition other than the military, to provide an outlet for the human urge to compete. Until it was proscribed in 1913, the Chinese Socialist Party propagated socialist ideas in China through lectures and publications. 194 at its height, it claimed 200 branches and 400,000 members. These figures may be too high, but Bernal has confirmed a large membership for the party in East China. What these members knew about socialism is another matter. 195 Zhang himself remarked that most were quite ignorant of socialism, and judging by his own knowledge, there is little reason to doubt his word. The party was diffuse, more a study group than a political party, and its members included anarchists as well as social democrats, which accounted for the split in late 1912. Taixu and the radical Buddhist monks associated with him, who were from the beginning inclined to anarchism, may have joined Jiang's party initially because of uncertainty concerning its program. Taixu had been ordained as a monk in 1904, but was quickly radicalized by the emerging revolutionary movement and began to participate in the activities of the Revolutionary Alliance. A prominent representative of what Holmes Welch has described as the Buddhist revival in the early 20th century, his exposure to secular radical literature had convinced him that Buddhism had to be made relevant to contemporary secular circumstances. His reading of anarchist works in 1910-11 led him to an anarchist socialism and into the Chinese Socialist Party. 196. When Taixu and his associates broke with the Chinese Socialist Party in late 1912, the reason they gave was the insufficiency of state socialism to achieve socialist goals. They also distinguished state socialism from anarchism as narrow and broad socialism. 197 The Social Party, Shiwai Dang, that they established, to be distinguished from Jiang's Chinese Socialist Party, took as its basic principle the fundamentalness to the pursuit of human happiness of the transformation of social organization. As the party program put it, the Social Party broke with the Chinese Socialist Party because socialists recognized no national boundaries while the Chinese Socialist Party did. Socialists opposed government while the Chinese Socialist Party did not. According to the program, the Social Party would seek to 1. Abolish class divisions created by differences in wealth, hence communism, by distinctions between high and low, hence respect for the individual, by distinctions on the basis of intelligence, hence educational equality. 2. Eliminate all divisions among people on the basis of state, family, and religion, which Taixu and others identified with ancestor worship and the lineage system. 198 This, they believed, was a pure socialism, which they identified explicitly with anarchism. As one writer pointed out, anarchism was not restricted to opposition to government, as was suggested by the Chinese term Wuhanfu, literally, no government, but meant the abolition of all naked power, or tyrannical authority, Qiangquan, which was counterposed to universal principle, Gongli. 199 The Buddhist elements in the Social Party's anarchism were evident above all in the insistence on abolishing all distinctions. Hualin, in a contribution to the party's journal, Liang Xin, conscience, advocated no boundaryism, wushijizui, which meant that the abolition of distinctions must be extended beyond humankind to all living creatures, hence that they should study not just world language, Esperanto, but animal languages as well to create a single language. 200. These discussions of socialism and anarchism in the Chinese Socialist Party's journal, Humanity, Rendeo, and the various journals published by the Social Party, such as the World of Society, Shiwaishija, and Conscience, gave both anarchism and socialism in general a greater visibility in the politics of the early republic than we have suspected in the past. In the long run, they help explain why interest in socialism might have flourished in the May 4th period. In an immediate sense, they were to provoke the first efforts among Chinese radicals to come to terms with the complexities of socialism. Shifu and Guangzhou anarchism. Shifu was anything but typical among Chinese anarchists. Widely respected for his seriousness of purpose and deeply committed to practicing what he preached, after his death in 1915 he was to acquire the image of a paradigmatic anarchist. By the 1920s his ideas had achieved the status of ideology, Shifuzi, or Shifuism. Wu Zhihui observed on one occasion that if all Chinese anarchists were like Shifu, anarchism could be realized in 500 years, instead of the 3,000 that he expected. 201. Nevertheless, Shifu's career illustrates the path that led radicals of his generation to anarchism. 202. He was born in 1884 and was radicalized while in Japan in 1904–1906. He joined the newly established Revolutionary Alliance and for the next 2 years engaged in assassination activities. An accidental explosion in 1907 cost him one of his hands and landed him in jail for the next 2 years. If the jail experience had a significant effect on him, it is not evident in his writings. Upon his release, he joined the China Assassination Corps, Zhaina Anchituan, which was to play an important part in South China in the events leading up to the revolution in 1911. While the spirit of self-sacrifice was still important in motivating those who engaged in assassination as a political tactic, Krebs has observed that the Corps represented a transformation of style from individual acts of heroism toward group activity with greater coordination and discipline. 203. Shifu was probably familiar with the anarchist ideas of Chinese radicals in the early 1900s, but there is little evidence that anarchism had any influence on his thinking beyond what was commonly understood by it in this period. His writings in jail showed a preoccupation with the moral basis of politics but owed their inspiration to contemporary debates on Chinese national essence rather than to anarchism. 204. After his release from jail, Shifu began to read the literature on socialism and anarchism that had begun to emanate from Tokyo and Paris. Zhang Peigong recalls that at this time Shifu recommended that Zhang read the material on socialism published in the People's Journal, Minbao, of the Revolutionary Alliance, The New Era, and Natural Justice, as well as various collections on anarchism compiled by the Paris anarchists. 205. This may also be the time when he became interested in Buddhism. He had come to know Taixu during his activities in the Assassination Corps, though it is difficult to say if this had anything to do with his interest in Buddhism. The conversion came during a trip to Shanghai and the Yangtze region in 1912 that Shifu, along with several associates, took with the possible intention of assassinating China's new strongman, Yuan Shikai. Conversion seems an appropriate term because Shifu's adoption of anarchism took place in religious surroundings, in a small Buddhist monastery near West Lake in Hangzhou, had all the characteristics of a religious ritual, including a name change to Shifu, literally meaning teacher, from his given name of Lu Saifu, and was accompanied by a conscious renunciation of the activities that had brought him to anarchism, assassination. 206. The Conscience Society, Xinshi, that issued from the meeting in Hangzhou was similar to the societies Paris anarchists had organized earlier in the year, which had taken as their main focus the ethical improvement of their members. The 12 points in its covenant enjoined its members not to eat meat, drink liquor, smoke tobacco, use servants, ride in sedan chairs or rickshaws, get married, use family names, serve as officials, serve in assemblies, join political parties, serve in the military, and follow religion. 207. It was not until after their return to Guangzhou that Shifu's group acquired a clearly anarchist identity. The Conscience Society remained the spiritual, Krebs's words, framework for the group. In Guangzhou, Shifu and his followers launched the Cock Crow Society, Huiming Sushi, to propagate anarchism. In 1913 the group also started a journal of its own, the Cock Crow Record, which after its second issue was changed to Minsheng, People's Voice, from Pingmin Zi Sheng, literally, Voice of the Common People. Anarchism in Guangzhou was on its way. 208. When the Cock Crow Society came into existence, its membership consisted entirely of members of Shifu's family, 4 sisters and 2 brothers, and a number of close friends with whom he had been involved in radical activities over the previous years. Members of the society shared a common household, and to all appearances, Shifu had the status of a patriarch, though a democratic and benevolent one, who inspired members of his household by the example of his commitment to anarchism. 209. There were probably other anarchists in Guangzhou. Once it had come into existence, however, Shifu's group served as the center of anarchist activity, which within the next 2 years attracted within its compass young anarchists who in later years would emerge as prominent leaders in the anarchist movement in China. Tribute to Shifu's seriousness of purpose. 210. Primary among the group's activities was the cultivation of a communal life among its members. Shifu's household operated as a commune, though it would appear that kitchen duties were assigned to his sisters. The group also planned for a short while to acquire land outside of Guangzhou to establish an agrarian commune, Datong village, though this came to naught. 211. 3 of the group's public activities were particularly important because of their contribution to the spread of anarchism in China. First were publication activities. The group's journal, People's Voice, was to be the longest-lived of anarchist journals in China, from 1913 to 1922, irregularly after Shifu's death in 1915, and an important source of anarchist theory and activity. Shifu's group also played a crucial part in disseminating across the country the anarchist literature that had been made available in New Era and Natural Justice. Selections from the journals were compiled and published as books, in editions of 5,000 copies. Thanks to these efforts, by the time of the May 4 movement there was more literature on anarchism, and original writings of European anarchists, available in China than for any other current in European radicalism. Shifu's own writings were distributed by his followers and would help shape a whole generation's understanding of anarchism. 212. Second was the teaching of Esperanto. Shifu did not initiate the teaching of Esperanto, but he placed a great deal of emphasis on it as part of an internationalist program. Guangzhou anarchists, who learned Esperanto in the school he conducted in Guangzhou, would play an important part in spreading it to other parts of China in later years. 213. Most important may have been the initiation of labor organization in South China, which would make anarchists the organizers of the first modern labor unions in China. While anarchists had earlier written of the need to bring together radical intellectuals and laborers, it was Shifu's group that first undertook such activity, propagated syndicalism in China, and, until the mid-20s when they began to lose ground to the Communist Party, provided leadership in the labor movement. Members of Shifu's group, prominent among them his brother, Liu Shixin, were responsible by the end of the decade for organizing nearly 40 labor unions in Guangzhou, for the first celebration of Labor Day in China in 1918, and for the publication of the first journal, in Shanghai, devoted to labor, Labor Magazine, Lei Dongzizi. Shifu apparently initiated labor organization as soon as he had established Cock Crow Society. According to one report, in 1913 he established a Zhuaran Zhulobu, Resolution Club, which served as the center for labor organizing. The initial effort had the greatest success, not with workers in the modern industrial sector, but among masons, shoemakers, barbers, and restaurant employees. 214. This would also be the case in later years. In late 1913, in the midst of a resurgence of political oppression, Shifu's group was forced to leave Guangzhou. After a brief sojourn in Macau, the group moved in 1914 to Shanghai. Shortly before his death from tuberculosis in March 1915, Shifu launched in Shanghai the Society of Anarcho-Communist Comrades, Wuhanfu Gongchan Zuyi Tongzi Hui. A counterpart to the society and bearing the same name was established at about the same time in Guangzhou, led by Shifu's brother, Liu Shixin. These societies would serve after Shifu's death as the point of departure for anarchist organization during the May 4 movement. Shifu was an anarchist communist, a self-acknowledged disciple of Kropotkin. His ideas on anarchism differed little from those of the new era anarchists. He derived much of his knowledge of anarchism, and the arguments he used in its defense, from the earlier anarchists. Shifu, too, called for a social revolution in China. There was little ambiguity in his concept of social revolution. Unlike Zhang, but like the earlier anarchists, he used social in contradistinction to political. He believed that the social realm of life had little, if anything, to do with the political. He would not even entertain the idea of politics as an appendage to society. Politics, he seemed to believe, was extraneous to society, a force imposed upon society from the outside. Accordingly, he opposed all participation in politics. New era anarchists, too, had opposed political participation and argued that true revolutionary action must be social action. 215 Unlike the latter, however, Shifu's seriousness allowed no compromise. His criticism of Zhang Ji even brought him into conflict with Wu Zhihui, one of the doyens of anarchism in China. In the early republic, Shifu came to represent opposition to political action and the defense of a social revolution that not only was distinguished from political revolution but sought to abolish politics. Political revolution is the revolution of heroes, the revolution of a minority, he observed. Social revolution is the revolution of the common people, Pingmen, a revolution of the great masses. 216. Shifu did display some hesitation over the timing of revolution, however. He remarked on one occasion that the revolution could be achieved immediately, but most of the time, his statements on the timing of revolution suggested that it would be some time before a successful anarchist revolution could be launched. At the present, he believed, only a small vanguard was aware of the necessity and the principles of revolution. Most of the people lacked the knowledge that would make them good anarchists. He recommended, for instance, that workers establish syndicates at once, but he believed that the immediate tasks the syndicates ought to undertake were education of the workers and the achievement of moderate economic ends such as higher wages and shorter working hours. The fundamental task of overthrowing capitalist society and establishing an anarchist one must await the diffusion of knowledge of anarchism. 217. The immediate task of anarchists was, therefore, to spread the word. This was reflected in Shifu's program for revolutionary action. As he said repeatedly in his writings, he regarded propaganda as the first method. Through newspapers, books and pamphlets, lectures and schools, he said, the teachings of anarchism must be taken to the common people. It is essential that a majority of the people be steeped in the brilliance of our doctrines, the perfection of our theories, and the excellence of our future organization, and that labor is humankind's natural duty and mutual aid its inherent virtue. 218. Shifu then named secondary methods resistance and disturbances that could hasten the diffusion of propaganda. The former could take the form of resistance to taxation and military service, it also could include strikes by workers and general strikes. Disturbances included assassination and other forms of political violence. Once the propaganda reached saturation point, the great revolution of the common people, Pingmen de Gemming, could take place. In this revolution the masses would overthrow the government and the capitalists and make a fresh start in building a new society. 219. The form this society would take, moreover, must be reflected in the organization for revolution, the main reason to delay the revolution until the people were ready. Government and the capitalist system were the twin objects of revolution. Shifu described sometimes one, sometimes the other, as the greatest enemy of the people, but to him both were equally important. To those who objected that China did not have any big capitalists, he responded that small capitalists, too, were capitalist. In the proclamation of the Society of Anarcho-Communist Comrades of July 1914 and the Goals and Methods of the Anarch-Communist Party published later in the same month, he summarized both the objects and the goals of the revolution. The proclamation stated, "We advocate wiping out the capitalist system to rebuild society as a communist society, and, moreover, not using government to oversee it." Put simply, we advocate absolute freedom in economic and political life. 220 The proclamation went on to describe the capitalist system as the greatest enemy of the people and the source of all evil in society. All of the resources of production, land, capital, and machinery were concentrated in the hands of a few landlords and capitalists, the people were industrial slaves, and all the benefits went to the privileged minority. The anarchists pledged death to this great evil, eradication of the right to private property, and the return of all the means of production to society. Basing their own action on the principle from each according to his ability, to each according to his need, the society declared its intention to organize a free communist society, without distinction between male and female, with every person contributing as much as possible. The laborers could draw upon the fruits of their labor for their own needs without any limitations. Although the government claimed to maintain order for the people under the present system, the proclamation observed, in reality it transgressed against people's freedom. Thus government, too, must be eliminated so that people could enjoy their right to a free life and exercise their ability to govern themselves. The proclamation then described the differences between present society and the society envisioned by the anarchists. As anarchism takes opposition to authority as its essential principle, our party will completely eradicate and sweep away all the evil systems of present society which have an authoritarian nature, and, operating with the true spirit of freedom, equality, and fraternal love, we will reach our ideal society without landlords, capitalists, leaders, officials, representatives, or heads of families, without armies, prisons, policemen, courts, or law, without religion and without the marriage system. At that time there will be in society only freedom, the great principle of mutual aid, and the prosperous happiness of labor. 221. The goals and methods stated these ideas in a programmatic list that briefly called for 1. Public ownership of the means of production and all the products thereof, 2. Abolition of classes, 3. Abolition of government and all institutions, such as laws, police, and the military, associated with government, 4. Spontaneous, democratic public associations to coordinate production and distribution, 5. Abolition of marriage, and the public rearing of children, 6. Free public education for all. 7. Labor for all mature adults, 20s to 40s, after which they would retire to public retirement homes, 8. Labor to be restricted to 2-4 hours a day and to be combined with intellectual aesthetic pursuits, 9. Abolition of all religion and dogma to give free play to the morality of mutual aid, 10. An international language with the goal of abolishing all national boundaries. 222. There was not much in this program that was original with Shifu. Some of the ideas came from Kropotkin's writings, especially The Conquest of Bread, which had been translated in the New Era, others from writings by other anarchists. Some of the same ideas, on labor, education, family, had been incorporated a few years earlier in a description of utopia by Liu Shipai in Natural Justice, see Chapter 3. This was, in a sense, true of all of Shifu's ideas, which were distinguished not by their originality but by his passion in propagating them. His basic premise was one that he shared with all anarchists, Chinese or foreign, that human beings had a natural morality, which was undermined by institutions that fostered immorality. Shifu believed that all human beings were naturally endowed with conscience, liangxin, and were inclined by nature to mutual aid and love, as well as labor. Authoritarian institutions blunted such innate inclinations, and the institutions of property drove humans to selfishness, with the result that the pursuit of private ends overshadowed, even obliterated, the pursuit of public goals. This was the source of all conflict and exploitation in society. If these institutions were overthrown, the natural morality of people would reassert itself, and humankind would be able to shed its beastly heritage and enter the realm of humanity, where the moral and the rational would be one and the same, where all the distinctions between self and society would disappear, and where the individual would discover freedom in spontaneous association with others. 223. This basic premise of the natural goodness of people was not new in Chinese thought, and it is evident that some Chinese were drawn to anarchism because of an affinity they perceived between anarchism and ideals long embedded in Chinese thought, whether Confucian, Daoist, or Buddhist. Liu Shipai thought that Chinese had an advantage over others in achieving anarchism because of their Confucian and Daoist heritage, which favored restricted government. 224. A series of articles in the New Era described the statement on utopia in the work Li Yun, Evolution of Rights, as a depiction of anarchist society, even if the author read into that statement a great deal that was not justified by the original. 225. Shifu shared these idiosyncrasies of Chinese anarchism. There is evidence of Buddhist influence on his thought. His conscience society was established in an atmosphere permeated by Buddhism, and the covenant of the society sounded more Buddhist than anarchist. Yet such analogies must not be taken too far. If some Chinese were drawn to anarchism because of its affinity with elements in native thought, others criticized such interpretations as perversions of anarchism. Shifu was one of the latter. When he defended the possibility of the selflessness of human beings, it was not on the basis of native ideas but on Kropotkinite science. 226. Like the New Era anarchists before him, he found nothing but corruption and selfishness in the ideology and institutions of the Chinese tradition. He rejected vehemently any suggestion that anarchism could be compared to anarchistic philosophies of the past, such as Daoism. Daoism, he believed, was negative, what he advocated was positive. 227. Shifu meant that whereas Daoists may have rejected government in the name of an eremitic existence, he sought to transform existing society and to revolutionize human life as a whole. Shifu rejected politics, not to escape it but to abolish it. His social revolution was informed by a social theory that had nothing in common with traditional political reasoning. And in making such analogies we must remember that most of the Chinese who shared with Shifu the same tradition were frightened by what he advocated, a revolution of the people that promised to overthrow existing society in its totality. Anarchism against socialism. The purity of Shifu's vision of revolution made it inevitable that he would not tolerate any distortion of socialist ideals. Indeed, in 1914 he launched a series of attacks in the People's Voice on other socialists. Zhang Kanghu was his main target, but he included in his polemics Sun Yat-sen and the Pure Socialists, the splinter group of anarchist inclination from Jiang's Socialist Party. By this time, Sun and Zhang were both out of the country. Those who engaged Shifu in discussion were mostly the Pure Socialists and one or two of Jiang's followers. Zhang himself sent at least one response from the United States, where he was a professor in the Oriental Languages Department at the University of California in Berkeley, the nature of which may be gleaned from the extensive quotations in the essay Shifu wrote to refute it. To appreciate the issues involved in this first debate among Chinese socialists, a brief summary of Zhang Kanghu's ideas on socialism, which provoked the debate, is necessary. Jiang's socialism often seemed contradictory and confusing, partially because of the lack of a systematic exposition of his views. He explained his socialism for the most part in public lectures, and his emphases varied with his audiences. As Shifu was to point out, however, Zhang also suffered from considerable confusion over the goals and means of socialism. Even when he presented his ideas more systematically in the 1920s, a good bit of the confusion remained. Nevertheless, his views were not without an inner logic, and most of his contradictions are traceable to his eclectic view of socialism. Like other socialists, Zhang saw social revolution as the essence of socialism. The Chinese Socialist Party declared, "People's armies have arisen. They undertake racial revolution, speak of political revolution. But politics is the expression of society. Therefore, social revolution is the basis of all affairs. 228. In a piece he published in San Francisco in 1914, after he had left China, he sounded an even more radical note. The faith of the people is gone in republicanism. Their belief that it was the Manchus only who were oppressive is shattered. There remains but one thing: the social revolution. That and that only can bring relief to the toiling millions of China. Their only hope lies in this, the taking over of the entire mechanism of production and operation of it by the workers for the workers, the socialist or industrial republic. Italics in original, 229. This was not all rhetoric. Zhang, of course, did not advocate political violence. In the Declaration of the Socialist Research Society, he described socialism as an ideology of peace and happiness, not a radical or dangerous one, a constructive, not a destructive, ideology, and blamed the occurrence of violence in socialist history upon the persecution to which socialists were continually subjected. He also described the socialism of this society as non-extremist. 230. While revolutionary politics was not integral to Jiang's idea of social revolution, he did envision the revolutionization of society over the long term. In this respect, his advocacy of social revolution was not different from that of Sun Yat-sen and the Revolutionary Alliance, which was intended to forestall, not to initiate, violence in society. Like Revolutionary Alliance socialists, moreover, Zhang believed that China did not yet suffer from the deep social divisions and exploitation that characterized Western society, and could, therefore, avoid violence and achieve socialism with greater ease than Western societies. On another occasion he observed that most socialists, including social democrats, thought violence was necessary to achieve socialism, but he remained non-committal, describing the issue as academic. 231. Indeed, Zhang believed, much as Sun and Revolutionary Alliance socialists did, that socialism, rather than presenting a threat to the republican order, would fulfill the promise of republican government. Western societies had fallen short of the ideals of equality and democracy, he believed, because they had failed to institute socialism, and democracy could not be realized without socialism. 232. For the same reason he argued, socialism needed republicanism, for otherwise the collectivization of property would lead to despotism. 233. Specifically, for China, he argued that because of the persistence of habits left from despotism of the state and the family, and because of the existence of internal and external oppression, it was necessary to bolster republican institutions with socialist policies. In his defense of the Chinese Socialist Party before the government, he argued that socialism served the cause of the state and the development of the economy, including commerce, industry, and taxation. In other words, his socialism was meant to further not just the cause of justice but the cause of the nation as well. He presented similar arguments to Shanghai merchants to induce them to support his party. Above all, Zhang bolstered his arguments with the observation that socialism represented a new tide in world politics and that China could not afford to close its doors to this thought and isolate itself from the world. 234. Jiang's socialism consisted of a vague humanitarianism that sought to guarantee, not equality so much as equality of opportunity by clearing away institutional and ideological obstacles to equality inherited from the past. Indeed, when he did define socialism, he defined it vaguely as humanitarianism or as the pursuit of common welfare and happiness for humankind. Socialism, he explained, is the ideology of great unity, Datung, not of differentiation. It does not heed racial, national, or religious boundaries. All is for the public good, not the self, all are treated with equal benevolence. All will enjoy absolute equality, absolute freedom, absolute love. 235. Jiang's vision of the good society may have been inspired by his readings in the New Era, for it did have anarchist overtones. He observed in one of his essays that humanity was naturally evolving toward a world socialism when there would be no state, race, family, or religion, and the only distinctions between people would be those of learning and profession. In such a society there would be no need for customs duties or military expenditure. Old views of politics, law, livelihood, and old customs would be transformed until no obstacles divided the individual from the world. Such a world would be governed without action. Zhang concluded that this was the world dreamed of by the anarchists, the world of the great unity of Confucius, the heaven of the Christians, and the paradise of the Buddhists. 236. As this last statement suggests, Zhang also viewed socialism as merely the latest manifestation of a longing for good society that was a common heritage of humankind, with an especially long history in China. All this, however, lay in the future. Pure or strict socialism, which he identified with communism, was not on the agenda for the present. He therefore preferred to advocate a broad socialism that was not inconsistent with contemporary political organization. One of his reasons for advocating broad rather than strict socialism was the rather academic reason that until knowledge of socialism acquired greater depth, it was impossible to say which type was the most desirable. Insisting on one type or another would only create sectarianism. 237. Zhang did not believe that the workers in China were yet mature enough to create socialism, and since socialism required the participation of workers, at the present it was best to propagate, rather than try to institute, socialism. Zhang was aware of the eclecticism of his position when he discussed his own socialism. Of all the currents in socialist thought, he believed himself to be closest to social democracy, which he viewed as being akin to communism, a transitional stage on the way to the ideal society. But even this does not adequately convey his efforts to reconcile different kinds of socialism. In a letter he wrote to the government in December 1912 to protest the proscription of the Pure Social Party, he undertook a survey of socialism and divided it into the socialism of philosophers, scientists, political scientists, ecclesiastics, educationalists, laborers, the state, anarchist communists, individualists, Esperanto, and the single tax. He then went on to describe his own views. What I hope for, what I advocate, is derived from the thought of philosophers, based on science, adopts the spirit of the ecclesiastics and the attitude of educationalists, and grasps the affairs of laborers. It holds on the one hand, to radical republicanism, and, on the other hand, to a progressive collectivist system which he had earlier equated with communism. It seeks to eliminate taxes and the military, and stresses education and industry. It takes the individual to be the nucleus of society and the world its realm. It seeks to realize self-governance for the individual and great unity for the world. This kind of hope, this kind of advocacy, could be called individual socialism, it could also be called world socialism. 238. Given this eclecticism, Jiang's formal statements about the goals of his socialism tell us little about the main thrust of the ideas he propagated. His immediate programs for the achievement of socialism, however, are a great deal more revealing. Zhang viewed three policies as fundamental to his socialist program: public education, freedom of occupation, and independence of wealth, or the abolition of inheritance. The two he talked about the most, the first and the third, were incorporated into the program of the Chinese Socialist Party. Public education was the cornerstone of Jiang's socialist program. He perceived inequality in education as the source of all inequality in society. Economic inequality arises from inequality in ability, inequality in ability arises from inequality in education. In China, education was unequal because it was private, family education. In countries where public education had been instituted, inequality of wealth made for unequal access to education, with the result that the rich monopolized education and sustained economic inequality. Zhang believed that inequality in ability arose not from natural differences but from inequality in access to education. He advocated that every individual be given free education by public organs from birth to maturity. If this could be done, then each individual would gain independence of livelihood and serve himself or herself as well as society. In a few generations the inequalities inherited from family background would disappear, and all would be able to seek livelihood in equality. The only remaining inequalities would be in the professions and learning, not of class and wealth. Jiang's emphasis on education accorded with his belief that social change must start with change in the individual. 239. Occupational freedom would have a similar effect. If each individual sought an occupation in accordance with his or her talents, the virtuous would seek to advance and the degenerate would not dare to remain idle. Rights and obligations would be harmonized. And since each would exert himself or herself to the utmost, both society and the individual would benefit. Finally, Zhang viewed inheritance as the greatest crime in the world, the source of all inequality, and advocated what he called independence of property, Kaichan Dolai. Inheritance not only perpetuated inequality, it had a demoralizing effect on the individual. What a person inherited did not represent his or her labor. Such wealth not only was unjustifiable, it also nurtured a parasitic dependence on the family. In Jiang's solution, all wealth acquired during the lifetime of an individual would revert to the public coffers at the individual's death so that each generation would have to make a living for itself. This way, the inequality that attended every individual at birth would be eliminated, and greater independence would be stimulated. 240. All three items of Jiang's socialist program were informed by his ultimate commitment to the individual as the source and the end of socialism. Zhang even distinguished himself from other socialists by his emphasis on the individual. From beginning to end, I have taken the individual to be the basic unit of the world. This is my difference from socialists in general who take society as their only premise. If society is taken as the sole premise, the result is to disdain the individual. Trampled upon in this way, the individual loses worth as the unit of the world, which, in turn, obliterates the spirit of independence and initiative. This reduces the individual to the level of the scales of fish and dragons, or the cog in a machine. Zhang described his individualism as the new individualism, xin Gerenzi. The new individualism, unlike the old individualisms that consisted of self-seeking or the search for individual sovereignty, simultaneously stressed the independence and the interdependence of individuals. 241. Zhang believed in the possibility of achieving this new individualism more on utilitarian than on ethical grounds. He argued that all people by nature sought to maximize their security and happiness, anil. Since ideas on how to achieve this end differed, the search for happiness of each interfered with the search for happiness of others, so that none felt secure in his or her happiness. Therefore, they had to learn that to benefit the self, one had to benefit others. Benefiting the self is the goal of all people, benefiting others is the means to achieving that goal. To achieve the new individualism, Zhang argued, all obstacles that stood between the individual and the world ought to be abolished, in particular religion, the state, and the family. 242. His new individualism, Zhang believed, rendered his socialism superior to others. He was opposed to the egalitarianism of communism, which he otherwise admired, on two grounds. First, the ideal of from each according to his ability, to each according to his need left no way to deal with those who did not contribute according to their ability but simply took advantage of the system. Zhang thought this consequence to be very likely, given human inclinations. Second, Zhang was a social Darwinist in outlook and saw competition as the key to progress. If absolute equality prevailed, he believed, society would stagnate. 243. He had expressed this view as early as 1909 in his defense of free enterprise in his New Era article, and he would hold it throughout his career. 244. On these two grounds, he was reluctant to abolish property, as long as it was acquired by individual effort, or unequal remuneration for different kinds and levels of labor. As long as people had incentive, he believed, they would strive to better their lot, and the whole society would benefit. What he sought in socialism, as was noted above, was independence and equality of opportunity, not egalitarianism. Jiang's socialism contained much that was unorthodox, even unsocialist, but his arguments were not without a logic of their own. The problems of his socialism are best appreciated in terms of his earlier preoccupations with the family and women's liberation. Zhang was involved in the problems of women's education long before he became a socialist. In his earliest available essays, the problems that preoccupied him were the oppression of women and the means to abolish it. He blamed the family structure for the inferior role women held in society and, long before the idea was to become prevalent during the New Culture movement, described the family as the source of all evils in society. 245 The family suppressed the individuality of women and, by denying them education, made them dependent on males. The cure, he believed, was to educate women and provide them with professions that they might gain independence and compete with males on an equal basis. When he turned to advocating socialism, Zhang generalized these problems of women and the family to the whole of humankind. This connection between his socialism and his perceptions of the problems of women might explain why August Bebel's Women and Socialism was a favorite book of his, as Bernal has pointed out, and why the first lecture he ever gave on socialism was essentially a lecture on women's problems. It also explains the peculiarities of his socialist program, his emphasis on the new individualism, on inheritance, on the need to seek independent livelihood, ideas he had articulated first in his discussions on women's problems. Jiang's socialism, one is tempted to observe, was more anti-family than anti-capitalist in its program. 246. At issue in Scheifo's polemics against the socialists was the nature of socialism. In spite of the pedantic nature of the discussion, which often presented the problem at hand as a problem of scholarship, the polemics were motivated mainly by a struggle over the intellectual leadership of the socialist movement in China. It is clear from many of Scheifo's statements that he was irked by the claims of Sun and Zhang to the leadership of socialism in China, and even more by the willingness of many to take them at their word. 247. Nevertheless, the polemics raised issues of substance that were to divide anarchists and other socialists in ensuing years. The starting point of the discussion was the question whether Sun and Zhang were really socialists. This inevitably led to the question of what constituted socialism, and to answer this Scheifo, and to a lesser extent Zhang, turned to analysis of the terminology and history of socialism. Scheifo obviously desired to vindicate his views, but in the process he did much to clear away the terminological confusion that had plagued Chinese socialism for a decade. Most of his criticisms, moreover, were quite justified if not unbiased. What brought Sun into Scheifo's polemics was a lecture Sun had given in 1912 to a gathering of the Chinese Socialist Party. In his lecture Sun reiterated his commitment to socialism and elaborated on the socialist program he had advocated since Revolutionary Alliance days, the utilization of Henry George's single tax policy to equalize land ownership, and the control of monopolies. He also embarked on a prolonged discourse on socialism, where he acknowledged Marx as the father of socialism but insisted that Marx's ideas be complemented with George's because George had made equally important contributions to socialism. Sun also described communism as the highest ideal of all socialism, but expressed doubt that people were morally prepared for the realization of that ideal. 248. Scheifo attacked Sun and Zhang in the same article. His arguments against the two varied with the different policies they proposed, but basically he levied the same charges against both. First, he said that neither Sun nor Zhang advocated social revolution, that both advocated social policy. They were not even socialists, since they did not propose to abolish private property, the sine qua non of all socialism. Jiang's inheritance scheme and Sun's single tax policy were both characteristic of state socialism, which was quite different from socialism, as Zhang himself had stated in one of his writings. Second, he charged them with ignorance of socialism. Neither of them was clear about the differences between capitalism and socialism, and they easily blended the two. They were not even aware of the differences among socialists, as was evident in Sun's equation of Marx and George and in Jiang's many statements confounding anarchism, communism, social democracy, and state socialism. Socialists were one in advocating the abolition of private property, Scheifo pointed out, but there was a basic difference among socialists over how this goal was to be achieved. Socialists, including Marxists, argued for collectivism, that is, control of property by public organs, namely, the state. Only anarchists advocated communism, which signified direct control of property by the people themselves. Zhang, in Shifu's opinion, displayed utter ignorance of this fact in his contradictory statements about communism. Shifu also criticized Zhang for his belief in the necessity of competition, which ran counter to the spirit that underlay socialism. 249. Shifu's criticism of the pure socialists was in a different vein. The pure socialists had broken with Jiang's party because of their anarchist inclinations, and indeed their program revealed their anarchist premises. Shifu was not entirely happy with this program, which displayed nativistic and nationalistic tendencies, but his basic criticism was of their retention of the word socialist in their party name. If they were anarchists, he stated, they should call themselves anarchists and not socialists. 250. The controversy that followed revolved around the question of what constituted socialism, and the relationship of socialism to anarchism. To refute his opponents, Shifu drew upon his considerable knowledge of the history of socialism to clarify questions on the evolution of terminology. The details were often tedious and pedantic, but his major points were, briefly, these: 1. Socialism and anarchism represented two different currents from the beginning. Zhang was wrong in his assertion that until Bakunin's split with Marx in 1871, anarchism had been indistinct from socialism. Though Shifu was willing to acknowledge Marx's contributions to socialism, he rejected Jiang's suggestion that Marx was the pope of socialism. He himself viewed Marx as a state socialist who had derived most of his collectivist ideas from Saint Simon. 251. 2. Anarchism was more scientific than Marxism. Marx was a scientific socialist, but Kropotkin had given socialism a firmer scientific basis. 252. 3. Anarchism was broader in compass than socialism. Socialism pertained to the economy, anarchism to politics. But while all anarchists were of necessity also socialists, socialists were not anarchists, because they were not opposed to government. Anarchism, therefore, contained socialism. 253. Shifu rejected the suggestion that since the concept of society included everything within it, socialism represented the broader concept. Society, he argued, did not cover politics, which was extraneous to it. It was not correct to say, therefore, that socialism could include anarchism. 254. In rejecting terms such as extreme socialism, pure socialism, non-governing, quasi, that had been used variously to describe anarchism, Shifu was able to clarify a number of terminological and conceptual questions pertaining to anarchism and point out its autonomous content. Not least important was his clarification of the meaning of the common Chinese term for anarchism, Wuhanfuziyi, literally, no governmentalism, which many apparently took literally as only the rejection of government, nothing more. Shifu, citing the original foreign terminology, pointed out that the misunderstanding was a matter of translation, and that anarchism included opposition to all authority, not just government. Moreover, he explained, this was only the negative aspect of anarchism. On the positive side, anarchists sought to reorganize society and establish a totally new kind of society. 255. His contribution to the discussion, however, went beyond matters of terminology. Shifu was quite justified in his critique of the confusion over socialism in the thinking of Sun and Zhang. His own terminological purity was rather vacuous. Anarchists in the West did not disassociate themselves from the term socialism, and Kropotkin himself used anarchism and socialism interchangeably in his writings. In the case of Sun and Zhang, however, the confusion was basically conceptual. Both men confounded not only different currents in socialism but socialism and capitalism as well. Their ideas on socialism echoed the views of late 19th century social reformers who used socialist policies to preserve and improve, not to overthrow, the existing capitalist system. Sun, as Shifu pointed out, never quite understood capitalism, and while he was opposed to monopoly capital, he never rejected capitalism as such. That this was an accurate diagnosis is evident in the essay by Hu Hanmin published a number of years earlier in the People's Journal to explain Sun's policies. If Hu's explanation reflected Sun's views, and there is little reason to think it did not, Sun himself advocated equality of opportunity, not an egalitarian socialism. 256. The same was true of Jiang's socialism, as we have already noted. Shifu observed in one of his essays that Jiang peddled the ideas of Saint Simon in China. 257. While Jiang's own writings did not acknowledge any intellectual debt to Saint Simon, there are intriguing resemblances between Jiang's and Saint Simon's ideas, especially in Jiang's emphasis on the abolition of inheritance, his view that learning should be the only basis for inequality, his stress on professional education, and his insistence on the creation of an industrial republic to replace the existing one. 258. Jiang's insistence that inherited inequality should be abolished and everyone be given an equal start in life through education was quite reminiscent of Saint Simon, who rejected hereditary inequality but not that inequality which was a product of differences in personal effort and learning. Whether Jiang owed his ideas to Saint Simon or not, it is clear that his socialism did condone inequality. In later years, Jiang would change the details of his program but never this basic premise. If anything, he became more sympathetic to capitalists even as he continued to advocate socialism. 259. Shifu's own views, too, contained serious flaws, not the least of which was the consistency he imposed upon socialism and anarchism. There is no question that he had a better grasp of the history of socialism in Europe than his adversaries had, nevertheless, his was a history of socialism seen through anarchist eyes. He reduced all socialists to a uniform field of collectivism, a term he equated with state socialism, in contradistinction to communism, which he identified with anarchism. He saw Marxism in terms of its contemporary manifestations, which represented various modes of accommodation of the capitalist state, and completely ignored the revolutionary vision that had informed Marx's own writings, a vision that did not differ significantly from the anarchist one. Moreover, Shifu was himself selective in his use of history. While he pointed to their emphasis on the abolition of inheritance as proof that both Marx and Jiang were state socialists, he ignored the fact that it was Bakunin's insistence on the abolition of inheritance, which Marx had opposed as a petit bourgeois measure, that had divided the Ball Congress of the First International in 1869. It is possible, of course, that Shifu was unaware of this conflict, but he did display knowledge of other intricate aspects of the conflicts within the International, and it would be surprising if he did not have access to this rather conspicuous fact. 260. Like Kropotkin himself, Shifu ignored the fact that anarchists owed much of their social theory, the analysis of classes and capitalism, to Marxism. 261. The anarchist contribution to socialist theory lay in their insistence on the need to recognize the autonomous power of the state, which Marx had encompassed, at least on the surface, within the structure of social interests. But there was little in anarchist social theory that went beyond Marx's formulations. By ignoring this, Shifu was able, unjustifiably, to claim the whole territory of socialism for anarchism. Finally, Shifu missed the point about socialism in his insistence that socialism pertained only to the economy and that politics existed independently of society, which contradicted his own belief that politics served class interest. He came closer to the truth with anarchists who, while they have not ignored the problem of social relations, have been most conspicuous for their preoccupation with authority, especially political authority. 262. But the distinguishing feature of socialist theory lies in its integration of various aspects of existence into a unified analysis so that it is impossible to explain one aspect in isolation. However socialists may have differed otherwise, they did not separate economic, social, and political problems. The goal of economic change was also to effect changes in social and political relations. Shifu denied any significant role to politics, of course, but this premise of the integratedness of economic, social, and political relations was implicit in the theory that he himself upheld. His efforts to restrict the scope of socialism, therefore, are best understood in terms of his urge to prove the superiority of anarchism by endowing it with an all-encompassing scope that covered what socialism purportedly did not. If anarchism has a broader scope than socialism, Marxist or otherwise, it is in the loyalty to the vision of humanity that all socialists have shared without being equally persistent in their loyalty. And if Shifu had an edge over his adversaries in these polemics, it was due, not merely to his superior knowledge, but, equally important, to his visionary consistency. Zhang and Sun did indeed make statements about socialism that were indefensible in terms of vision or theory, but they did show some sensitivity to the realities around them. Shifu ignored almost totally the conditions within which he propagated his ideas. Like other anarchists, his views on revolution were ahistorical, based on certain universal premises about human beings and their relationship to society and politics. On the rare occasions when he did refer to China's specific conditions, he conceded, without saying so, that Chinese were not yet ready for the revolution he advocated. In fact, he, like other anarchists, faced a dilemma that he was unwilling to acknowledge, that the revolution that would usher in anarchist society must await the education of people to prepare them for anarchism, but that such education was impossible as long as bad society persisted. His anarchism provided a vision but no way of achieving it. Conclusion. Anarchist-socialist differences reflected a basic difference in the conceptualization of the role of self-interest in society. On the one hand, anarchists rejected the naturalness of interest and viewed it as the fabrication of a social structure warped by power and exploitation. They believed that interest could be abolished if society were reconstituted in accordance with the natural cooperative inclinations of humanity. Socialists such as Sun and Zhang, on the other hand, held a different view of interest, each for his own reason. Zhang, taking the pursuit of self-interest as a natural endowment of humanity, denied the possibility of abolishing it. Sun, while he rejected this premise, nevertheless thought that the pursuit of self-interest had accounted for the immense development of the West under capitalism and believed that, if kept within bounds, it would also contribute to China's development. The attitudes of Sun and Zhang toward politics were functions of these premises concerning interest. Anarchists, who saw in politics one of the basic sources for the undermining of natural morality, viewed the abolition of politics and the abolition of selfishness as part of the same process. Both Sun and Zhang saw in politics a means, the only means to control private interest and bring it into the service of society, rather than of a privileged minority. Socialists and anarchists were one in their belief that China required more than a political revolution, that society itself would have to undergo important changes if their goals were to be realized. But they held different views about how this was to be achieved. Anarchists advocated a spontaneous revolution that would abolish all existing institutions. Both Zhang and Sun, however, advocated a revolution whose goal was to curtail precisely that eventuality. Zhang was muddy on this issue at the time, though he would state it more explicitly at a later time. Sun was very clear all along that his policies were hygienic, designed to forestall the sharpening of class conflict to the point where only a social upheaval could resolve it. Both sought to harmonize conflicting interests in society through the intermediacy of politics. These two modes of approach to social change and revolution represented the two basic messages socialism conveyed to Chinese revolutionaries in the years before 1919, a vision of total revolutionary transformation, and a political theory that showed the way to reorganize interest in order to achieve greater equality and minimize conflict. Regardless of the peculiarly Chinese coding these messages assumed in China, they reflected the two major currents in European socialism at the turn of the century. Sun and Zhang advocated diffuse socialisms that did not even reject basic institutions or ideas of capitalism, and they could point for support to trends in European socialism, which increasingly had come to accommodate capitalism and strove to use the power of the state to regulate interest in society. As socialism lost its revolutionary vision, anarchists remained the only ones to retain their faithfulness to the original goals of socialist revolution. Anarchists were unable, however, to convert their vision into revolutionary reality. This was especially a problem for the Chinese anarchists, who did not even have a constituency for the social revolution they proposed. In the end, they too had to fall back upon the argument that the people were not yet ready for anarchism. This would change in the 1920s when Chinese society experienced large-scale mass mobilization. The revolutionization of Chinese society, accompanied by a general loss of faith in politics, increased receptivity to the anarchist argument. And anarchists proved to be better prepared than most in responding to such spontaneous mobilization. Many of Shifu's disciples resurfaced at this time to provide leadership to the anarchist movement. This time, however, anarchists were to find a more serious competitor on the left. After the establishment of the Communist Party in 1921, anarchists had to compete with the communists over the leadership of mass movements, and though they initially had an advantage over the communists both in the student and in the labor movement, by 192,122 they had already begun to lose ground to the latter. The communists believed in social revolution as fervently as did the anarchists, but to them social revolution meant the basis for a new kind of politics, not a substitute for it. Anarchists, philosophically suspicious of political organization, were not able to coordinate their activities sufficiently to compete with the communists for any length of time. The communists shared their vision, which deprived the anarchists of their major propaganda appeal, and had the edge over them in organization as well as in consciousness of the realities of power. Chapter 5. Radical Culture and Cultural Revolution. Anarchism in the May 4th Movement. In the early afternoon of May 4, 1919, 3,000 students from 3 Beijing universities gathered at Beijing's Tiananmen Square to demonstrate against the Versailles Peace Conference decision in favor of Japan on the Shandong question. The students had originally intended to continue their demonstration in the foreign legation quarters in Beijing, but finding their way blocked by the legation police, they proceeded instead to the house of Cao Rulin, a foreign ministry official who had drawn the ire of the patriotic students for his pro-Japanese sentiments. The students were stymied momentarily by the police who had cordoned off the house, and by the imposing wooden gates that shut them off. Suddenly, a fourth-year Beijing Higher Normal College student from Hunan, Kuang Hushan, rushed to the house, smashed the thick wooden shutters of the gate window, climbed in, and flung open the gates to let in the rest of the students. He then set the torch to the house with the matches with which he had come prepared. Kuang was an anarchist. 263. It was appropriate that this dramatic event, which set off the chain of events that was to become the May 4th movement, was carried out by an anarchist. Kuang's action dramatized the anarchist influence on Chinese intellectuals of the May 4th period. Anarchism was soon to become anachronistic in China. The May 4th movement presaged a rising tide of patriotism, which would gradually render anarchism marginal in Chinese radical thinking. But the years immediately before and after the May 4th movement represented the apogee in the hold of anarchism upon the Chinese radical imagination. The May 4th movement was truly a revolutionary moment in modern Chinese history. It kindled the radical imagination and seemed to give substance to the utopian hopes of a whole generation. Kuang himself recollected that during the march to Cao's house individuals lost their identity in the mass, everyone sang together, everyone marched together. 264 His sentiments stand as a metaphor for the revolutionary hopes the movement evoked among the young students. Anarchism expressed these hopes. If social change was at the heart of what progressive May 4th publications advocated and discussed by 1919, the language of anarchism was the tongue in which this advocacy found its expression. 265 By the eve of the May 4th movement, anarchists' vocabulary had already become integral to the language of radicalism in China. This is not to say that Chinese intellectuals wholesale became anarchists. In an immediate sense, anarchism benefited from the turn the Chinese revolutionary movement took in about 1919, it moved into the center of mainstream radical thinking, it spread beyond a few centers to become a national phenomenon, and there was a virtual explosion in the numbers of anarchists as anarchist groups and publications proliferated throughout the country. 266 More important in the long run, however, anarchist ideas entered the language even of those who could not be described as anarchists in any strict sense of the word. Anarchism became central to revolutionary discourse. The popularity of anarchism at this time had much to do with the reorientation of Chinese radical thinking with the so-called New Culture movement after 1915, which brought to the fore intellectual concerns and a radical mood that resonated with the themes anarchists had raised over the previous decade. Ironically, the October Revolution in Russia in 1917 initially helped stimulate in China an interest, not in Bolshevism or Marxism, but in anarchism. Anarchists were not passive beneficiaries of this reorientation, however. As the only group of organized social radicals in China, they actively promoted anarchism, injected an anarchist strain into new culture thinking, and engaged in organizational activities that helped shape the form radical activism took in the May 4 period. Contemporary witnesses. In early 1920 the U.S. Department of State instructed its consular officials in China to report on Bolshevist activities. Over the next year, a stream of reports on communistic activities flowed into the files of the State Department. American consuls in China went combing the country in search of Bolshevists, mobilizing the help of their British colleagues on occasion, and, where possible, prevailing upon Chinese officials to put a stop to Bolshevist activities. Although they did not uncover as much activity as they might have wished, in one or two places they did discover an alarming level of Bolshevist activity. By far the largest number of dispatches issued from the American consulate in Amoy, which discovered that Bolshevist doctrines had made a considerable impression in, surprisingly, the Zhangzhou region of Fujian province. An April 10, 1920, dispatch from the Amoy consulate on the subject Bolshevist propaganda is quoted at length for its revelations. I have the honor to report that Bolshevist propaganda is carried on in the city of Chongqiao, inland from Amoy, the seat of the military government of General Chen Kai-Ming Chen Jiangming commanding the southern forces. I am informed that teachers in the Chinese government schools at Chongqiao have been spreading the Bolshevist doctrine, and occasionally breaking out and waving the red flag. At a recent athletic meeting, held on a large scale, at Chongqiao, pamphlets in Chinese advocating anarchical communism were circulated. I enclose a rough translation in English of one such pamphlet, which was handed personally by General Chen Kai-Ming to a foreign visitor to Chongqiao who was present at the athletic meet. General Chen Kai-Ming is reported to have made an address at a tiffin to officials and foreigners, held on the athletic grounds, and to have himself advocated some of the socialistic doctrines set out in the pamphlet. Turning to the foreign missionaries present, he is reported to have said that the Savior himself was a socialist, and what is a socialist but a Bolshevik? 267. An April 24 dispatch forwarded to the embassy in Beijing included additional translations of Bolshevist pamphlets, as well as a proclamation issued by the magistrate of Amoy. The latter read: "The propagation of anarchism and Bolshevism is contrary to the public peace and morals, destroying virtue and the 5 human relationships, parents and children, husband and wife, brother and sister sick, sovereign and subject, friends. Hereafter anyone may arrest persons engaged in distributing this printed matter and send them to the court or hand them over to the police, to be severely punished." 268. The confounding of anarchism and Bolshevism in these reports, whatever it may say about the political education of American diplomats, was nevertheless typical of the confusion that prevailed at this time over the relationship of these radical ideologies. But not everyone was confused. In a service report he filed to the State Department in December 1920, John Dewey observed, with reference to the case of a student who had been arrested 2 months earlier in Beijing for spreading Bolshevist literature, that he investigated and found that it was truly anarchistic, advocating the abolition of government and the family, but no Bolshevist. Though there might be a few Bolsheviks around the country, Dewey continued, they had nothing to do with the general tone and temper of radical thought in the country. 269. Had American consular officials in Amoy investigated the Bolshevist literature they discovered in Zhangzhou with the same perspicacity, they might have reached a similar conclusion. This literature was clearly anarchist, produced and distributed by followers of Shifu, who had accompanied Chen Jiangming to Fujian in 1918. Dewey was to be proven wrong concerning the prospects of Bolshevism in China. But his assessment of the situation in 191,920 was accurate. In the eyes of contemporaries, anarchism was by far the most important current in Chinese radical thinking of the time. In June 1919, Chen Duxiu wrote in the Miazhu Pingluan, Weekly Critic, that toward the end of the Qing dynasty, officials accused everyone who was politically suspect of being a member of the Tongmenghui Revolutionary Alliance. Since the Revolution of 1911 they had all learned to praise the Revolutionary Alliance. Now, he complained, everyone who was politically undesirable was called an anarchist, despite the fact that there were actually few anarchists in China. 270. Chen's comment suggests that it was government stereotyping of radicals, rather than the popularity of anarchism, that created the impression of widespread anarchist activity in China. This had some truth to it. An accurate estimate of the number of anarchists in China at that time may never be possible. It is unlikely, however, that there were ever more than a few hundred active and committed anarchists at any one time. Anarchist associations were loosely organized, short-lived, and diffuse in membership. Anarchist efforts to organize a coherent federation foundered before the unwillingness of anarchists to submit to organization discipline. Nevertheless, Chinese officials made a strenuous effort to suppress anarchist activity, which itself was a major reason for the fluidity of anarchist associations. Government agents infiltrated anarchist organizations. Anarchist publications were often suppressed as soon as they had come into being, and anarchists had to keep on the move to escape government detection and arrest. 271 This constant motion, necessitated by government suppression, was ironically a possible reason for government fears of a widespread anarchist conspiracy. The Chinese government during this period identified extremism, Qiajizi, with anarchism, and in its constant efforts to track down extremists, gave publicity to the anarchist cause. The internal documents of the Beijing government reveal that authorities were genuinely concerned about the effects on the population, students, workers, and especially soldiers of the seditious literature that kept popping up in post offices across the country. Concerning an appeal to soldiers, written by a Baoding anarchist named Li Disheng, an official wrote in May 1919 that if this kind of crazy talk was permitted to spread, it would disturb order and destroy the peace, which would not only threaten the existence of the state but extinguish humanity. It was a spark that would, if not extinguished, start a prairie fire. In late June 1919, Cao Kun, then military governor of Zhili province, predicted similar results if anarchist advocacy of revolution against kinship relations, Sanggongwu Chang, for economic equality, labor organization, and freedom to achieve humanitarianism were allowed to spread among students who were just beginning to quiet down from the activities of the May 4 mobilization. Another report from 1920 observed that extremists who advocated social anarcho-communism, Shiwai Wuhanfu Gongchan Zuyi, while not comparable to bandits, were more dangerous to the state than bandits. 272. Nevertheless, if the strength of anarchism at this time was more an impression created by governmental persecution than a reality, as Chen suggested, it was an impression that was shared widely. In a 1919 essay, More Talk of Problems, Less Talk of Isms, Hu Shi pointed to the anarchists, in addition to Marxists, as examples of ideological thinking. 273 Chen himself implicitly conceded the appeals of anarchism when he condemned the nihilistic tendencies of Chinese intellectuals for nourishing anarchist thinking. By 1919 Chen was an implacable foe of anarchism. His statement reflected the frustration he felt with the popularity of anarchism among Chinese intellectuals. 2 years later, he was to respond to a